The meeting scheduled for Thursday, July 18, 2024, for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has been called to order. Good morning. I would first like to acknowledge my colleague on St. Thomas, Senator Blyden, Senator Potter. Good morning. First, before I begin, I just want to say blessed good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, invited testifiers, the listening and viewing audience, and the legislative staff who's working this meeting today. I'd like to thank my summer students for going out to their places and representing my office well. As summer interns of this institution, I received good feedback, and I'm very proud of you. The goal of the program remains to provide experience while providing the opportunity to earn summer wages. This year, I hired 12 interns. Last year, I was able to hire 9 young people. A very special shout out to this year's interns, Jahila Carroll, Kayla VLA, Nicholas Pichardo, Devante Samuel, Faith Jeanreau, Florissa Claircent, Haley Goodins, Jamali Alec Jr., Brianna Lopez, Malachi Marcel, Aja Otley, and Sevra Dowdy, who's here ready to perform the roll call. She was our go-to girl this summer, so thank you. We're going to miss you. Many thanks to the placements, VIPD, Police Athletic PAL, REMAX, Tenacious Toddlers, JS Therapy, Community Center of the Arts, and academics, and our very own legislature of the Virgin Islands. First, I want to do something that I always try to do when I have the audience of the listening viewers, everybody, to explain what the Committee on Rules of Judiciary does. It has jurisdiction over all boards and commissions to consider and make recommendations. We receive and consider and make recommendation on all appropriation bills for the expenses of the legislature, nominees appointed by the governor, bills related to family law, estate law, probate, business and corporation law, administration of the territorial court, and administration of the election system, from the code revisor for bills to correct obvious errors, eliminate inconsistencies, duplication and laws repealed directly, which is what we will be doing with the legislative summit coming next month. Mark the dates, colleagues. On August 19th and the 26th, the 35th Legislature Committee on Rules and Judiciary will host its very first legislative symposium. By now, my colleagues have received notification regarding the possible issue of preemption and an invitation to voice their concerns regarding the symposium structure. The goal is for agencies to present areas of the VI Code that require the urgent attention of the legislative body. Moreover, as a legislator, and most importantly, as the chair of this committee, it is my duty to provide all stakeholders with the opportunity to make the necessary time-sensitive, well-needed amendments to the code. The code of the reviser staff has worked extremely hard to bring this event to fruition. Thank you to Attorney Ivar Stradiren for taking on a yeoman's job. My office is working hard to chart out the details, and I'm ready to execute. I want to thank your team also. Just want to say, election season is here. I want to urge registered Democrats on St. Croix to go out and vote, also on St. Thomas and St. John. Hurricane season is among us. The Office of Disaster Recovery testified on Monday before the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, of which I am the vice chair. And I asked the question, are the agencies prepared that if there should be another disaster, we can expedite the information that FEMA needs? Agency heads, I encourage you not to wait until we receive guidance to prepare your documentation. Take pictures of your inventory and put your own policies in place based on the experience. We do not want another 7 years should the unthinkable happen again. I asked VITEMA and FEMA for their advice on preparing those policies. We are in an active hurricane season. Let's think ahead. Madam Clerk, can you proceed with a quorum call? Sorry, roll call.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Members are Angel L. Boques Jr.
Just a second. Can you please acknowledge Madam Clerk's mic? Or either you need to bring it a little closer.
Angel L. Boques Jr. Angel L. Boques Jr. absent. Diane T. Capehart.
Present.
Senator T. Capehart, present. Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Murray C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Carol J. Collar J. James Joseph. Senator Joseph, present.
Please mark Senator Carla Joseph as present.
Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Okay. Madam Chair, that concludes. Oh, Madam Chair, we have 3 present, 4 absent.
Thank you, my summer intern, Sevra Dowdy. Good job. Are there any correspondence from any committee members to be read into record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please proceed on the reading.
July 18, 2024, Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, VI 00820. Dear Senator Capehart, due to a previous scheduled engagement, I will be late in attending the Committee on Rules of Judiciary meeting scheduled for today, Thursday, July 18, 2024. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and I look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for understanding. Kind regards, Senator Maurice C. James, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. July 18, 2024, Honorable Diane T. Capehart, Chairwoman, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Golden Rock, St. Croix, USVI 00820. Dear Senator Capehart, I hope this correspondence reach you in the best of health and spirits. Please be advised that my arrival will be delayed to today's Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing, as I have a scheduled conflict. I will be attending the funeral service of retired Police Sergeant Pauletta Hodge. I extend condolences to her loved ones and her family at the Virgin Islands Police Department. I note the importance of the agenda's items, and I look forward to weighing in on the discussions upon my arrival. Thank you in advance for understanding. Sincerely, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. July 18, 2024, Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christian said St. Croix, VI 00820. Dear Senator Capehart, I am writing to inform you that I am unavailable to attend the Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting scheduled for Thursday, July 18, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix. I respectfully request to be marked as excused from this meeting. I am confident that the committee will have a productive and successful hearing. Thank you for understanding and cooperation. Sincerely, the Honorable Angel Boquez Jr., Chair Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks, Senator at Large, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair.
That concludes the reading of the correspondence. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Maurice James as excused, Senator Gittins as excused, and Senator Angel Boquez as excused. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read from any testifiers today into record?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Urgent. Please be advised I will not be able to show up for my presentation that AM this morning. I was unavailable to get my printer to work. I am very sorry for the inconvenience as well as my deep disappointment. Please feel free to contact me moving forward. Do let Senator Capehart and anyone else that needs to know. Again, sorry for my inconvenience. Thank you for your support. Sincerely, your Julian, Penn. The Honorable Diane T. Capehart, Chairperson, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Number 1 Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted, USVI, Virgin Islands, 00840. Request for testimony on bills 0227 and 350228. Thank you for the invitation to testify on behalf of the judicial branch on the proposed bill number 350227 and bill number 350228, which would both amend Title 3, Chapter 37 of the Virgin Islands Code relating to conflicts of interest. After reviewing and consultation with our General Counsel, it would be inappropriate for any representative of the judicial branch to offer any substantive opinion on the context of either bill, which have far-reaching implications for all three branches of the government of the Virgin Islands, including concerns related to the separation of powers. The judicial branch acknowledged that a robust and effective scheme regulating conflicts of interest and the enforcement of the relevant laws within the branch of the government is an important and integral part of the maintaining public trust and effective public service. However, as issues concerning one or both bills may be subject of litigation before our courts for resolution, to avoid the appearance of any bias and impartiality, we will offer no substantive comment on bill number 350227 nor bill number 350228. Sincerely, Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the reading of those correspondence. At this time, I would like to ask individuals here in the chambers if you can kindly turn your cell phones on mute, silent, off, so we don't have any disturbance today. Today, the purpose of the meeting is to vet 2 nominees, 9 bills, and we have 7 blocks. Colleagues, we got a long day. So with that, I would ask Madam Clerk, please read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a meeting for Thursday, July 18th, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to consider the following nominations, bills, and resolutions. Block 1, Governor's nomination of Judge Ernest E. Morris, Jr., Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, District of St. Croix. Block 2, Governor's nomination of Harith Wickrema, Nominee, Virgin Islands Conservation District, District of St. John. Block 3, Bill number 35-0229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Kenneth Ezra Mapp, for his years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, and naming Route 75 on the island of St. Croix from Bassin Triangle intersection at Route 70, Estate Richmond, and ending at Croix Lagoon, the Governor Kenneth E. Mapp Highway, appropriating $45,000 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Public Works to implement the mandates of this act, to bestow the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor on Kenneth Ezra Mapp and for other related purposes. Sponsored by Senators Franklin D. Johnson, Donna A. Fred Gregory, Milton E. Potter, Samuel Carrion, and Javon E. James Sr. Invited testifiers: Val Collins, resident; Miss Mona Bonds, resident; Attorney Peter Hubert, friend; Margaret Guarino, friend; Delroy Richards, resident; Pedro Cruz, resident. Block 4, Bill number 350227, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, to enact the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, sponsored by Senators Kenneth L. Gittins, Franklin D. Johnson, Marvin A. Blyden. Bill number 35-0228, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 8 and 37, to enumerate the duties and functions of the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, appropriating $500,000 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest and for other related purposes. Sponsored by Senators Kenneth L. Gittins, Franklin D. Johnson, and Marvin A. Blyden. Invited testifiers, Attorney Gordon Ray, Attorney General Nominee, Department of Justice, Attorney Marjorie Whalen, President, VI Bar Association, Attorney Julie Smith-Todman, Chief Public Defender, Office of the Public Defender, Attorney Delia Thomas, Inspector General, Office of the VI Inspector General, Regina D. Shabert Peterson, Esquire, Administrator of Courts, Judiciary of the Virgin Islands, Dr. Gwen Molinar, League of Women Voters. Bill number 35-0269, an act amending Title II, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, by adding a Section 10 providing a penalty for the commission of perjury in proceedings before the legislature of the Virgin Islands, sponsored by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Invited testifiers, Attorney Gordon Ray, Attorney General Nominee, Department of Justice, Dr. Gwen Molinar, League of Women Voters, Attorney Julie Smith-Todman, Chief Public Defender, Office of the Public Defender. Block 5. Bill number 35-0240, an act transferring the administration of the Government Insurance Fund from the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance to the Commissioner of Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and amending various sections of Title 24, VI Code, Chapter 11, to facilitate better recovery for injury or disease that arises out of and in the course of employment in the Virgin Islands under the Workers' Compensation Administration, and to ensure that workers entitled to workers' compensation benefits receive medical coverage, rehabilitation services, and disability compensation without undue delay by merging the benefits and payment components of the Workers' Compensation Insurance Program, sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0262, an act appropriating $1,434,950 in fiscal year 2024 from the Community Facilities Trust Fund for the pre-construction soft cost funding to prepare the Charlotte Amalie Harbor for dredging, sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. and Marvin A. Blyden by request of the Governor. Block 6, Bill number 035-0195, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Willard John for his many contributions to the youth and the culture of the Virgin Islands, sponsored by Senator Maurice C. James. Bill number 350239, an act honoring and commending Ms. Claire Lorraine Brown Roker for her dedicated service to the Virgin Islands community by naming the Visitor Center at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, the Claire L. Roker Visitor Center, sponsored by Senators Novell E. Francis, Jr., Javon E. James, Sr., and Angel L. Borges, Jr. Bill number 35-0242, a resolution honoring and commending Miguel Santos, Jr., a.k.a. DJ Poppy Pops, for his contributions in the field of music and in radio broadcasting of musical events and local social musical events, and specifically contributing to the art of DJing and the teaching of DJing, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Borges, Jr. Madam Chair, that's the end of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the reading of today's agenda. I'm always excited when I host committee meetings and vet impactful legislation. I just have to say, I can't wait till some of my bills come to this committee: vehicular repair program, fisheries, transshipment port, high school graduation plan. And I say that today because we have several great pieces of legislation on the agenda. Some amendments are needed, but I'm proud to be the chairperson of this committee who leads this committee and vet bills today. So in the essence of time, I would like to do some housekeeping before I have the Honorable Morris to read your testimony. I will ask you to please stand and take the oath. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this body will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? Great. Please be seated. So we could start with your reading. I would first ask that you make sure that your mic is working. You could just say your name into the record so we could just test your mic.
Good morning, Ernest E. Morris, Jr.
Great. The governor's nomination of Judge Ernest E. Morris, Jr., Judge Nominee for the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, District of St. Croix. You may proceed with your reading of your testimony.
Good morning, distinguished senators and legislative staff and members of the listening and viewing audience. Let me begin by thanking Governor Albert Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, and their administration for their confidence in me and for nominating me for the trial court bench. And thank you to the Legislature of the Virgin Islands for allowing me the opportunity to appear before you today. By way of introduction, my name is Ernest E. Morris, Jr. I am the son of retired Head Start teacher Shirley Morris and the late police officer Ernest Bones Morris. I was born and raised here on St. Croix and proudly grew up in Williams Delight. I attended Head Start in Williams Delight and kindergarten at the Evelyn M. Williams Kindergarten Center in Williams Delight. I then attended St. Patrick's School, where I graduated as valedictorian, and St. Joseph High School, where I also graduated as valedictorian. I then went on to study at Yale University, where I earned 2 Bachelor of Arts degrees, one in political science and one in Spanish. While at Yale, most notably, I was awarded the F. Wilder Bellamy Jr. Memorial Prize in my junior year for being one of the most outstanding members of my class. At graduation, I was also awarded the Silliman Cup Award for the senior who contributed most to the life of Silliman Residential College. I completed my education at Howard University School of Law, where I earned a Juris Doctor degree. While at Howard, most notably, I was selected for the prestigious Charles Hamilton Houston Moot Court team and was awarded the Cali Excellence for the Future Award for excellent achievement in the study of constitutional law. From the time of my admission to the Virgin Islands Bar in 2006, I was an active and contributing member of the Bar Association with service on the Scholarship Committee, the Public Education and the Law Committee, the Judiciary Committee, the Legislation and Law Reform Committee, the Young Lawyers Committee, the Bylaws Committee, the Awards and Memorials Committee, the Nominating Committee, the Ad Hoc Committee on Indigent Defense, and the Planning Committee for the 2014 Southern Conference of Bar Presidents meeting held on St. Thomas. I served as chairperson of the Moot Court Competition Planning Committee from 2012 to 2018. and from 2009 to 2019, I served continuously as a member of the Board of Governors and was twice elected both Secretary and Treasurer, and also served as President-elect, President, and immediate past President. I was awarded the Winston A. Hodge Award, the highest award presented by the Virgin Islands Bar Association by my colleagues at the Bar's 2017 annual meeting. Additionally, I volunteered as a member of the District Court of the Virgin Islands Outreach Committee. Before my appointment as Magistrate Judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands in 2019, I served as a judicial law clerk for the Honorable Edgar D. Ross and the Honorable Julio A. Brady at the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. I also served as appellate law clerk for the Honorable Maria M. Cabret at the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. Subsequently, I worked as an advocate for indigent defendants as a territorial public defender. I then worked as assistant legal counsel at the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, as corporate counsel for the Innovative and Via family of companies, and as manager of the Morris Legal Group. In my short stint in private practice, I served on both the District Court of the Virgin Islands CJA panel and the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands Indigent Defense panel. Subsequently, I also served as chief legal counsel of this fine institution. In November of 2023, I was reappointed by the judges of the Superior Court to a second four-year term as Magistrate Judge. I currently serve as the chairperson of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands Bench Bar Meeting Planning Committee, secretary of the Standing Committee on Indigent Appointments, and as a member of the Judicial Management Advisory Council and the Superior Court's Ad Hoc Committee on Jury Instructions. Additionally, I serve on the Judicial Council of the National Bar Association's Memorial, Good, and Welfare Committee. I am also co-chairperson of the Yale Class of 2000 25th Reunion Planning Committee. I'm a member of the Virgin Islands Bar Association, the District Court of the Virgin Islands Bar Association, the American Bar Association, the National Bar Association, the Bar Association of the Judicial Third Circuit, and the Bar Association of the Supreme Court of the United States. I am also a member of the American Judges Association and a lifetime member of the National Conference of Bar Presidents and a life fellow of the American Bar Foundation. I'm also passionate about contributing to the local community. Prior to taking the bench, I served for 4 years on the board of the St. Croix Landmark Society, and for several years on the St. Croix Committee and the Territorial Committee of the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands. Prior to taking the bench, I also proudly served as National Committee Man for the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands. For 20 years, I served as a recruiter for the Junior Statesman Summer School. For those who may not be familiar with JSA, the Junior Statesman Summer School has prepared high school students for responsible leadership in a democratic society since 1934, with month-long programs at top universities like Yale, Princeton, Stanford, and Georgetown. Preserving Virgin Islands culture is also very important to me. I've been a member of the St. Croix Heritage Dancers, the II Cultural Dancers, and I'm one of the founding members of the Widaya Cultural Dancers. I served as president of WDY's executive board for several years and also served the group in other leadership capacities. One of my greatest joys as a member of the Quadrille Group is teaching the traditional and official dance of the U.S. Virgin Islands to students in our public schools. I am committed to being the best jurist that I can be. In furtherance of that goal, I have participated in numerous judicial education courses offered by the National Judicial College. In 2022, I was admitted into the Master of Judicial Studies program through the National Judicial College and the University of Nevada at Reno. The Judicial Studies graduate degree program at the University of Nevada is uniquely positioned at the forefront of judicial education in our nation. I'm on track to complete the Master of Judicial Studies program later this year. As a magistrate judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, my docket includes a wide variety of matters. I preside over advice of rights and arraignment hearings in all criminal matters. I also preside over bench trials in misdemeanor criminal matters where the maximum penalty is less than 1 year of incarceration. Additionally, I handle small claims cases, evictions, domestic violence, stalking and harassment, traffic, litter, and probate cases. I also have the pleasure of conducting marriages. During my 4.5-year tenure, I have heard more than 546 domestic violence cases, 217 stalking and harassment cases, 297 eviction cases, 472 small claims cases, 118 litter cases, and 110 misdemeanor criminal cases. During that time, I've also closed more than 5,780 traffic cases and 305 probate cases. In addition to my assigned duties, I also voluntarily manage a mental health docket and conduct mediations. During my tenure, I mediated 66 cases at no cost to litigants, 29 visitation cases, 13 custody cases, 11 divorce cases, and 13 civil cases. In the 2023 report on the state of the judiciary, Chief Justice Hodge noted in fiscal year 2023, the clearance rate for the probate division of the Superior Court exceeded 100%, resulting in an aggregate 7% reduction in the number of open probate cases. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge my role in the significant reduction of probate cases. As of July 12, 2024, thus far in 2024, I'm proud to say that my clearance rate is not just more than 100%, it's not just more than 200%, it's 258%. If my appointment is confirmed, I intend to utilize my case management skills to help reduce the significant backlog of criminal and civil cases on the extensive docket that I will inherit. As a trial court judge, my responsibilities will shift to presiding over civil, jury, and non-jury matters, and criminal matters where the maximum penalty is 1 year of incarceration or more. My goal as a trial judge mirrors the overall goal of the judicial branch as expressed by Chief Justice Hodge in his 2023 State of the Judiciary Address, and that is not to do the bare minimum needed to meet my mandate, but to achieve excellence in every aspect. As also noted in the report, the Superior Court adopted a differentiated case management system in 2013, which includes aspirational deadlines for case disposition. The judicial branch is now in the process of reassessing all case classifications and deadlines to develop a new differentiated system. I believe that stricter monitoring of and adherence to the deadlines that already exist, and as they will be updated, will assist me and my colleagues in reducing and eventually eliminating the backlog of cases. I hope that we'll also give consideration to differentiating the case types to which each judge is assigned. From my perspective, until we dedicate resources specifically to the civil division, like we've done for the civil matters that involve complex litigation, it will be very difficult for us to reduce the backlog of civil cases. In my early years of practice, I was fortunate enough to observe the skillful manner in which the Honorable Edgar D. Ross moved his cases. He took great pride in always having the highest disposition rate amongst his colleagues. Many referred to his docket as the rocket docket. My intention, if my nomination is confirmed, is to bring back the rocket docket. It's often said that justice delayed is justice denied. If confirmed, I will strive to eliminate unnecessary and unjustified delays in the administration of justice. Finally, Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor once described a judge's task in words that are simple and direct. Be independent, be fair, venture to be wise. I promise that if my appointment is confirmed, I will continue to strive to do all three. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks again to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I look forward to answering any questions that you may have, as long as they're questions to which my ethical and professional responsibilities permit me to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Ernest E. Morris, Jr., for your testimony provided to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. At this time, I would like to ask Madam Clerk to please mark Senator Franklin Johnson as present. I just wanted to again acknowledge I have a non-committee member in the well in St. Thomas, Senator Blyden, welcome. Vice Chair Potter and Senator Joseph in St. Thomas. Colleagues, the order of the line of questioning would start with the first on the scene was Senator Marvin Blyden, even though non-committee member. Senator Milton Potter, Senator Carla Joseph, third, Senator Johnson, fourth. You may proceed with your point of personal privilege.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure the Honorable Judge know I didn't deliberately come to his hearing late. I had a little edge today. You couldn't give me a fine. But I definitely wanted to pay my respect to Ms. Paulette Smith-Hodge. Today was a celebration of her life, someone who did a lot of work in this community in law enforcement. So I wanted to pay my respect and reach out to the family and then come to work. So I ran and did that. So I definitely wanted to hear your entire testimony and go along with you. But as we go along, I would say straight out that you have my support, but we have some good questions for you this morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for that. I would also like to extend my condolences to the Hodge family. When we have individuals who have actually served this community and served well, I wished too I could have attended that service, but I have the work of the people also to do. So I think some of my colleagues went to that funeral. So I extend my condolences. Because the essence of time, I'm not going to ask many questions because your testimony that you provided today, there's no doubt that you are qualified for this job. But when individuals come before this committee for nominee in this role, one of the questions I like to ask is, what three characteristics would you say that you obtain that would make a good judge?
Well, one characteristic that I've always had is that I'm very, some people say anal, but my uncle taught me way back when that the better way to say it is that I'm very meticulous. I'm very organized, and that helps me in everything that I do. I've learned from the court staff that those who appear before me say two things about me. I'm firm, but I'm fair. And so those are the three things I would use to describe myself.
Great. And then you have knowledge of the law. You forget that one. What also makes a good judge? Being impartial, being fair, knowledge of the law, and I think you obtain those qualities. Colleagues, we have a long agenda today, and I don't want to cut this committee short of asking the line of questioning. So I will begin with Senator Blyden. You may proceed with 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I don't believe I need 6 minutes, but nonetheless, thank you. Good morning to the listening and viewing audiences. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to staff, central staff, and good morning, Honorable Morris. And thank you so much for your testimony. I must say, based on the documents I see in front of me, and I know that your education and experience has brought you this far, and definitely, I'm not on this committee, but I will be voting when it comes to the full body for this nomination. I must say, of course, you're from the public housing community, Williams Delight in St. Croix. You have the valedictorian of your class, St. Joseph School, where you attended. You also attended St. Patrick's School, where you graduated from, I must say. You attended Howard University. Your experience, as I stated, is commendable, to include being a magistrate judge, the chief legal counsel here at the legislature. I enjoyed the little time you spent here with us, working with you and working on our behalf, managing attorney of your own business. And I must say that as a public defender, you did some great work there also. Let me ask you though, when it comes to being a judge, what's most enjoyable, or what's your most enjoyable experience as you go to work every day in carrying out justice with your job? What's your most enjoyable experience? What do you enjoy the most?
Well, right now as a magistrate judge, one of the things that I have the pleasure of doing just about every week is conducting marriages and seeing some of the happiness in people's lives when they come to the court, which oftentimes when people come to the court, it's because it's a bad thing. So seeing them come for a good reason and being able to conduct marriages and be a part of their love and their joy, that's very pleasurable for me.
Oh, very well. And let me turn that around now for your worst experiences, for instance, when you see individuals who you know you grew up with or who you saw, and you know they had great potentials, but they slipped along the way somewhere. How do you deal with those type of cases, and how do you cope with that as you go home and reminisce about those type of experiences?
Well, if there are people that I know that I'm very familiar with, then there won't be cases that I will hear. I would have to recuse myself from consideration of cases. But there are folks who come before the court, and regardless of whether or not I know them, they have difficult situations. So I just try to be as fair as I can in every situation. And thus far, I haven't had any trouble sleeping at night.
Very well. Let's speak to caseloads, because we have a lot of cases here, and caseload is very heavy, and it has been a bone of contention for many years. And you spoke to seeing what you can do to assist in bringing on that caseload. Can you expand on that for me, please?
Well, I think that I've had very much success in assisting in bringing down the caseload in the probate division, which is under the jurisdiction of the magistrate court. And so I just plan to use that same experience in managing a docket to manage the criminal and civil cases that will come before me, so that I can try to expedite them as much as possible. One of the ways that I've been able to reduce the probate backlog is by paying very close attention to each case and keeping the attorneys on task in moving the case forward. And in civil and criminal cases, I would intend to do the same. And I think that will suffice to assist in moving the cases. The other thing that I suggested was differentiating the case types that are assigned to judges. And this is just my own personal suggestion. I think that we can give better attention to a specific type of case if we can focus on those specific types of cases. For instance, simply separating those cases that are assigned to judges between civil and criminal cases.
Okay, I'd like to go a step further though, since you brought it up, probate cases. That is a very, very difficult issue here in the territory when it comes to probate and individuals not being able to basically deal with their
1 minute.
properties because of poor planning or no planning or sudden death, etc. Can you speak briefly in terms of what can be done to the individuals out there to avoid being in that situation when it comes to probate cases? Please, can you speak to that briefly before my time is?
Sure. One of the things that we don't do well enough in our community is estate planning. We just die and we never have a plan for what's going to happen with the things that we have when we go. And if you do proper estate planning, there may not be need for probate if you have a trust, so that your assets are in the trust and the trustee can distribute them without coming to the court for permission. But that being said, it costs money to prepare a trust or even a will. And so it's important that the courts are able to go through the probate process in an efficient manner. And
Time.
I think that the best way to do that, or the way it moves most efficiently, is if the judge pays very close attention to those matters before them and prompts the attorneys when filings are necessary and holds them firm to deadlines.
Very well, and I would like to add to that, it's worth the investment in terms of assuring that you do prepare a will and or a trust or any other means to avoid having your case go to the courts in terms of probate. Again, thank you so much, Judge Morris, and definitely you got my support, and I want to thank you again for your response, and I want to thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, for your line of questioning. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
I definitely wanted to weigh in on this because I need to ask the judge to clarify something in regards to a will and a trust. And some people believe when you do a will, you don't go through a probate. And I want you to expand a little bit on that as far as a will, because people think a will, you don't go through that probate. And people need to understand a will still goes through that probate. So you're the expert here, so I want you to expand a little bit on that for me, please.
You're exactly correct, Senator. When you make a will, that just means that that's the way you wish for your assets to be distributed. It still has to go to the court and go through the probate process for the assets to be distributed in accordance with the will. So if you make a will, you still have to go through probate. If you have a trust, then the assets are already in the trust, so they become part of the trust rather than part of your estate, and the trustee can distribute those assets without necessarily coming to the court for permission. You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Yes, that is a big issue here in the Virgin Islands with probates, understanding the difference between probates and trusts. So I always encourage individuals to go on the side of trust. They say, oh, that costs more money. I don't know, but in the Virgin Islands, it could take years, as I've seen, for probate issues to be resolved. You mentioned in your testimony, which was quite impressive, and I like when someone can toot their horn. You mentioned about the cases during your tenure, and it's good when you could go someplace and you leave a mark, you look back and just feel good about self. So if you were to do one thing to leave a legacy in the Virgin Islands court system, what would it be?
I think I've already done it. And that's with regards to the probate. As your colleagues and you have mentioned, it's frustrating when you have probates that last for so many years and it's just difficult with the backlog of cases, but together with my colleagues, we've been working really hard on moving the probate cases, and I think definitely, for my part, I've been successful in doing that.
Okay. Does each magistrate judge have a law clerk?
Yes, each magistrate judge has one law clerk. I think that we would be much better equipped to handle the heavy caseload of probate cases if, like Superior Court judges, the magistrate judges were given 2 law clerks.
Okay. Senator Potter, you may proceed with 6 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, Judge Morris, and I want to thank you very much for your continued willingness to serve the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I wanted to ask you, right out of the gate, your thoughts on bail, how bail is utilized, how bail is imposed here in the territory. And I know that from time to time, as lay people, we look on the news, we hear about the heinous crime that took place, and from time to time, you see the bail that seems to be a very low bail when compared to the significance of the crime that the person has been accused of and the apparent continued potential danger to the community. What are your thoughts about bail, how bail is utilized, how bail should be imposed? Just to get your feedback on that.
Sure, and I thank you for the question because, like you said, there's a large misunderstanding of the way the system works in the community, and sometimes that's unfortunately perpetuated by the media, who also doesn't understand how the system works. But when a person appears before the court in their first appearance for their advice of rights and their bail hearing, in our American system of justice, they are innocent until proven guilty. Advice of rights in a bail hearing is not the stage where people who commit crimes are punished. And certainly we want to make sure that people who are dangerous are kept off the streets, or people who may be a flight risk, but those are the two main considerations that a court has to take into consideration when determining appropriate conditions for the release of a defendant. The Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands has addressed this issue several times, and it really goes back to the Revised Organic Act of 1954. It provides that all persons shall, not might, but shall be bailable by sufficient sureties in the case of criminal offenses, except for first-degree murder or any capital offense when the proof is evident and the presumption is great. In their most recent case, the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands held that Congress intended to limit the occurrences of pretrial detention to certain circumstances, generally those involving the most egregious crimes. More succinctly, Congress did not anticipate or intend for defendants to be incarcerated for indefinite terms prior to trial unless it was convincingly found that no other condition or set of conditions would reasonably ensure community safety. I say all that to say that it's a magistrate's duty at the release hearing to set release conditions. The magistrate's duty is not to keep people in jail, but to set appropriate conditions to ensure that that person is released, but at the same time is no further danger to the community, and that they're not a flight risk, so that they appear in court whenever they're supposed to. And my colleagues and I, as magistrates, strive very diligently to do that. The only time where we are really permitted to detain a person pre-trial is when they are accused of the crime of murder. And even in that circumstance, the people of the Virgin Islands must move for their detention. In more than 4.5 years as a magistrate judge, I haven't seen that happen one time. And so we all have our duties to take care of. I live in this community just like everyone else who lives in this community, and so I'm concerned about the crime in the community as well. But I have a job to do, and I do it in accordance with the law.
Thank you for your response. Thank you very much for your response. I wanted to get a sense of a day in the life of a judge. And when a judge gets a case that is complex, you know, it's a complicated case that's outside the scope of your, I guess, complicated legal issues that may be outside of the scope of your direct experience. How does a judge approach something like that, a controversial, complicated case? Is there a level of anxiety? I mean, how do you approach that?
Well, there are resources that judges have.
1 minute.
The number one resource being each other. And so it's not uncommon for a judge to not necessarily discuss the specifics of a case with another judge, but the legal aspects, and work together to come to the correct legal decision in very complex matters. And judges are also kind of smart, so we're smart enough to hire people that are smarter than us to work as law clerks. And so they do an intense amount of research and provide us with the information that we need so that we can decide every case. It's our charge to be able to decide every case, and we work hard to make sure that we do so, and we do so in a way that's in accordance with the law and with the proper knowledge of what's going on.
I appreciate your response. My final question to you, Judge. What do you believe are the most pressing legal issues facing the U.S. Virgin Islands today?
Time.
And how do you see the role of the Superior Court in addressing these issues?
The most pressing issue, as I see it, is the backlog of cases. As I said in my introduction, it's often said that justice delayed is justice denied. And the Superior Court is working diligently towards moving cases more efficiently. And I think with the update of the differentiated case system and with my colleagues and I paying closer attention to sticking to those deadlines, that we can adjudicate cases more quickly and efficiently. It's also going to mean that attorneys have to be ready to move forward with their cases, so everybody has to do their part in order for the system to work.
Thank you very much, Judge Morris. I think that your background, your training, your experience, and your community-mindedness, I believe, make you uniquely suited to serve in the capacity of a Superior Court judge. And at the appropriate time, my vote will be in the affirmative to confirm you to that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter, Vice Chair of Rules and Judiciary. Judge, I am happy that you provided the magistrate judge duties. And I say that because you have to understand your job, and you clearly understand your responsibility as a magistrate judge, and now going for a higher judgeship, if I may say, that you understand your roles. So you are familiar with a lot of VI codes, and I am asking you today, as the rules chair, as I mentioned in my opening, also that we are having a symposium to revise the VI code, because I could say from back when 1954, 1957, there are a lot of VI codes that need to be amended. Would you say that in position as a judge, based on since the beginning of time legislation has impacted the court system, where it's you want to make a decision based on now how times are, but because of this legislation, it hinders decisions? Would you say there's a need? And have you been in that position where legislation, as I mentioned, from since the beginning of time still exists? How does this impact the courts?
Well, I think those who have to charge in the criminal cases are very familiar with those statutes that may really be unconstitutional, that still exist on the books, and so they don't charge them, which is good, but at the same time, it doesn't relieve us of the responsibility to update the code and make changes where necessary. And there are some charges that, or some offenses that are really not clear in the way they're delineated in the Virgin Islands Code. And so I think the initiative that the legislature is taking is a very important one and hopefully will actually lead to some good code revision.
Thank you. Thank you. I listened to the code reviser. That's why it's happening. Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed with your 6 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good morning to everyone and the people of the Virgin Islands, my colleagues. I want to first begin by commending you, Judge Morris, for stepping up to the plate once again and to rise to a higher level in our judicial branch as a judge of the Superior Court. I want to really, reminisce on your time served with me as a delegate to the Democratic National Convention. This was in 2019. And also I appeared in person, I believe it's your investiture ceremony, as a magistrate judge. I also want to commend you because you grew up in public housing, Williams Delight. Your mother served as a commissioner on the board for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. She invested in your future, and we all invested in your future in some way or form. And when I say all, maybe our parents with taxes and all of those things. And you stayed here in the Virgin Islands to give back. That is commendable, especially with your level of education and experience. And so those are the reasons I want to commend you, but I'm not going to be easy with you with the questioning. So I want to begin my questioning, and most of it is going to surround your judicial philosophy and how you are going to be able to impart justice fairly for the people of the Virgin Islands and also those who are defendants. And so I will begin by asking you, first of all, why do you want to be a Superior Court judge? That's the first thing I want to understand from you.
Well, I feel like I have more to contribute. I love the job that I have now as a magistrate judge. But I think that I can contribute to the court in another capacity as Superior Court judge, and that doing things like bringing back the rocket docket will help increase the court's efficiency as well as the people of the Virgin Islands' confidence in the courts.
Good. That's a good response. You have to be able to love it and like it, so it could get you up. Now, describe for us your character, how you would characterize your judicial philosophy.
Well, I don't know necessarily that I have a judicial philosophy other than to be fair. I go by what the law says, and I try to be fair to all the litigants who appear before me, and that seems to have served me well thus far.
Okay. Now, tell us, are you aware that there is a living constitution? There's a theory of living constitution. And is there any conflict between that theory of living constitution and the doctrine of judicial restraint?
And so I personally like to think of the Constitution as a living and breathing document. I think if we didn't think of it that way, then people of color would still be 1/8 or not even a full person. And so we have to read the Constitution, in my opinion, with regards to the times that we're in now. The framers had no idea of the technology that we would have at this time, and if we kept to just the original intent all the time, then it would not apply to some of these situations. And the Constitution is one of the hardest documents to change. That's why we only have 20-some amendments. So in short, I believe the Constitution is a living document, and we have to apply it as it applies to the situation before us.
Okay, very good answer. But would you practice any type of judicial restraint and refrain from injecting your own philosophy in interpreting the laws?
Well, absolutely. I don't think that personal philosophy has a place in the interpretation of the law. You just interpret the law. What your political philosophy is should have nothing to do with the way that you interpret the law. I don't like the way that the media portrays judges, particularly Supreme Court justices, as a Trump judge or an Obama judge. They're no such thing. They're just judges. And they do their job in interpreting the law. They may not do it all the same way because reasonable minds can differ, but their job is to interpret the law, and that's what they do, and that's what I will do.
Thank you so kindly. I have one more question before my time runs up. What is your definition of natural law, and do you believe there is any room for using natural law in interpreting the Constitution or statutes?
Well, as I understand it, natural law kind of defines itself. You know, it's what you would naturally think the law should be or how the law should apply. And in some cases that's right, in some cases it's not. But that's why we have legal precedent, which we have to follow or should follow, unless there is sufficient justified reason to make change. But we follow the precedent that we have, and we change as change becomes necessary.
Thank you so much, Judge Morris. I really appreciate your answers, your candid answers, and know that I will be voting in the affirmative for your nomination today based on those answers. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph, and thank you for your line of questioning. Now we will go to Senator Franklin Johnson. You may proceed with 6 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I don't have a lot of questions for you, but I got some. But before I even start, I wanted to introduce one of my intern and introduce her to the people of this territory. Miss Faith Ledesma, come forward and let the people know who you are.
Good morning, Senator, staff, and distinguished guests. I work for the office of the Honorable Senator Franklin D. Johnson. My name is Faith Ledesma. I am 15 years old. I am in 10th grade at the St. Croix Educational Complex High School. In high school, I am currently taking an ABIT class, which stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. This class sees students like me see college as a goal and something to work towards. For this class, every school year, 10th graders like myself are able to go on a 1-week college tour to see which colleges that were picked could best fit them. I was also part of a Close-Up Foundation. This foundation is a nonprofit organization that believes in strong democracy, requires informed participations. For this foundation, I was able to go to Washington, D.C. and meet others who wanted to make a change in their environments and communities by speaking on problems and finding solutions. When I graduate, I would like to go to college to earn an Associate of Science or Bachelor's of Science in Nursing to be able to become a midwife or travel nurse to help others. My experience so far working for Senator Franklin D. Johnson is an amazing experience in my opinion. This is an opportunity to learn how to format my resume, learn how to do my signature, remember my social security number by heart, banking, graphic designing, and so much more.
Thank you. You won't believe how much it takes together to do that, but you did well. You did great. We have students working here, and we always try to present them and give them this opportunity to talk publicly out there because that's something that they're not given the opportunity. So I don't take nothing from you. I think you're very credible and prepared to do your job. So now let's do some business. It's quite often you don't get to question a judge, so you take advantage of it. You keep using rocket docket. Would that be something similar to a speedy trial?
In essence, yes. There's not necessarily set disposition rates. But I did also mention the differentiated case management system, which does have disposition rates. And I think that if we stuck to those disposition rates or tried our best to do that, then we would all have a rocket docket.
Okay. And I listened to you speak about the Supreme Court, how the media does a kind of label them. We don't get some blows in here, but you guys get more blows where you're at.
And we don't get to respond.
Exactly. But I appreciate some of what you shared here today, because sometimes people think that you're not managed by a guideline and by laws, that you could do what you want as you please, and that's not the case. Am I correct to say that?
That's absolutely correct. Even in terms of bail, we have a bail chart that prescribes what, for an offense, what the amount of bail should be, and we try to stick to that chart so that we make sure that it's applied equally to everyone. And most states are moving away from cash bail because it becomes unfair to people who simply can't afford to pay bail.
Okay.
And so that's why we try to set reasonable conditions, sometimes including money, but not all dependent on the money.
In your testimony, you spoke about you being a member of the Judiciary Committee, Legislation and Law Reform Committee, the Young Lawyers Committee, and third, the Moot Court Committee. How do you feel about us creating a law school program to the University of Virgin Islands? What is your take on that?
Back when I served on the Board of Governors, that was an idea that we did consider. In fact, it's part, or it was, at least back then, part of the strategic plan of the Virgin Islands Bar Association. At the time, the University of the Virgin Islands had just implemented its medical program, so it was not a good time to try to start another program simultaneously. But hopefully that's something that we can do as the years progress, because we're running into a time where we don't have very many local lawyers, locally bred, those who live here. And I think it's important for every community to have locals contributing to the legal system.
I appreciate that. So you would support such initiative as us?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then in your testimony again, you talk about, from your perspective, until we dedicate resources specifically to the civil division, like we have done for
1 minute.
For civil matters that involve complex litigation, it will be very difficult for us to reduce the backlog of civil case. What type of resource we talking besides financial? Because I know it comes with money. So what else, besides that financial part of it, what does the court actually need for us to tap into this to make sure that people get their fair share in a timely manner, more or less?
We happen to be in the institution that controls the money, so I would be remiss if I didn't say we need more money. Every year, our budget submission is reduced significantly, and that affects the administration of justice. But my specific thought in my testimony is that we need to give direct attention and almost solo attention to civil cases. Right now, the judges carry dockets that have both civil and criminal cases on them. And of course, because of constitutional mandates, the criminal trials are always going to happen first. And so we need to have resources dedicated to moving those civil cases separately from the criminal cases.
Madam Chair, may I wrap up with a follow-up on this?
Yes, you may proceed.
And you're saying you're not talking about having more judges, at least to assign to these cases, because as you say, once it comes criminal and civil, the criminal is always going to move first. So the civil pushes behind. And that's what I said with resource, besides financial resources, and kind of put my foot in my mouth when I talk about that, right? But are you saying that we should have some more judges, at least to assign specifically to handle these matters?
I think that would always be helpful, but that comes down to money as well. If you appoint more judges, you have to pay more people, including their staff, to get more work done. I think that's a great idea, but I also think that there are mechanisms that we can use with what we have to do more and to do better.
And one of your statements, this is it right here, Madam Chair, may I?
You may proceed.
You spoke about, for the time that you've been serving, you have yet to see the people move for detention, something like to that nature. And right. I want you to kind of let people know who are the people, because people are kind of confused in the language. I understand who is the people. But you say you have never seen the people move for detention of someone?
In more than 4.5 years now, the people being the government of the Virgin Islands or the Attorney General's office who prosecutes cases, it's their responsibility, if they believe the circumstances merited to move for a person who is charged with murder to be detained pre-trial. Now, that's not to say that these people don't end up being detained, but not by motion of the people.
Thank you very much for that, because a lot of times people only hear what it's in the newspaper, what the media wrote, but doesn't understand the whole dynamics of the law. And I guess we need to start doing a lot more media and explaining the law to people, and some folks, and like some of your colleagues that's sitting back there that can go on the radio and the airwaves and kind of give some information out there, because it's very real. A lot of folks in our community doesn't understand the law, and the judges get blamed a lot of time when someone get loose out on bail, and it's a little unfair. I understand. I work in the criminal system, I work in the courts, and I understand this process a good bit. So I thank you for your willingness to solve. You have my support. I'm quite sure you're going to be a good judge. All right? Wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson, for your important questions that you asked today. Some of us have strengths of what we bring here. You know, for me, it's environmental, it's human services. I did say I walk all over the place, but it helps when you're on this floor and you're able to ask questions because you've been in the trenches, you understand the challenges. One thing that I wanted to ask, because I have a piece of legislation which is called it's called PERT, the Psychiatric Evaluation Response Team. And when I think about this legislation, it's just a specialized trained unit of individuals responding to when 988 is called, 911 is called. So I'm here thinking, how does the court address individuals that come to your court with behavioral challenges? How do you work through those challenges of dealing with these people?
Well, in my testimony, I mentioned that I manage a mental health docket. It's not officially a mental health docket, but what my colleague and I do, at least here on St. Croix, is that when we have individuals who we know or suspect from the very beginning when they're arrested that they may have mental health or other issues, we will, instead of passing those cases up, having those folks arraigned who may not even understand the arraignment process, and sending them before a judge who has to then deal with those cases, and there are thousands of other cases. We keep those cases in the Magistrate division, and we work very hard to make sure that the Department of Justice and the Department of Health, specifically the Division of Behavioral Health and Drug Dependency Services, that they evaluate those defendants and provide them with any treatment that becomes necessary. And the behavioral health statute, as it's written now, gives us a little more guidance as to how to do that, and it also ensures that we don't keep them in the criminal justice system forever, that after a year's time, based on how they're evaluated, if they can't get to a point where they're not a danger to themselves or their community and can take care of themselves and maintain that, then they can be transferred to the family division where they can continue supervision, but not in the criminal system.
Is there like trainings that the staff also goes through to make sure that they're equipped to deal with these individuals?
There are some trainings. I know the court just had a kind of family court training, not just for judges and court staff, but it was open to the public. And there are trainings that we do send staff away to. But of course, you know, with resources, we can only do so much.
Right, thank you. Colleagues, this concludes our first round of questioning. I don't know if any of my colleagues have any additional questions. I would allow you 2 minutes. I think I see Senator Carla Joseph hand being raised on St. Thomas. Is that correct? Senator?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed, 2 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. I My question is just one very critical question that I have. How would you handle a situation, Judge Morris, in which you became aware of a misconduct of one of your fellow judges?
Well, misconduct of a judge is the same as misconduct of an attorney. We have a professional responsibility and ethical duty to report any misconduct. Otherwise, it threatens our ability to practice as well. And so if I encounter that situation, I'm going to report the person.
Thank you so much. That is the answer I was looking for. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Potter, any additional questions?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay.
I think I'm good.
Well, Senator Johnson, you may proceed. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You mentioned a high clearance rate in probate case. What specific strategy did you use to apply to these broader criminal and civil cases that are on backlog? What would you use? Because you mentioned about the high rate of the probate. So based on those strategies, what strategies would you be able to use to deal with the criminal and civil to try and pick up a lot of that backlog?
I think organization is key. Paying keen attention to what cases are pending, what motions are pending, and working to resolve those that can be resolved easily as quickly as possible so that you can spend the time necessary on the more complex motions and pleadings. But I think just that organization and keeping a close eye on everything and holding the attorneys firm to deadlines is important in moving the cases further.
Now, as a public defendant, how do you plan to ensure that the rights of indigent defendants are adequately protected in your courtroom?
Well, as a magistrate judge, I do that every day. Indigent or not, everybody's treated fairly. But for an indigent defendant, that just means that they don't have the financial resources to afford their own attorney. But the court provides them with either a public defender, or now we have the Office of Conflict Counsel, and if we have multiple defendants, we may have to assign cases to individual members of the Bar Association or to the Indigent Defense Panel. But the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands is taking all the necessary steps to make sure that every person who is charged with a crime has appropriate, adequate, zealous representation.
And I'm going to wrap up with this question because we spoke about the backlog, and I want to hear from you. Do you think each of the judges have sufficient law clerks to assist you? Because a lot of people might not again understand that these law clerks help the process, help you guys to get your work moving, and at the same time tell me how much law clerk each judge is appointed or assigned to them, and if getting more law clerk to each judge would help this process.
I think it would definitely help. I mean, it's again a resources issue. If you hire more law clerks, you have to pay more people, and you have to have more space to house them. But I think the more law clerks you have, the more work the judge can definitely do. I think it would be a help.
And how much law clerk is assigned to each judge?
The magistrates are each assigned one law clerk, and the judges are assigned two.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Colleagues, at this time, this concludes our line of questioning. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary stands in recess. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. At this time, do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Johnson.
Madam Chair, I move the governor nomination of Judge Ernest E. Morris Jr., Judge Nominee to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands St. Croix District, be voted on favorably in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Did I hear a second on St. Thomas?
Yes, second.
Motion properly made by Senator Franklin Johnson and seconded by Senator Potter and Senator Carla Joseph. Madam Clerk, roll call on the nomination.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins absent, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James absent, Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yea, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator
Yes, yes, and a yes.
Senator Joseph, yea, Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nomination of Judge Ernest E. Morris, Jr., Judge Nominee, Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, District of St. Croix, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. I want to say thank you and congratulations. You've passed the major hurdle of the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. As you know, this would be forwarded to the full body. There will be session on Monday, and then you more than likely gonna have a favorable vote. I just have to say that because I know you personally, and I believe in your work and your integrity. That goes a long way. And that is one of the characteristics that I know that you hold all the time. And I just want you to be fair, to be independent, and work hard for the people of the Virgin Islands. So at this time, colleagues will take a quick recess and we'll go. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even give you the opportunity to say a few words.
I know that you have a full
Yes.
agenda today, so I'll be very quick. Just want to thank the governor again and the lieutenant governor and the administration for the nomination. Thank this committee for your favorable consideration. I want to thank the staff, court staff that's here to support me today and family who's here to support me today. And especially thank those who work closely with me to make sure that I can do my job well. My secretary, Janice Morales, my marshal, Brian Brown, my law clerk, Enrique Sebastian, and my former law clerk, Richard Prendergast, and just thanks to everyone. I will definitely do my best to continue to serve the people of the Virgin Islands well.
Thank you. And I just want to recognize all the people who came on your behalf today. It shows that they are behind you 100%. Your family, your friends, your quadrille partner. Listen, I don't want to see he turn up on the floor. And I guess that's where you get your stress out. So the Honorable, that's why I call him. Thank you, and thank you for your willingness to serve. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is here in recess. of Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. At this time, I would like to acknowledge non-committee member, Senator Fonseca. Welcome. Madam Clerk, if you can mark Senator Maurice James as present. And Senator, you asked for a point of personal privilege. You may proceed.
Good morning, Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, everyone. I was late due to the funeral of my classmate, Grace Mercer's mom, Paulette Smith Hodge. And so I want to extend my condolences to the entire family circle. I also want to congratulate Judge Morris. I missed his testimony and the vote, but I want to say this. A lot of times people say that they are the proud product of the public school system, but rarely do you hear people say that they are the proud product of the public housing system. And he is, and so am I. And last week, I saw when the HUD, the Office of Head Start director was surprised when Senate President Novel Francis said that he attended Head Start in Ralph D. Chabot. So I want people to understand that if you went to public school, you receive public assistance. Just like if you resided in a public housing, you also receive public assistance. There's nothing wrong with it. That's why our government is established the way it is. So thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator James. At this time, we are in Block 2, and we will hear from the governor's nomination, Mr. Harith Wickrema, nominee for the Virgin Islands Conservation District for the island of St. John. Before we would proceed, Mr. Wickrema, if you would please stand and take the oath and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? Did I hear I will?
Yes.
Yes, good. You may be seated. Thank you. You may be seated. So, Mr. Wickrema, if you would please check your mic by saying your name so we can do a mic check.
Hello.
Your name, please.
Harith Wickrema.
Okay. Colleagues, can you hear? Yes? Okay. At this time, Mr.
Wickrema.
Okay, great. At this time, you may proceed by reading your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable senators. Good morning. And my name is Harith Wickrema. I'm currently the volunteer president of Island Green Living Association, a nonprofit organization dedicated to expanding sustainability and food security in the territory and beyond. First, I would like to thank you, Senator Capehart, for the time she graciously spent on the phone with me yesterday in preparation for this hearing. Your insights are extremely valuable and very much appreciated. The first time that I've come here many times, the first time that has happened, and thank you very much for that, Senator.
You're welcome.
I'm honored to have been nominated by the governor to serve on the board of the Virgin Islands Conservation District, and I embrace the prospect of being part of efforts to revitalize the role of this important entity that can serve the people of the territory. As those who know me can attest, I have been advocating for the conservation and protection of territory's natural resources since my arrival here in 2008. And indeed, my dedication to sustainability and environmental responsibility spans my entire life, going back to my school days and throughout my career. I fell in love with St. John and the USVI while visiting in my capacity as the president of Harith Productions, my event management company that decided to put roots down here. I have served on the board of the Island Green Living on a voluntary basis since 2013 and as the board president for the last 8 years. The organization's conservation accomplishments over its 20-year history can make anyone proud. We support sustainable resource management on St. John, creating green jobs with benefits and living with a living wage. I use the word resource versus waste because one of the things that is very near and dear to my heart is changing the way people view trash. So much of it is a resource and that has a value. Our programs include ocean-bound plastic, aluminum collection and recycling, and the Resource Depot Reuse Store, which provides a clearinghouse for donated building material, household material, etc. And we have kept away from them going to the landfill. Our efforts to date have extended the productive life cycle of more than 3.6 million aluminum cans and 90,000 pounds of ocean-bound plastic. And we are getting very close to nearly 1 million pounds being diverted from the landfill due to our resource depot. What's more, we have been strong advocates of expanding our source separation and recycling across the territory. In fact, I served on the governor's recycling task force under Governor Mapp as the chairman of that group. Additionally, the organization supports food security, clean energy, community education, and green advocacy, including successful effort to ban toxic sunscreen to protect our coral, marine life, and human health, plastic bags, and plastic straws. Recently, we held an informative Planet versus Plastic community focused on plastic pollution crisis, health and environmental dangers, and viable solutions at which the committee vice chair, Senator Milton Potter, here today, took part. We have also held composting demos and forums and partners in Share the Sun Solar Energy Affordability Program, along with WICS and Rotary East and other nonprofits. The key that Island Green has been advocating and myself is collaboration. Work with all other nonprofits together. Together, we'll have more strength and we'll get better results at less cost. I'm humbled to have been received the EPA Environmental Champion Award in 2017, and Island Green was honored with a Commitment to Action citation by the Clinton Global Initiative Foundation in 2020, and in a Clinton Group Initiative Island Innovation Sustainable Company of the Year Award in 2022, and the Guide Star Gold Seal in 2023. Highlighting my commitment to food security, I served on the governor's agricultural plan task force that was legislated by Donna Fred Gregory, and which was charged with developing an agricultural plan to increase food sovereignty in the territory. And now I'm on the local Food and Farm Council, responsible for overseeing its implementation. The key to this is the thoughtful and responsible management of natural resources for the benefit of agricultural community. I look forward to being part of the effort to strengthen the vital endeavors and collaborate with other entities and agencies to see its fruition. That is Food and Farm Council, chaired by Dr. Hall and Dr. Louis Peterson, whose knowledge has been incredible And greening education is one of our major focus that I'm involved in. It's my pleasure to share that the Commissioner of Education and Dr. Renee Charlesville, the Deputy Commissioner, have hired a Director of Sustainability, Sydney Meadows, and I'm sure you'll hear from her some her contribution going forward with the school district. Our green and brown debris is definitely not waste. It is a valuable resource that can be returned to nourish and enrich our soil through composting. Our farmers and agriculture sector are in desperate need of compost, and the people of territory are desperate in need for our farmers' success. 94% of our food is imported. After the hurricane and during the pandemic, we had many of our grocery shelves were empty. Why? Because of logistics of shipping containers arriving here. If we are able to grow, it could be a pandemic and with no logistical challenges or major challenges, we should be able to get back to the reputation, the breadbasket of the Caribbean, U.S. Virgin Islands. I'm gratified to have been part of the Ban the Burn movement following the 2017 hurricane, which successfully prevented the burning of vegetative debris brought down by the storms. In my capacity as a volunteer VI Waste Management Authority Chairman, which I held from January 2016 to March 2018, I helped develop the debris management plan by bringing in experts from around the country that call for chipping and composting of those resources. The ban contributed to the territory's excellent air quality, among only 3 places in the world meeting the WHO's clean air standards. Unfortunately, however, crucial elements of the Act 8018, which included mandate to start chipping and composting material, was not followed. Because a fire at the green debris area of the Bavoni landfill last year took weeks and $1 million to extinguish. The smoke put some of our most vulnerable community members, including children and seniors, at risk and forced businesses and schools to close. This air pollution was due directly to a lack of proper natural resource management and waste management. As a result, waste management has stopped accepting vegetative debris. This forces people to dump green waste at times with household trash to avoid 2 trips, which causes stormwater runoff, especially toxic during heavy rains. This is not sustainable, which also means it affects our marine life. We need to get serious about putting this natural resource to good use through a territory-wide composting program. 60% of our waste has been determined to be compostable. About 18 to 19% is recyclable. If we do what we should be doing, our landfill will only get less than 21% of our waste or resource that's been generated. Prior to my move to the territory, I was a faculty member at Temple University in Philadelphia and introduced the school's first sustainable event management tourism curriculum while managing the production company. I have been a staunch advocate for sustainability throughout my career with multiple awards, including the Greenest Planner Award, International Event Planner of the Year Award, along with more than 80 other awards and nominations. As chairman of the Society of Incentive Travel site, Crystal Awards Committee, I implemented sustainability as a key component in measuring and rewarding success in the incentive travel industry. I'm deeply passionate about educating the next generation of green ambassadors, and to that end, have collaborated for the last year with UNESCO to launch Planet Green Force, envisioned as the worldwide league for youth kindergarten to grade 12 with the mission to educate, engage, and build awareness and mount meaningful change in eradicating hunger, battling global warming, embracing green initiatives, and embracing the 17 SDGs of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and fighting for environmental justice. Planet Green Force has been inaugurated. We wrote the plan for the Virgin Islands, and it will be launched in as part of the Seeds of Security, which is the variation for here, by the new Director of Sustainability in the fall semester. And in the meantime, we launched it in my birth country, Sri Lanka, and I'm working closely with the Ministry of Education and here in the Virgin Islands Department of Education to bring Seeds of Security to fruition, which is also the objectives of the agriculture plan. Every student in the territory to learn from kindergarten to grade 12, learn to grow, learn about the importance of preserving our soil, conserving, recycling, all that will be part of the teaching and learnings in this program. The wealth of experience and expertise I have outlined, I believe would be an asset to VA Conservation District. I would be gratified to be part of the board. My key priority areas would be to encourage the widespread composting, enhance green education, both of our young people and also sustainability education training for our farming community. I personally believe when you say farming community, we should not just think about commercial and professional farmers. We as individuals can do our own small home gardening. So that we need to reach to every one of the citizens, residents in the island, but that is doable. And to promote collaboration, communication, and partnership between government departments and between CBOs, community-based organizations, our agriculture community, and other entities to ensure we are all working in concert towards the goals. For example, Island Green is working with other nonprofits on an EPA environmental climate justice community change grant proposal that could bring in $20 million to aid the territory-wide composting, recycling, clean drinking water, renewables, solar, and education would win the funds. It's a pleasure to share that the Commissioner of Agriculture, Dr. Peterson, the Director of the Energy Office, Kyle Fleming, and the commissioners of the Commissioner of Education, Dr. Wells, and Deputy Commissioner Charles Well, they're all in support of this project. And I believe if we get all the departments to work together, along with DPNR as well, we can succeed as a territory. In closing, I'd like to emphasize my dedication and tenacity I pledge to bring to the Virgin Islands Conservation District should my nomination be approved. There is so much we can accomplish. I feel I have been blessed over the years at this point in my life, and I'm committed to giving back, serving the community and supporting environmental education. In addition to my volunteer efforts, I've been blessed to say that I have been able to donate nearly $500,000 to the territory charitable organizations to date. I will be honored to serve on the VI Conservation District Board and work collaboratively with others across the territory to continue resiliency. And finally, I have known many of the senators for years, and I want to also thank each and every one of you for your public service. I think one of the first senators I met is right here, Marvin Blyden, being a tremendous support of the green initiatives. And I believe almost every one of the senators will do the right thing when it comes to some of the legislatures, such as banning styrofoam, mandating composting, by take two. That means before you offer plastic forks or the saucers and other things, when you take out, not to give it unless it asks for, which will save money for the business establishment. So there are many other green initiatives, including phasing out the fossil fuel vehicles. There are a tremendous amount of solar grants that we got $62 million the Kyle Fleming was able to get to the territory. They're giving grants to get renewable electric cars, and they will be powered by solar, not through WAPA even. That's my hope. So you'll get the reliability. I had the pleasure of meeting the Secretary of Education, Secretary of Energy. Some of you were there, Senator, yesterday, I believe, or 2 days ago, and Tuesday. And one of the things I asked the Secretary was, this is something most federal government do. Can you provide WAPA with experts to come for 3 to 6 months and help them to get the operation going to have continuous, sustainable power? One advisor in the executive branch, one for planning and finance, and one for execution. These are technical advisors. And the secretary said very loud and clear, what did she say, Senator? Yes, 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 I'm ready. Just ask me. Not one member of the WAPA team said, yes, we want it in that meeting.
Wickrema? I would like to let you know that you would have all the opportunity to respond and to tell my colleagues here in the Committee of Rules. The procedure is you read your testimony, and then we start the line of questioning. Okay? So
thank you, Madam Chairman, and Senators, thank you for the opportunity to. That concludes my written testimony.
Thank you. First, I have to say thank you for your willingness to serve. I'm always excited when the governor sends individuals to serve on boards and commission, and they have a wealth of knowledge and experience on the board or commission that they've been nominated to serve on. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your willingness to serve on this commission, because as you've read your testimony and included some things that we didn't speak about yesterday, I'm totally impressed. And I just want to say that this board, this commission has been needing individuals to serve, so they would be able now to, if you are successful in this committee, to then make quorum so things could start happening. So thank you. At this time, because we have a long agenda and I'm trying to stick on the agenda's time, colleagues, we would begin with our line of questioning, and you have 5 minutes. Senator Blyden, you may proceed with your 5 minutes. Can you please acknowledge Senator Blyden's mic?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Harith Wickrema, and thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you so much for all you do in the territory. And you said you done it here in 2008, and you have been advocating since then, and we appreciate that, especially the little island of St. John, Lost City. Of course, you spoke to being on the board of Island Green Living, and you have been volunteering for that organization since 2013. And you're also on the board for waste management, and you were the chair, and you volunteered also. And that's commendable, and that's rare, and that's real. You know, I must say you have been an advocate for green, everything green. And you did give me a bit of legislation years ago in respect to the sunscreen. And I know how Hawaii beat us to it by like a month, but nonetheless, it made a big difference in the territory. Let me ask you though, in respect to your passion, because you're a very passionate individual when it comes to green energy, composting, agriculture, and the like. And your main speech in respect to basically getting one on the same page, you always speak about the young people, the children, the very young, the schools. So can you speak briefly in respect to what plan do you have in respect to dealing with our young people and also educating our people when it comes to sustainability, training, and also farming for our community? I'm going to give you some time to speak briefly about that, please.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, for the kind comments. I strongly believe if we want to change our behavior, we need to start in the pre-kindergarten, pre-K. So if we can instill in the young children the right way to be climate issue warriors and able to grow, teach them how to grow. Their little play toys can include plants growing and fruits coming and the vegetable. They'll also eat the healthier food. So that will help with the territory's agriculture plan. But on the other side also, teach them before you buy something, do I need it or do I want it? That'll reduce the amount of stuff going to the landfill. So by instilling how do we do this? We will go to the schools. We means the director of sustainability, and I believe there's an organization called WICS, and they have eco school program. Those teachers will go. We have to increase our capacity with the $20 million grant. We can do that. And by recruiting these 14,000 public school students and about 4,000 plus private school students, we will have a green ambassadors of 18,000. If they got 2 parents, then we're up to 54,000. Let's say at least 45. That's more than half our population. So by engaging in the school project, starting each school day or each week with the green word of the day and using that green word in every subject. Let's say the word is carbon, Senator. You can write an English essay on the word carbon or carbon dioxide. And to go into the math teacher, carbon footprint, carbon calculator, how you came to school today, the bus versus individual. So there are various ways we can instill the green knowledge in the children, but education is the key.
Well, thank you for that. And before my time is up, you close by stating promote collaboration, communication, and partnership with government departments, CBOs, agricultural community, and other entities working toward those goals. Let me ask you though, one of those other entities that the EPA, and you spoke to some $20 million that can be gained as a result of such program that deals with our territory-wide composing, recycling, clean drinking water, and education, whereas we can gain these funds. How would you propose going after these funds, and what would that collaboration and communication, what would that look like?
Our deadline is August 1st. The Island Green Living Executive Director, Kelly McKinney, has been spearheading it, along with the Rotary, the VIC, the St. Croix, the Farmers Alliance, that Nate always part of. So we brought together about 7 organizations from all 3 islands, and we are working as one in unison. Community engagement to Recycling Resource Center and Senator Donna Gregory is helping with finding land for us to bring the island to zero waste initiative if we can, and make it sustainable after the 3-year grant period end. That's the important thing. Make it sustainable, having funds, revenue generation, make it a business, not just a handout.
Well, thank you for your responses and thank you for what you do and continue to do. And I appreciate that. And definitely, I will be supporting your nomination. You know, that's automatic. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, for your line of questioning. Mr. Wickrema, I'm just going to ask, with all your expertise and your knowledge, if you are nominated to serve on the Virgin Islands Conservation District, Land Occupier District of St. John, because you would be the one and only one from St. John, what would you want to push for the island of St. John? What would be your first contribution that you would want to work on?
The soil nutrition is soil health is a major issue, part of the conservation district. And I would also speak with the other 5 members, because again, the goal is to not have my personal agenda and work together. We are one territory, and the priorities we'll agree collectively is what I will work on among many. That will include composting, that will include soil health, that will include greening education, et cetera, and et cetera.
Okay, thank you. Senator Milton Potter, you may proceed with 5 minutes.
You hear me? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Special good morning to you, Mr. Harith Wickrema. I want to thank you, first of all, for accepting the governor's challenge to serve on this very, very important territorial board. And I think over the last couple of months, we've really appointed, I would say a top quality cadre of persons to serve on this board. And, you know, your appointment would be, I think, a welcome addition to the board. I wanted to, clearly your contributions since you've been here in the territory, it cannot be challenged when it comes to particularly the environmental space. It goes without saying. I wanted to give you an opportunity to elaborate on the notion of green waste. Yeah, I know we had the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority here some time ago, and we had a discussion on when are they going to be in a position to accept green waste. So, you know, right now, the landfills are not accepting it, and people in the territory are pretty much at a loss as to what do I do when I cut my grass, when the piles are accumulated, what do I do with it? And I know you mentioned very articulately the issue of composting being a possible viable solution. I wanted to get a sense from you as to whether it is, given the volume of green waste, and you're definitely the expert in this more so than I am, whether the volume of green waste that we accumulate as a territory, the tons and tons, whether composting would be a sustainable strategy, sustainable in the sense of a viable solution for managing and dealing with green waste.
Thank you, Senator Potter. So it is chipping, mulching, composting. So prior to composting, we need to do chipping and mulching. So there are 3 resources we could use. And if you go to Home Depot, they're selling tons of bags and bags of compost made in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico followed our debris management plan we wrote in 2017, and we shared our plan with Puerto Rico after the hurricane. We in the Virgin Islands, unfortunately, did not follow the Act 8018, what it's supposed to be doing, which is mulching and composting, to be part of it. That's why we had the fire at Bovoni. So, and also farmers are crying for it. Just imagine all those shipments coming, the carbon footprint. If we don't have to import, we can export after we satisfy our farmers and also our home gardeners. So I still go and buy at Home Depot organic mulch or organic compost because we need for soil regeneration, but I also do my own composting as well.
Well, we need to have a factory to process the mulch and the chips and the and bag, and I mean, if
we need to do it in a municipal composting manner. We have spoken with the Department of Agriculture. They want it. They are willing to give their land. They have committed.
Okay.
And in St. Croix, we have Nate Ollie, the Farmers Alliance, have committed. So we are working together. It's not just theory. If we get the funding, if this can be the solution.
Can work. I appreciate your feedback on that. What motivates you? What drives you? What motivates you to serve on this board?
Well, one of the reasons I want.
And what do you hope to achieve?
Yeah. Well, first I'll tell. So Canada, we can get rid of this.
Yes.
This is why I brought this.
Yes.
If the legislature can set the stage not to serve single-use plastic water bottles, and let each senator have this. What I would like to say, if you will make a commitment, we will donate to the senators each one of these. I'll pay for it.
Gotcha.
So let's lead by example and motivate them.
Gotcha. I will take up that challenge. Bad habits take a while to die.
Time.
But I think it's a sound approach for us to switch and set the pace and be an example as to these single-use plastics that's dominating our landfills. So I think it's an excellent idea. If we achieve that alone, I think it could be a tremendous benefit to our territory. I don't know if did I hear time?
Yes, your time was called. But if you want to conclude, yes, 5 minutes went by fast. Senator, if you would like to conclude, you may.
Okay. How do you balance the needs of conservation and environmental protection with economic growth and development for the Virgin Islands? I'll end with that.
The greening of the economy, the ESGs are part of the most corporations have to report on, and this will only flourish their pocketbook. The smallest example is when you're giving a takeout food, do I give a plastic fork or knife or the sauce packet? They'll make saving money. But I would also like to say that any legislature you pass, enforcement, please give money for education enforcement, because there are well-known establishments still giving plastic straws and still selling toxic sunscreen. But our DCLA has been very good. Whenever we call them, they take action. But hopefully senators will consider any legislature have room for education and enforcement.
Absolutely. Education and enforcement are critical ingredients to any successful changes in our law. So I want to thank you for your willingness to serve. I can think of no one better suited for this specific board at the appropriate time. I plan to vote in the affirmative for your confirmation, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter.
Thank you, Senator Potter, for your line of questioning. Senator Joseph, you may proceed with 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Pleasant good morning to everyone, including all of my colleagues, and especially to you, the listening and viewing audience, and the gentleman of this time, Mr. Wickrema. And it's a pleasure meeting you once again. I'm happy to see that you have taken up that mantle of environmental justice, which is very dear and near to my heart, as we have communicated. And I also see that you mentioned an organization that I was a member of for many, many years, the Virgin Islands Conservation Society. I served as a secretary for a term there. And so I understand the critical need that we have regarding environmental conservation and environmental justice. I wanted to ask you, and just looking at the questionnaire that we needed to have completed so that we could do a full consideration of you. I noticed that it may have been left off, but number 30 questionnaire in the questionnaire asks if you if the Virgin Islands does not have the monetary resources to continue business as usual, which we're going into because our revenues are low, okay? Do you have a fiscal plan to deal with less spending and streamline system to delivery of service to the residents of this territory? In particular, because you served as the chairman of the Virgin Islands Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, and your business background, coupled with your passion for recycling. What do you see that we would need to do with all of those areas that you have the experience in to really streamline, to get things done and get us where we need to be as far as recycling? And you mentioned the mulch. Where do you see that what we need to do? And as far as the short term and long term, and how we could do that as a government?
Okay. Thank you, Senator Joseph. I think it's a change of how we in the territory do business. We leave a lot of money, grants on the table, A, by not applying, 2, by even after you get it, by not completing the task and the project. So one of my suggestions is when we have the next governor to have a cabinet position called for Commission of Grants Management. So each department, DPNR to agriculture, they can do their day-to-day operation, public works, and this commissioner will be sorting out all the grants out there. There's over $1 billion can be coming in. Okay. And they'll be managing that. Second one is the commissioners not working in silos. Neither would be the nonprofits. We all need to work. That's why there's a Chamber of Commerce for the business. And I think we should have maybe the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands can bring all the nonprofits. They're doing an incredible job, D. Brown. So maybe there are ways we can collaborate. By collaborating, it's not competing, we'll accomplish the goal.
Okay, very good question. Communication is critical. And I always say we need to braid. You see I wear braids? Braid the resources. That takes communication. Now, I also wanted to ask you, because
1 minute.
You're serving on the board with other individuals. You're going to be, of course, dealing with other individuals. And this question wasn't answered as well in the questionnaire. So I'm trying to get the questionnaire questions answered. What is your view and understanding of equal employment opportunity and sexual harassment?
Senator, that is certainly, I'm sure that'll be directed and guided. I'm not in the government that deals with employees, but I respect equality, and I work with all genders in my company. I have female through both the gay and others have been in my business as employees, so I have not discriminated.
And you don't have any of those kind of cases before you. You checked off.
I have no idea if there is.
Yeah, well, you checked off on your questionnaire that you don't have any hearing, administrative, civil, or criminal including EEOC, civil rights or sexual harassment before you or any time?
Well, this question had been given to for vetting, and whoever government, I'm sure they've done it. I've done my fingerprinting, and
but I'm asking you this
I don't
question.
know, Senator.
Okay,
I have
so
no idea.
you don't have any to your knowledge. Okay. I also wanted, Madam Chair, I know my time was called, just one further burning question, if I may.
You may proceed with your burning question.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask you, we had testimony from Mr. Davis, I believe, and he's for the Waste Management Authority Board. He came before the same committee, similar to you. And he said one of the things that we are missing with the Waste Management Authority and here in the Virgin Islands, to be able to do the mulching, as you stated, is actually the apparatus, the equipment to shred those green. So how do you see us being able to do that? How can we work collaboratively, like you said, and not in working in the silos to get that equipment here?
We collaborated with Waste Management, and we had a grant. We bought a chipper, and we chipped, and Waste Management helped us with getting our stuff back and forth and things that are needed. The Kelly McKinney and the Waste Management Authority have developed a reasonable working arrangement, and we need to work together. Simple as that. No other question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wickrema. Madam Chair, thank you so much for allowing me the extra time to ask that question. I appreciate it deeply. Thank you so much, Mr. Wickrema, for your responses.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph. Thank you for your line of questioning. Senator Johnson, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Harith. I realize a lot of folks talking about mulching. And I want for you to explain to me, because I remember after the storm, we did a lot of mulching of the green waste. And a lot of farmers was crazy about trying to get this mulch. And when they did get it, it wasn't of no good use. Can you explain? Because that mulch, although it was looking brown and rich, it was still green. Water could not penetrate it. When the farmers put it in their farm, it wasn't usable. A lot of them had to leave it. It has to stay for years before it can be used. So tell me your take on that.
Senator, first of all, I worked with you during the last administration, and thank you for your service as well. And it was not done the way it should be. There are many technologies. One is called GoTex. And the FEMA was not happy with the solutions we came up with by the Senate passing ban the burn. Therefore, they did not take proper steps to do in a manner it can be properly used. By GoTex will kill the germs. It's at high temperature, and that will provide compost in 60 days approximately. So there are ways this can, it needs to be done commercially by experts, not by just chipping and giving the margin as a mulch. I do want you to know that part of the debris management plan under Governor Mapp, we had Don Henry, the Commissioner DPNR. We had all the, if we continue to do that, being committed to take by local farmers and homeowners and landscapers. But that plan never got off the ground.
So you're in agreement that mulch that we had was not usable for farmers?
I was not engaged at that part of it, but I believe because I didn't want the trash to be burned.
All right.
I had to.
Thank you, because I know of many other farmers that got that chip mulch that really didn't do well with it. It really created more problem for them. And I could talk from my experience getting a pile of that dirt. And when it rained, I could have stick my finger down in that dirt and nothing past of less than an inch of water could have penetrated that mulch. So we got to be very careful about what we discussed as far as buying equipments to do this mulching, that the soil is not going to be any good to us. We got to make sure that we do the right process, and if you say compost is the right way to go, then that's what we have to make sure that we do. But I want to ask you this one question. I know of St. John and the fantastic job that you guys do with recycling. I try to find out how come that didn't merge over to St. Thomas and then St. Croix. Because of the three islands, St. John does the best with recycling, with the canisters throughout the island, collecting the plastic, separation, social separation. What seems to slow that process as far as getting the other islands to get on board with that?
So this community-based, the climate grant, $20 million, I'm also just spoke yesterday to Vincent Richard. We need a 2-acre piece of land to be part of this, and we will do a larger operation similar to St. John, but it'll include cardboard, it'll include paper, it'll include everything that will be kept away from the landfill. So, and the green waste will go to a composting operation, which the Commissioner of Agriculture provided land. Now we're hoping to get a piece of land to do this resource center. And this grant will pay for infrastructure we can build. So that's why it's so important. But without a commitment for land, we will not get it. So the thing, Senator Donna Gregory has taken the initiative to spearhead that, and we are hoping this will solve exactly what he's saying, Senator. We'll be able to do it in St. Thomas and then St. Croix as well. And then we want waste management work together. Either they can run it after 3 years, or we can give it to a private entity, but it needs to be sustainable, that we don't need to keep on pumping money.
So you're saying the grant was not approved because we didn't have a place to do the storing of the material? What was the reason why the grant wasn't approved?
No, the grant deadline is August 1st. So we are submitting the grant on August 1st. And we feel very good that we will get it. So we are investing a lot of time, money, and energy into it. And Kyle Fleming is helping with the grant writing part of it as well. So it's a real collaboration, Senator. It will really help the territory if we get it.
Did you set a deadline for this? Did you set a deadline for applying this grant? For applying for this grant is August 1st, and are you saying this August 1st?
Yes.
And you're going to meet that deadline?
That's correct. Oh yes, we've been working since March. We have a professional grant writers on board. We have an executive steering committee who are meeting weekly. We have people working on it. It's operating. Yeah, we will have it by August 1st.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator Johnson, he's confident that they would be able to meet that deadline. So only time will tell. Senators, I think that Senator Maurice James, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Wickrema. My questions are focused really on the parts of your testimony that deals with education. As you may know, I'm the education chair. So I wanted to find out from you where you speak about the sustainable event management curriculum. That caught my attention with Temple University. Can you explain a little bit about what that was about, and if that is something that you can perhaps meet with the University of the Virgin Islands about? Would it be a curriculum that we could use here in the Virgin Islands?
Each university have their own guidelines. Yes, they can. I'm sure Temple University will be pleased to share that knowledge. I have spoken with the Dean of the School of Business. Under her comes the tourism department, and I believe it's when they graduate from Temple University, those students have to have worked on waste, in the hotel industry and in the tourism industry and destination management industry, transportation, ways to do things that reduce the carbon footprint, reduce the generation of waste, and educating the guests as they come to the property.
The in addition, okay, that's interesting to me. I've never heard of sustainable event management curriculum, so it was interesting when I read those words. In addition to that, you said you are working closely with the Department of Education to embed in our young people's schooling, like you put it here, titled Seeds of Security. Can you explain that a little more to me? And what's the progress on that, or the status of that?
Commissioner Dion Wells was very foresight and been championing that with us. About 2 years ago, we met first time on that. And then she appointed Dr. Renee Charleswell, who has been absolutely dedicated to Seeds of Security. Basically what that is, it was geared towards teaching every student how to grow food, to be sustainable, and what they can grow food at home and address the hunger, and then be appointed, the Department of Energy hired the director of sustainability, and she's going to take it to even to greater length. So this will make the territorial education system exactly sustainable. They'll have green words, and some of the knowledge I secured from UNESCO will be shared. Again, it'll be a collaboration. And Dr. Charleswell have been attending the Food and Farm Council meetings every 2 weeks when we have it. So she's fully engaged in the project as well.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the Good Food Coalition here on St. Croix and the VA Good Food Coalition? Summer Sibley Brown and the work that they're doing, and is there any collaboration between your nonprofit Island Green and that nonprofit here on St. Croix that's based on St. Croix, but I believe it's Virgin Islands Good Food? Is there any?
Summer Sibley, Summer Sibley is a legend, and she is employed by the Food and Farm Council serve as our coordinator. So she is part of every meeting we're doing as well.
So there's collaboration between both nonprofits. That's what you're saying?
That is one, but Summer Sibley was hired by the Food and Farm Council, which is headed by Dr. Hall. So she's at every meeting, and she's a huge asset to accomplishing the territorial agriculture plan that include the business center for agriculture center, taking things organic, the education. We are giving grants out. We means the council. So Dr. Hall will be here on the 25th, and with Dr. Louis Peterson, and they will share more details in their testimony on the 25th at the legislature.
Madam Chair.
You may conclude.
I just have one more question. I want to commend you on the awards you received from the Clinton Foundation and just ask, how does that benefit the organization when it receives awards like that? Does it then make it easier for you to get grants and other assistance internationally? What benefits inure to you?
I guess the immediate benefit is for our employees to feel they're appreciated. I believe our staff and volunteers and donors to feel appreciated, and they will see the value. Island Green Living, our tax returns are published as public information. It will show that close to 90% of our donations go directly to the cause.
Right.
And I'm a volunteer, so I don't get charged anything. So we are a very successfully run nonprofit.
Yeah, clearly, once you receive awards like that, it clearly means that you're a very effective and efficient organization. So I want to commend you on that. And you have my vote. Thank you for serving. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome,
Senator.
Senator James. Colleagues, this has concluded round one. Is there anyone else who would like to ask a burning question? Okay, so Mr. Wickrema, I just want to say that your knowledge, your expertise, I mentioned I am so grateful that you are willing to serve on this commission, because when you have an understanding about, you know, recycling and protection and protecting our natural resources, understanding that that's important, because we want to breathe fresh air, we want to drink clean water, we want to make sure that our soil is protected. There's so many things as you would be a steward of the environment. So I just want to say thank you for your willingness to serve. Colleagues, do I hear a motion on this nomination? Motion, Senator Milton Potter.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I move that the governor's nomination of Mr. Harith Wickrema, the governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Conservation District, District of St. John, be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Maurice James, seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson and Senator Carla Joseph. Madam Clerk, roll call on the nomination.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr. absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins absent, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yea, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yea, Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea, Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nomination of Harith Wickrema, nominee, Virgin Islands Conservation District of St. John, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Mr. Wickrema, at this time, I want to say congratulations. You've passed the rules hurdle, and you will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. On Monday, the 35th legislature have our session, and I think you would be on the agenda for that final vote. At this time, I will give you the opportunity to have some closing remarks. 30 seconds, please.
I would like to take the opportunity to thank all of the senators for your public service. Sometimes it's a thankless job. I've been advocate for this is a professional position and you're hardly paid. And but unfortunately, no one can bring a legislature to increase your pay. But I hope the committee realizes that we can find a way to have some of the senators, all of them, properly recognized for your contribution. And you know, we're all public servants in some way or another. I took early retirement from my life, and my mission is to give back much as I can for the few years that I may be around in this world, and try to do it with a global impact. And that is the Planet Green Force organization, another nonprofit that I just started, which is a project of Island Green right now, but it'll be it'll have its own separate entity, hoping that we'll have a strong impact in the Virgin Islands and on a global footprint. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the privilege. Once again, thank you for taking the time yesterday to speak with me. That really helped. And I'm glad you recognized we took your advice.
Thank you. It is my honor to to help. It is my duty as the chair that I actually meet with every individual that comes before this committee, nominations, I must say, from the governor, to just have that one-on-one. And I'm glad I was able to assist you through this process today. I just want to say thank you for being a public servant, and this committee stands in recess. is the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Thank you. Colleagues, we are now in block number 3. We're cooking with gas. We got a long agenda. So I am happy to say I have 2 non-committee members attending the meeting today. Senator Javon James, welcome, Senior, and Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, welcome. You're welcome. At this time, I would like to do some housekeeping. We have 4 individuals that we have via Teams, and I would like to just do a sound check to make sure that we can hear these individuals. I would start with the testifier, Val Collins, if you can let us hear your mic. Media. Attorney Peter Hebert.
Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon, thank you. Margaret Garino.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Val Collins. Okay. Former Governor Mapp. And that was my next thing. Please turn off all cell phones, mute. And Governor Mapp.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, and if you can kindly put on, let's see if we can see. Okay, great. You're looking good.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so I notice we have a full house today, and I would kindly ask that you mute your phones also, or put it and off. So at this time, who speaks to bill number 35-0229? Oh, I didn't. Can you please check your mics in Croix? Starting with you, Mona Barnes.
Good afternoon. My name is Mona Barnes.
Good afternoon. Good.
Great. Okay, who speaks to bill number 35-0229?
I do, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It gives great honor for me to introduce this measure, but I definitely want to speak about my co-sponsors, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Javon James, and Senator Kenny Gittins, and also you, I heard, sign on to, Madam Chair. So I want to say thank you to my colleagues for signing on to this significant piece of legislation in honoring our 8th elected governor. Governor Mapp joined New York City Police Department as a police trainee before returning to serve in the Virgin Islands Police Department. During his time as a police officer in the Virgin Islands, he attended the University of the Virgin Islands and served in various divisions of the VIPD, including the Patrol and Juvenile Division. Governor Mapp's commitment to public service, where he was elected as a senator in the 15th, 18th, and 20th legislature of the Virgin Islands, speaks a lot. In 1994, Governor Mapp was elected Lieutenant Governor of the Virgin Islands, serving alongside his good buddy, Roy L. Snyder. In 1999, Governor Kenneth E. Mapp was honored by the St. Thomas St. John Historic Society for accurate restoration of the edifice housing of the office of the Lieutenant Governor, known as Hagerman House, which was built in 1789 and is in the Chateaumarle. In 2002, Governor Charles Wesley Turnbull appointed Kenneth E. Mapp as Director of Finance and Administration of Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. And while serving at that Public Finance Authority, Kenneth E. Mapp raised millions of dollars for myriad of capital projects, include wastewater treatment facility, docks, roads construction, schools repair, and town improvement, sports and recreation facility, law enforcement equipment, and capital project of the non-profit entities. During his tenure at the Public Finance Authority, Kenneth E. Mapp raised funds and managed Governor Thornbill's historic restoration project, which includes the Old Dane School in Frederickstead, built in 1799. This building received one of the highest honor for restoration in the United States, the highest honor. And it's documented in a book that I can't tell you right now, but I did see that. And these are some of the projects that you must always, pay attention to. The Peter Van Schultman School in Estate Diamond, built in 1840, and Quarters B on Government Hill, built in 1816. Kenneth E. Mapp, while serving at the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, also managed the development and/or construction of several major capital projects, to include the creation of implementation of the Frederickstead Economic Revitalization Project, renovation of the government-owned Kings Alley Hotel, modernization of the Ann Abraham C. Pier Marine Facility, the Vincent Mason Pool Senior, Coral Resort and Pool, the Vern I. Hodge Veteran Memorial Park, and the Polly Joseph Stadium. In 2014, Governor Mapp was elected as the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands. During his tenure, he accomplished several significant initiatives, including increasing salaries for public sector employees, implementing free tuition for territorial high school graduates at the University of the Virgin Islands, initiate and compelling several infrastructure projects such as the Omar Brown Fire Station, the infamous bridge to somewhere today, now named Wayne Faxman Adam, resolution number 8789, Veteran Drive Phase 1 project, and securing federal funds for its recovery and rebuilding efforts of Hurricane Irma and Maria that brought billions of dollars to this territory, that I will say without any fear and any doubt, the next 2 governors will have money to spend in this territory if we do it and do it right. As people will know, in Katrina is nearly some 20 years ago, and they're still utilizing some of those funds that they received. To honor Governor Mapp's service, the bill designates Route 75 on the island of St. Croix as the Governor Kenneth E. Mapp Highway. Gets a little emotional with this. The bill confers the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor on Governor Mapp, recognizing his commitment, service, and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands. I stand behind this legislation, knowing that Governor Kenneth E. Mapp have done his due service. And today I must say good afternoon to the Rattan clan that I see out here in the aisles. I see some former commissioner that work closely with Governor Mapp. I see a lot of his supporters here today, and I thank them for being here to support him on this mission. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I don't even know where to start, but when you leave your legacy, this is what happens when people want to recognize your good deeds. And I have to say that one thing I should have added on your list was Governor Mapp gave me the job as the Medicaid administrator for the territory. And the things that was able to happen under the Affordable Care Act was presumptive eligibility that is now impacting lives as they go to the hospital without health insurance. So I just want to say, I have my stories too, so that's why I said, wow, I gotta sign on to this bill, because I think recognition is due. So colleagues, we would have testifiers now provide their testimony. I would start with Mona Barnes. You may proceed, and then Mr. Cruz, you would proceed, and then we would go on the media, those individuals online. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Diane T. Capehart, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Mona L. Barnes, and today it is my distinct honor and privilege to speak on behalf of a man that has taught me what true leadership looks like. The word visionary has been used to describe my mother, Apostle Eleanor Estrada, for her imagination, her creativity, inventiveness, innovation, inspiration, intuitiveness, and leadership of the church. However, this word can also apply to former Governor Kenneth Mapp. At every stage of his professional career, from policeman to union leader, whether personal security or senator, executive director or governor, Kenneth Mapp has always demonstrated the qualities and skills attributed above to a true visionary and leader. My first interaction with Governor Mapp was from a distance. I've always been a person who craved knowledge and was passionate about learning. During his tenure as a senator, I saw Governor Mapp on the Senate floor arguing a point. I said to myself, this man is really passionate about this thing. He was relentless and would not let up. His knowledge of the subject matter was remarkable. His ability to quote information and statistics at a moment's notice was impressive. His command of the English language and his elegance of speech was unparalleled. He was poised, confident, and unwavering. The spark of admiration was lit. My next interaction with him was on the campaign trail. In February of 2012, I decided to put my hat in the race for governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Shortly after my decision and announcement, I found out that Governor Mapp had also indicated his intention to join the race. Immediately, I knew that my chances for victory was diminished, but I had no choice but to continue my quest. On the trail, Governor Mapp would always give me advice and encouragement. He probably thought that I was not much of a threat, but I appreciate the opportunity to learn and gain so much knowledge from him during those moments. This was indeed astonishing, as we were candidates in the same gubernatorial race. You don't find that with any other candidate in any political race for any political position. This gave me another glimpse of the man that is Kenneth Mapp. His care and concern for a fellow political aspirant was truly inspiring. After Governor Mapp's victory in the general election, I was excited and pledged my support in the runoff. Although my candidacy was not successful, I was confident that a qualified candidate had won the race and possessed the qualities, skills, and abilities needed to lead these islands. I pledged my unwavering commitment. The islands needed a leader with vision for a truly better Virgin Islands, someone with innovation who was not afraid to think outside of the box. Under his administration, the Virgin Islands prospered from his innovation and creative thinking. Clearly, the man was a genius. My life changed when I was asked to become the director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency. I now had the opportunity to sit and glean from someone I admired from a distance for years. And learn I did. Governor Mapp exemplified honor, valor, patience when needed, and passion when not. His can-do approach was infectious, and we all came to see his vision of a better Virgin Islands. My relationship changed again after the 2 Category 5 storms that hit our territory in 2017. I began to see the magnitude of being a true leader. When human expectation was beyond reason, Governor Mapp stayed calm and steady, never cracking under pressure, but always working to provide the best he could for the residents of this territory. My first tongue lashing came when he came to St. Thomas, and because of me being in the weeds, he calmly said to me, "Get on my plane when it's leaving today." Fear gripped, and I wondered if I would have a job the next day. But while on the plane, he simply said to me, and I quote, "I hired you to manage, not to do the work." He said, "If you continue like this, this job will kill you. Go home to your mom and spend a few days and rest. Once again, I had the opportunity to see another side of the man. Caring, considerate, compassionate. But needless to say, he called me the next day and said, I need you in my office now. Without question, Governor Mapp looked out for the people of these Virgin Islands. Their care and well-being were always foremost in his mind. After the storm, he gathered every branch of government that was needed to issue a business license and told the community, if you own a truck, a backhoe, or anything that can carry away trash, come to Government House and get your business license to work. Clearly, Governor Mapp did things differently. He marched to the beat of his own drum. While you may not have admired his style, you must admire his tenacity and his ability to get things done. I remember to this day businesses that still thank the Mapp administration for getting them started in entrepreneurship. Although Governor Mapp is tough and can sometimes be brash, it was always in the best interest of the people. He always said what he meant and meant what he said. During the hurricane briefings, I would always know when something was getting ready to go down. He would never call me director. Instead, he would say, Reverend. I remember distinctly one day when he said to me, if Ernest asks me one more time where I sleep in St. Thomas, I'm going to let him have it. Those things were trivial to Governor Mapp and distracted from the big picture, which was making a better life for the residents of the territory. This was his singular focus. After he told me he would respond, what he would respond, I said, no, Governor, you can't say that. And we know how that went. I remember traveling with the governor and him reaching into his wallet and showing me a picture of himself and his brothers at a very young age. What a lesson on life. He explained to me that from a young age, he knew that he would be something great, but he didn't know how. As he showed me the picture, his brothers were sitting on a bench and he was standing. He said he refused to sit with his brothers because he wanted to stand out, and that was what was going to happen. Throughout his life, in whatever role he played, Governor Mapp stood out like a shining star. His illumination was bright, and it was obvious to everyone that his prophetic self-admiration was indeed true. Kenneth Mapp was going to be somebody. He was destined for greatness. The one thing I learned from the conversation is never try to blend in, but stand out. Although he showed a hard exterior, I was able to see the soft side of the man in the way he cared for his mother. Although she could not totally understand the magnitude of who her son had become, she remained the center and most important thing in his life. He always made sure she was comfortable and happy. I remember the day his mother passed away and he asked me to have the funeral at my church. Without question, I responded, yes. However, while making preparations and seating arrangements, I remember distinctly one of the governor's greatest supporters and I got into an argument concerning the seating of dignitaries, and we were called to the governor's mother's house. After I told the governor my concern, he simply said, you know the protocol, and I put you in charge. Do what you know. As we laid his mother to rest, he stood by me and simply said, thank you. It wasn't what he said, but the way he said it. Once again, another layer of this great man. Now not a governor, but simply a son who had lost his mother. As we all know, Governor Mapp loved nice things, but it was not only for himself, but for others as well. I remember sitting next to him at a conference in Guam, and he offered me chocolate. I'd had never seen this chocolate in my life. I knew it was some kind of expensive chocolate. I refused it the first time. He offered me again, and once again I declined. The third time I said no, and he looked me and he said, "No one has ever refused me 3 times." Although I did not say it openly, in my mind I said, there's always a first. Governor Mapp recognized my passion for learning and ensured that I was always in the right place at the right time to take advantage of every opportunity to increase my knowledge base. I remember one Sunday I got a call from the governor. He said, "Director, what are you doing?" I said, "I just got home from church." He said, "Meet me at Blue Water Terrace and bring your buddy." My buddy being the administrator, Miss Stephanie Williams. When we arrived, I was introduced to the men who were negotiating the Line 3 deal. Just inviting me into the room to listen and learn, or accompanying him when we traveled to meet President Donald Trump, are a few of my most treasured moments with the governor. As he arrived and I greeted him at the hangar, he said, "You see what you'd have had to deal with if you were governor?" I gladly told him, "Governor, you got this." As we sat on the aircraft, I remember him saying, "They wanted me to take you off the manifest," and I tell them no. I don't think he will ever understand just what that meant to me, but it meant a lot. Or when one of the members of my church died, and the funeral was the same day as the vice president's visit, he said, I know how you feel about your ministry, but I need you at this briefing." Once again, his concern for my dual role and my ministry demonstrated his caring and commitment, as well as his leadership style. As God would have it, I was able to attend the briefing, skip the motorcade, and make it to the church in time to do the closing prayer and the service at the cemetery. Working for Governor Mapp was the toughest school of learning I have ever attended, but it was the best. Governor Mapp was a hard taskmaster, and he responded as a parent would, sometimes having to administer tough love, but always tempering it with compassion and care. At times, what hurts the flesh feeds the spirit. Knowledge learned will last forever. He was without question or reservation one of the greatest leaders, mentor, and inspiration that I have ever had the pleasure to work with. I will not exchange the experience for anything and will treasure it always. Clearly, former Governor Kenneth E. Mapp is deserving of this award and distinction. He is truly a Virgin Islands hero. This concludes my testimony. I am available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we would go to resident Pedro Cruz. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Diane Capehart, Chairwoman of the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Senators, listening and viewing audience, good afternoon. I am Pedro Cruz, and I am delighted to be here this afternoon at this special historic occasion to testify on behalf of former Governor Kenneth E. Mapp. I had the privilege to know Mapp while attending St. Croix Central High School. And from since then, I have admired him as a respectable individual. Due to this fact, I supported him the first time he was postulated for a Senate seat in 1982. And from thereafter, I have always supported him through his political career. His remarkable performance highly distinguished him as a passionate leader who served with dignity for the improvement of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I am indeed honored to be part of this unique occasion that marks a president's legacy for future generations. It is with this sentiment that I congratulate and commend the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, and in particular, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Donna A. Fred Gregory, Melton E. Potter, Ken Giddens, Samuel Carrion, and Javan E. James Sr. for proposing Bill 35-0229 to recognize and honor former Governor Ezra Mapp, one of the most outstanding governors in the history of the United States Virgin Islands. After viewing the proposed bill, I was very amazed to learn of the many achievements Mr. Mapp accomplished during his 40-plus years of service to the U.S. Virgin Islands. His consistency and persistence in his endeavor made him a unique person. His dedication through his life as a son, friend, student, police, senator, businessman, and last but not least, as governor of the United States Virgin Islands, has developed a legacy of a true patriota, a patriot that truly cares and loves the U.S. Virgin Islands and its people. As a public servant, he has shown with action his serious commitment by going the extra miles to solve extraordinary matters affecting the entire Virgin Islands. I have been impacted tremendously, like many others, to have seen how former Governor Mapp handled the aftermath devastations caused by Hurricanes Irma and Maria. It was during this rough time that he demonstrated, not with words, but with action, his care and love for the Virgin Islands and its people. It wouldn't matter how busy was the day for him. He was responding and reporting every single evening the updated rehabilitation process and progress of the 4 islands of the United States Virgin Islands. In occasions, we saw him exhausted, but his profound compassion for the Virgin Islands and its people was the motive that kept him ongoing. No one knows the huge sacrifices he made as a human being to assure the safety, security, and continuing services in the territory. Governor Mapp, thank you, thank you, thank you. I had the privilege to be part of the latter years of his service in government and to become more acquainted with his sentiments, commitment, leadership, and devoted dedication. This is why I say without reservation and with absolute certainty that former Governor Mapp was by far one of the most outstanding governors. Definitely, he has excelled with excellency his duty as governor of the United States Virgin Islands. Furthermore, I personally experienced occasions when former Governor Mapp demonstrated the deepest vibrant passion for the children and people of the Virgin Islands. It was during my tenure as Commissioner of DSPR that I had the experience of a close working relationship with former Governor Kenneth Mapp. Therefore, I can truly say that former Governor Mapp was very alert with the children after school and sports programs. For the first time in the history of our government, we had over 450 inter-islands children and youth between the ages of 11 to 18 competing in 10 different sports for 3 consecutive years. And it was also the first time in our government history that St. John was being represented by teams of their own children. One of the most impacted moments was when former Governor Mapp invited me to his office. I was astonished to learn that he had assigned $1 million from the sport tourism budget for local sports affairs, $500,000 for Department of Education, and $500,000 for DSPR to be spent territory-wide on our children and youth sports programs. It was because of his initiative that children and youth enjoyed inter-islands sports competition and experienced the different islands' unique beauty and nature. With the many praises and appreciations expressed by sports fans and citizens, particularly the parents and their children, I must acknowledge that without former Governor Mapp involvement, this would have not happened. I strongly believe that this is an appropriate occasion to express on behalf of the parents, children, youth, and all the participants the most sincere gratitude to former Governor Mapp for his enthusiastic support. I must say that his dedication and service to the Virgin Islands and its people has established a legacy in the territory and the history of the U.S. Virgin Islands that will be mentioned from generation through generations. To conclude, I must again commend the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands for recognizing and honoring former Governor Kenneth Ezra Mapp for his incomparable productive service of 40+ years, he humbly dedicated to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Therefore, I too, like many others who agree with me, proudly say, Governor Mapp, this honor is well deserved. You are a true hero. Thank you very much for your outstanding, dedicated, excellent service. On behalf of the people of the United States Virgin Islands, family, friends, and supporters, I extend the most undivided appreciation to you. Again, thank you for your 40+ years of service. We love you, and you will always be in our hearts and memory. God bless you now and always.
Thank you, Mr. Pedro Cruz, resident, but not only a resident, I have to acknowledge you also as former Commissioner of Sports, Park, and Recreation under the Mapp administration. Thank you for your testimony. Now we would go online and we would hear from Margaret Garino for their testimony.
Good afternoon, Senators. It is with great honor and profound respect that I share my reflections on the life and service of my friend and colleague, Ken Mapp, the 8th Governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Ken and I share a special kinship. Like me, he was born in the modest surroundings in Brooklyn, New York. While I remained for decades in the County of Kings, early in his life, Ken and his family moved to the beautiful island of St. Croix, where he began a lifetime journey marked by an unwavering commitment to public service and a passion for the well-being of his community and the U.S. Virgin Islands. In 2002, Governor Turnbull appointed Ken as Director of Finance and Administration for the Public Finance Authority. At the time, I was leading a team of finance professionals who were engaged to serve as financial advisors to the PFA. Working closely with Ken and the rest of the team over the months, we developed and implemented a plan that enabled the U.S. Virgin Islands to secure an investment-grade credit rating. With a rating, the territory would have greater access to the financial markets and at significantly lower interest rates. When we first started to work together, I was immediately impressed by Ken's intelligence, integrity, and the ability to understand the complexities of the municipal finance world. My team and I focused on financial issues, possible solutions, and the immediate need to develop a path to fiscal stability for the VI. We spent months analyzing multifaceted and complex financial solutions in order to create a financial plan that would restore the Virgin Islands' fiscal health. At the time, the USVI did not have a credit rating. After a tremendous amount of work by Ken and the entire team, and with the strong support of Governor Turnbull, we finally received what we have achieved, an investment-grade rating for the territory. That is a day I will never forget. Ken's tenure as governor from 2015 to 2019 was marked by transformative achievements. He faced significant challenges, particularly during the two catastrophic category hurricanes, Irma and Maria, in 2017. Leading up to each of these storms, Ken often addressed the island's residents on the radio, advising them to find a safe place to ride out the storms. adding that they should find a second shelter as well, in case the first one failed for them to be safe. It was these second havens that saved the lives of many residents who sought them out as the island was relentlessly battered for days. Following the storms, Ken's daily reports continued for months, bringing a sense of security and comfort for the stormy, weary islanders. His leadership during this crisis was nothing short of remarkable. I worked with him as he established a 20-member Hurricane Recovery and Resilience Task Force to spearhead recovery efforts, showcasing his leadership and vision for rebuilding stronger communities throughout the islands. For months, we worked closely together to monitor use of hundreds of millions of federal grant monies that he helped to secure to rebuild the ravished territory. Ken's ability to foster relationships with national leaders and secure vital funding to rebuild this and strengthen the island's infrastructure is further a testament to his dedication and his skill. The conferral of the U.S. Virgin Islands Medal of Honor on Ken Mapp is a fitting tribute to the life devoted to public service. It is fitting acknowledgement of his tireless work on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. As we celebrate Ken Mapp's contributions, let us remember the values he embodies: leadership, integrity, and the unwavering commitment to better our society. His legacy will continue to inspire us all, reminding us of the importance of service, resilience, and community engagement. Ken, I thank you for your friendship, which I value greatly. I also thank you for your extraordinary service and for setting a high standard for all of those who follow in your footsteps. Your dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands has changed lives, fostered hope, and built a foundation for a brighter future. Your journey is a testament to what can be achieved through hard work, determination, and a genuine love for one's community. We are forever grateful for your leadership and vision, and I truly admire you more than many people I have known in my life. Thank you, and thank you for letting me present this testimony.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Ms. Margaret Garugino. Am I pronouncing your name correct?
Yes, thank you.
Great, great. At this time, we will have Attorney Peter Hebert. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and distinguished members of the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary. My name is Peter Hebert. I am a retired partner at the international law firm of Winston & Strawn, LLP, where I practiced law for some 36 years. In the course of my legal career, I had the great privilege of representing many governors and administrations in the U.S. Virgin Islands, beginning in 1982 and ending with my retirement in January 2020. During this period, I have known and worked closely with the Honorable Kenneth E. Mapp during his service with the Virgin Islands Industrial Development Commission in the Juan Louis administration, his service with the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority in the Charles Turnbull administration, and as the 8th elected governor of the United States Virgin Islands. With this background in history, I am pleased to offer my testimony in support of Bill number 35-0229, an act honoring Kenneth E. Mapp for his many years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Each of the elected governors of the Virgin Islands has played a unique and important role in the political, economic, and social development of the Virgin Islands since the enactment of the Elected Governors Act of 1968 by the Congress of the United States. Each of the elected governors of the Virgin Islands since then has faced unique challenges in the sometimes difficult path towards greater self-government, economic development, and equality under the law for the people of the Virgin Islands under the American constitutional system. Kenneth E. Mapp faithfully stepped up to the challenges the territory faced during his tenure of service in the Virgin Islands and even before. For this and his many accomplishments, he well deserves the honors accorded him by the legislation before this body. Like so many of his fellow governors, Kenneth E. Mapp was and is a self-made man. Born into a loving and extended Virgin Islands family, Ken spent his early years in Brooklyn, New York, but returned to his beloved St. Croix when he was just 6 years old to live with his maternal grandmother. He was educated in the Virgin Islands public schools and returned to New York to join the New York City Police Department following his graduation from Central High School in 1973. After graduating from New York City Police Academy and attending New York City Community College, he was recruited by the Virgin Islands Police Department, where he served in several capacities while continuing his education at the University of the Virgin Islands. I mention this because, as is the case with many other self-made men and women, work and education for Ken were not exclusive to each other, but rather they were seamlessly integral and connected to each other. And it was this thirst for and commitment to education and lifelong learning that ultimately led Ken Mapp to Harvard University, where he received a master's degree in public administration from the John F. Kennedy School of Government, and later a certificate in the advanced management program at Harvard Business School. In the course of his career in public service, Ken Mapp served as a police officer working to ensure public safety in the Virgin Islands, as assistant director of the Industrial Development Commission, working to protect the jobs of Virgin Islanders in the then important territorial watch industry and the all-important rum industry from foreign competition, as senator in the legislature of the Virgin Islands, and later as lieutenant governor of the Virgin Islands in the Dr. Roy L. Schneider administration, where he also served as commissioner of insurance and chairman of the Virgin Islands Banking Board. In March 2002, Ken Mapp was appointed by Governor Charles W. Turnbull as Director of Finance and Administration of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, where he led the government's financial team in raising millions of dollars from the capital markets for essential capital projects and public improvements in the territory. In getting long-delayed projects off the drawing boards and shovels into the ground, Ken Mapp employed the technical and financial skills he gained at Harvard, as well as the practical leadership skills he learned in the course of his long public service in the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands was vastly bettered as a result of his tenure at the PFA. Ken Mapp's career in public service was capstoned when he became the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands in November 2014. Upon taking office in January 2015, Governor Mapp inherited the complex challenge of finding a solution to the serious economic dislocations caused by the shutdown of the Hovensa oil refinery, the suspension of guaranteed annual payments by Hovensa to the territory, and cross-claims made by parties totaling hundreds of millions of dollars. In the ensuing highly charged litigation, Governor Mapp led the government's efforts to negotiate a favorable settlement of the competing claims among multiple parties, which ultimately led to a creative revenue sharing agreement with new owners to authorize the operation of an oil storage terminal business and to pursue the restart of the idled oil refinery. Governor Mapp's leadership was also on full display during the aftermath of two of the most destructive hurricanes in the history of the Virgin Islands, Hurricanes Irma and Maria. His regular radio addresses were a calming influence on the people of the Virgin Islands, and his leadership and personal interactions with FEMA, the President of the United States, and the US Congress, as well as with private sector partners, led to the infusion of billions of dollars in federal and private funds that facilitated and accelerated the territory's recovery. While this is not meant to be a recitation of all of Ken's achievements in office or in life, it is meant to give a flavor of his growth as a leader and his commitment, his absolute commitment to public service and the well-being of the people of the Virgin Islands. I would be remiss if I did not also mention that Ken Mapp experienced losses as well as successes in his public life, including losses both before and after his tenure in office. But I am also reminded of the immortal words of President Theodore Roosevelt in his discourse on citizenship in a republic, a speech delivered at the Sorbonne in Paris on April 23rd, 1910. And I quote, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred with dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat." Kenneth Ezra Mapp is such a man. He has known the triumph of high achievement, and if he has ever failed, he has done so while daring greatly. He is the epitome of Roosevelt's man in the arena. He is the epitome of the self-made man and the selfless public servant and patriot. He is immensely worthy of the honor bestowed in the legislation before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Peter Hebert, for your testimony today. Now we would proceed with former Commissioner of Finance, Mr. Val Collins. Are you there?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Honorable Senator Diane Capehart, Chairperson of the Committee on the Rules and Judiciary, members of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, other members of the 35th Legislature, the media, ladies and gentlemen in the legislative chambers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Valdemar Collins, currently serving as president of Merchants Commercial Bank and former Commissioner of Finance, Executive Director of the VI Public Finance Authority, and the Governor's Authorized Representative, otherwise known as GAR, under the leadership and tutelage of the 8th elected Governor of the United States Virgin Islands, the Honorable Governor Kenneth Ezra Mapp. I am here today to provide testimony with respect to Bill number 35-0229. And this proposed legislation will appropriate $45,000 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Public Works to honor and commend Governor Mapp for his years of service to the people of the United States Virgin Islands by naming Route 75, also known as Northside Road on the island of St. Croix, to the Governor Kenneth E. Mapp Highway, and to bestow the Medal of Honor on Kenneth Ezra Mapp. First and foremost, it is with everlasting respect, unwavering admiration, and tremendous appreciation for the opportunity and exposure that Governor Mapp afforded me as a cabinet member in the Mapp-Potter administration that I unreservedly express my support of Bill number 35-0229. Although the 4 years served under Governor Mapp pales in comparison to his 40 years of public service to the people of the United States Virgin Islands, I am truly grateful that Governor Mapp had the confidence in my capabilities to assist him in contributing just a mere 4 years, or 10% of his 40, towards his distinguished and illustrious public service career. However, I must admit, this was not an easy feat. Commencing at the outset in 2015 with strained liquidity, or as you all may remember, 17 days cash on hand, Governor Mapp was instrumental in guiding the financial team and government agencies with respect to effectively managing the government's scarce resources. In 2016, as part of the settlement agreement with Hovenza, Governor Mapp obtained over $250 million for the government's coffers, as well as the transfer of real estate property in the states Pearl and Hope in St. Croix, valued in the hundreds of millions. And finally, between 2017 to 2018, Governor Mapp secured authorization of over $9 billion to provide for the needs of the United States Virgin Islands after two of the most destructive Category 5 hurricanes, Irma and Maria. This disrupted our economy by causing catastrophic damages to home, businesses, and infrastructure. And it required intense focus and negotiations with the Trump administration, including the Office of the President and Vice President, United States Office of Management and Budget, United States Department of the Treasury, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, otherwise known as FEMA, and the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, as well as members of the United States Congress and Senate, all of which stand out as the pinnacle of my professional experience, both public and private. While there were many other challenges Governor Mapp encountered during his administration, Governor Mapp's guidance throughout embodied the full thrust of leadership competencies required to govern the United States Virgin Islands, such as the ability to motivate, resiliency, integrity, fairness, emotional intelligence, and active listening, just to name a few, that steered his team towards excellence while simultaneously contributing to our personal development. Governor Mapp and I remain in good contact with each other, and I cherish the time that he selflessly takes to meet with me each time I'm in Florida. Madam Chair, as I conclude my testimony, I'm obliged to reiterate my enthusiastic support for Bill number 35-00229. I'm available to respond to questions that you, members of the committee, as well as other senators present may have about this proposed legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, former Commissioner of Finance, Mr. Val Collins. All the testimonies we received today, I don't think it's anything new for me, but we had to hear it from others. That's why I've signed on to this legislation. At this time, I think we have former Governor Mapp online, and I would give you this opportunity to say a few words if you would like.
Well, let me first say good afternoon to everyone. And I want to give thanks to God for his guidance and my good health and my strength. And I certainly want to thank Senator Frankie Johnson and the co-sponsors of the legislation, Senator Potter, Senator Carrion, Senator James, Senator Gittens, you, Senator Capehart, Madam Chair, and Senator Fred Gregory. I want to thank those that have testified on behalf of the legislation. My former director of the Territorial Emergency Management Agency, Ms. Mona Barnes, former Commissioner Pedro Cruz, my good friend and financial advisor, Mrs. Margaret Guarino, my good friend, Attorney Peter Hebert, and my former commissioner and good friend as well, Valdemar Collins. I give thanks and appreciation for the family that I was born into, the Hewitt family. I was raised by my grandmother, Mrs. Almina Hewitt, and I cherish the upbringing of my mother, Mrs. Vashti Mapp, and my many uncles and aunts from the Hewitt clan. And like we like to boast, the 71 cousins that I enjoy on the maternal side of my family. My family has been truly always in support of me and put up with a good deal of my idiosyncrasies. Ultimately, I want to thank the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands for the life that they have bestowed on me. The honor truly is mine in service to them. I have enjoyed my career, the ups and downs of it. I love the people of the Virgin Islands and I am indebted to the people of the territory for consistently sticking with me and electing me to various offices and supporting me. I thank those in the political arena who have always worked hard in my campaigns and who have worked hard to give me the wonderful life that I have had. The people of the Virgin Islands and the Virgin Islands is truly a gem in the fabric of the United States. Sometimes we don't realize how blessed we are as we go through life and experience the many things that we do, but the uniqueness of the Virgin Islands. I take away in my life that I could graduate from a public school system from 1st grade to 12th grade, attend the University of the Virgin Islands and New York City Community College, and without attaining a bachelor's degree or an associate's degree, graduate with a master's from the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. That is a testament to the educational system and the teachers that I came through, particularly many of the local teachers, Kathleen Joseph, Asta James, Teresita Moorhead, Mrs. Sargent, Doreen James, Maria Schuster, Albert Schuster, on and on. I'm going to get in trouble for starting naming folks, but these are the folks that contributed and molded the lives, my life, and many lives of productive Virgin Islanders. And so I thank the committee and the senators for taking on this initiative and bestowing this honor upon me. I am truly, truly grateful. And I thank the people of the Virgin Islands for their continuing and unwavering support. And for many, many folks that pray for me continuously. I don't follow the newspapers daily and anywhere, but I have to tell you, the Virgin Islands is full of reporters because I get the texts, I get the phone calls, I get the emails, and I certainly keep up with what's happening in the Virgin Islands. I look forward to being home in a few months to spend a couple of weeks and getting to meet folks and greet folks and just have a good, healthy time. So, Madam Chair and members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, thank you again, and thank you, Senator Johnson, and your co-sponsors and members of the legislature who are supporting this measure on my behalf. I am truly humbled by the honor and honored to have been of public service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all that you have done for this territory. Colleagues, that is the conclusion of all the testimonies today. So colleagues, we would begin with a 4-minute round to start, and starting with Senator Blyden. You may proceed with 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues, and good afternoon to all of the testifiers. Good afternoon, former Commissioner Collins. Good afternoon, former Director Barnes. Good afternoon, former Commissioner Cruz, and good afternoon to Mr. Hebert. And thank you guys again for your testimonies. It was good to see Governor Mapp, former Governor Mapp. And I did sign another sponsor. I don't know why my name is in there, but it's all good. I did sign another sponsor. But nonetheless, I must say, though, that when you talk about Governor Mapp, and we have heard many of the testifiers speak to what type of individual Governor Mapp is, you heard he's a great leader, his leadership skills. He worked at the PFA. He was the Commissioner for Licensing and Consumer Affairs. He was the former Lieutenant Governor and Governor of these Virgin Islands. And I must say, during the 2017 hurricanes, Irma and Maria, I believe that he was the right person at the right time in respect to assuring and keeping individuals calm during the storm, and what it did as a result of the storms to these beautiful Virgin Islands. I remember many, many nights and many days I heard him on the radio speaking to our people. And former Director Barnes spoke to watching him from afar. And as for me, when we traveled to Washington, D.C., advocating for funds for the territory, and former Governor Mapp went on the floor and spoke to the members of Congress, even though myself and my colleagues, along with the delegate, went to almost every congressman office and had very long and good discussions with them. When former Governor Mapp went on that floor and started to speak about many different scenarios to the congressmen, explaining to them exactly why we needed the funds and what it would do to their taxpayers as a result of us having those funds, and what it will do for us here as a people in terms of not having to come back to them because of what those funds would do and should do. And the response to the former governor, the results of that most important, informative, and powerful speech spoke for itself. And I must say that all of his experiences, all of his knowledge, his education, all paid off at that critical moment in our history. Some $9 billion we were able to garner for such a small territory. Unprecedented. And I must say again, he is worthy of the honor. When you speak about former Governor Mapp and you ask questions to some individuals, some people will say some things about him, not in favor. Many will speak in a favorable light, but at the end of the day, your work speaks for you.
Time.
Work defines who you are. Your action is always louder than your words. And his actions have defined who he is. And I must say that job well done, honors well deserved. And again, I must say that it was, in my opinion, a great experience for me watching former Governor Mapp, how he operated. And I must say that as a Virgin Islander who really looks out for the people and works on behalf of the people, he is a good example to follow in terms of where your heart is at and what you want to accomplish and what you want to leave as a legacy in terms of tangible things that you can touch and feel. He always spoke about that, and that's very important also. So again, I will be voting in affirmative. I'm not on this committee, but at the end of the day, I sponsor the legislation also. I sign on, and I want to thank the sponsor for bringing it forward. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Here, I'm watching Lighting. I'm watching the roll call, and next person is Sari Potter. I would like to, at this time, recognize committee member Senator Kenneth Gittins, Majority Leader. Thank you, Senator. I did acknowledge Senator Javon James. Colleagues, now we would go to Senator Potter for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to all of the testifiers who are here before us today, in particular, former Governor Kenneth Mapp, the man of the hour, as well as my colleagues from the Mapp administration, the Mapp Potter administration, who were here today. I was getting a little deja vu flashbacks when I heard Val Collins and Pedro Cruz and Mona Barnes speak. So welcome to all of you, and thanks for making this meeting a priority. But I really believe, and I say it over and over again, progressive communities honor and recognize and support their own when they achieve a level of excellence. And without question, Governor Kenneth Mapp is worthy and highly deserving of this recognition and honor. I consider Kenneth Mapp to be a Renaissance man. That's just me. I mean, the man was a police officer, a union leader, a commissioner, head of the business and finance of the PFA. He was a senator, a lieutenant governor, and he rose to the occasion at times when this territory was at its lowest point. I'm talking about Hurricane Marilyn, when he served as lieutenant governor and the head of banking and insurance. And we were all there seeing him do battle on behalf of this territory to ensure that regular Virgin Islanders whose home was destroyed, that they got what they truly deserved. You know, folks have mentioned to me, and Governor Mapp appointed me to serve as Director of Personnel. And what people don't know is that he's no micromanager. You know, people will come up to me and say, Mapp is a micromanager, man. One thing that he was not was a micromanager. His biggest thing was, look, you do your job, leave the politicking and everything to me. You just focus on doing your job and doing it well. Anytime you schedule a meeting, and I know my colleagues who were there before, former cabinet members will tell you, if you're scheduling a meeting with Kenneth Mapp, make sure you are prepared. You are on your P's and Q's. The man knows a lot about a lot of things. I'm the HR director at the time, but he knows a lot about HR too. So you're not going to give him a 6 for 9. He's very astute, very intelligent, very passionate about what he does, and very passionate and committed to the growth and development of the United States Virgin Islands. So I can say without fear of contradiction that Kenneth Mapp is truly deserving of receiving this honor. Absolutely, at the appropriate time, I will vote in the affirmative. I was honored to have an opportunity to serve as a co-sponsor of this initiative. So, I mean, I think I've covered everything that I jotted down to mention, but I just wanted to say congratulations to you in advance, Governor Mapp. And I'm going to make sure I seek you out when you visit the territory, you say in the next couple of weeks. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Potter. You're welcome, Senator. At this time, we go to Senator Carla Joseph. You may proceed with 4 minutes.
Well, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone, especially the man of the hour, the Honorable Kenneth Mapp, EMAP, thank you so kindly, our former governor of these beautiful United States Virgin Islands. I want to really ask questions. Everybody was also commenting, but I have questions I need to ask before I could even consider voting on this legislation. So I'll begin with you, Ms. Barnes. And I wanted to ask you, because we have a bill on our agenda later on that talks about conflicts of interest and the like. Was there any time, because you served in the MAP administration, was there any time that you would state or see that there may have been conflicts of interest when the good governor was serving as a governor for the U.S. Virgin Islands?
To answer your question very directly, no.
Okay, and the same will go to Mr. Val Collins, who was the commissioner.
Good afternoon, Senator. I did not encounter any conflicts of interest.
Okay, so I want to ask you then, because I got this newspaper article that should taxpayers' money be used to fund care of Mapp's mother. It was written here in a Daily News article in October 17th of 2018. And you served as commissioner. You don't find that to be a conflict of interest?
I haven't seen that article.
Okay, but it was published, and it says here that he used government funds to pay. It was a major contention. I wasn't here in this public. I was otherwise working here in St. Thomas, but it had a big, huge contention with that. It had 3 senators they tried to contact with Janelle Sarro, Brian Smith, Kurt VLA. They also tried to reach Myron Jackson, Tregenza Roach, Jeanette Millen Young, Samuel Sanis, Novell Francis Jr., and Alicia Hansen, but they didn't return calls. But a senator from St. Thomas, his name is Dwayne M. DeGraff.
1 minute.
He still sits here. He said he takes care of his 96-year-old mother who doesn't suffer from any chronic health condition as best as he can on his own dime. And I have issues with us, with how we as leaders look at utilizing taxpayers' money to really do private things. We have a major issue in the Virgin Islands right now. This is a crisis with elder care. A number of persons who are working, they are their wits' end because the Medicaid, healthcare, attendant funding is no longer there. We just appropriated $3 million, okay? And that's to pay the back because we owe people. So I thought that was a conflict. Just in my thinking, that may have been a conflict of interest in that. I do have, Madam Chair, one further question. If I may be permitted to do so.
Senator, you may conclude. You would have 1 minute.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. I didn't see anything delineated in this piece of legislation which speaks to the governor's work outside his public service, which he was paid to do. I didn't see any type of like volunteering at Caribbean studies or something, Women's Coalition, he was on the board there and the like. Ms. Mona Barnes, would you be able to indicate, I didn't read it in your testimony, indicate about the governor's volunteerism? Because it's not reflected in this legislation. I'm sure he has done some good volunteer work in the St. Croix district and probably also in the St. Thomas district, as well as in St. John and maybe other jurisdictions.
So I would say to your comments, as far as volunteering, Governor Mapp has been one that volunteered his time all his life. Because you're not on a specific program, or if it's not written, it doesn't mean that it's not so. And so even the time that he takes to mentor.
I just want to get the specific organizations. Do you have any knowledge?
No, I do not have a specific organization.
Okay. Thank you so kindly. My time has been called. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, for the leeway.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Maurice James, you may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it afternoon? Yes. Yeah. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, everyone in the room here on St. Croix. Good afternoon to the people who are online. And I'm going to start with, sometimes this is the most interesting thing. Last night, I was ordering some stones from Amazon because when I was in the military, there was a presenter that came with stones, and I was ordering it for an exercise. We had when I was in the Virgin Islands National Guard with Mona Barnes. And we all were given a stone, a little stone. And when you got the stone, inscribed on it was first, the word first. And the presenter said, "He who is without sin cast the first stone." Okay? And I remember that last night. That's the interesting thing, because I'm ordering it for an exercise that I was doing, and all of a sudden I thought, boy, did God put that in me yesterday for today? Maybe. But that was the first thing that came up in my mind. And then my colleague here said it to me, and I said, I have to speak it. It has to come out. That's obviously the reason why. So my question is to former Governor Kenneth Mapp. Because, Chadwick Boseman says that the only difference between a hero and a villain is that the villain chooses to use that power in a way that is selfish and hurts other people. And from the testimony that I have heard today from all the individuals here, we know that as human beings, like I said, we're all flawed. right? But we rise above it and we serve others. And so from the testimony that I heard today, I learned more about people saying about, like you, Miss Barnes, who I know well, and Mr. Croix, I know well too, you know, about kindness and consideration and compassion. So I wanted to ask former Governor Map, good to see you. I should call, you know what I should call you though? I should call you President Map. Remember that joke? So, especially in these times, right? Just bringing a little levity to it.
Yes, we
you know, the one thing that you did, my time is up already?
1 minute.
1 minute. Wow, sorry about that. But I do wanted to have a conversation with you because you said something that I felt that touched me, and I think when people do great things, because that's it, you know, it's not about great men, but the men who do great things, right? You said that you are indebted to the people of the Virgin Islands for making you who you are and giving you the opportunity to serve them. And from me to you, I will say that I always admire when people recognize the trust, the confidence, and the power really that people give you to change their lives. And you said that, and I appreciated that. But my question specifically is, how as the president of St. Croix, did you manage, of the Virgin Islands, did you manage to convince the president of the United States and Congress? Where did you get that skill of negotiating for a small place like the Virgin Islands to get all that money? I have always wondered about that. So can you just give us a little history on how you were able to do that?
It wasn't difficult because there's some realities of fact that, you know, we need to always point out to the folks in Washington. The Virgin Islands holds the distinction per capita of having the largest number of American citizens who have given the ultimate sacrifice in dying on conflicts on behalf of the United States. Just go into any of our cemeteries on any of our islands and look at the number of people that served in battle from the Virgin Islands on behalf of the United States. American citizens living in the Virgin Islands deserve a life of security, of comfort, of ease as American citizens living on the U.S. mainland. And so when speaking to the president and the vice president and to members of Congress, I spoke to them about their fellow Americans that reside in the Virgin Islands and the ultimate contributions of their lives on behalf of the nation and the need of the nation to accept and fulfill their responsibilities to Americans living in this small territory who have sacrificed so much for this great nation. So it wasn't difficult. I didn't need to pull any magic out of the ear. Virgin Islanders must always remain vigilant and proud of their contributions to this nation. And those who represent the Virgin Islands must demand that which is due the people of the Virgin Islands and due to the U.S. Virgin Islands when it comes to its security and its infrastructure.
I understand that, but have you been following the Insular cases and our struggle really?
Yes.
You have? Okay. And what's...
Yes, and it will continue. The Insular issues will continue with respect to the rights of citizens that reside in the territory, because let's just be candid, residents and the native Virgin Islanders and all of us, you know, when you leave the Virgin Islands and you come to the mainland, you exercise all your rights, you get all your benefits under the Social Security Administration, benefits you cannot access when you reside in the territory, and privileges that you can't use when you're in the territory. And so the insular areas, we're always competing and arguing and pushing for equality, whether you live on the mainland or you live in the insular areas. And that will continue to be a fight because it comes down to political power and And, you know, when the nation is so divided and elections are just decided on the margins, when you start adding folks into the fold, it does make a major difference.
Thank you, Governor. You sound good and you sound good and you look good, by the way. Really good.
Thank you. So I'm working hard at it.
stay healthy. And
thank you.
I am one of those. I'm new at this, as you know, being a first-term senator. So I never know about signing on, signing off, and all of that. But you have my vote. Thank you.
Your father was the champion that threw me into the political arena, and I'm always thankful and grateful to Dr. Randall James for his counsel and his work in putting me into politics, because I had no interest in being in the political arena, and it is Dr. Randall James that persuaded me and convinced me and actually pushed and managed me into my first political campaign and those that followed. So I thank you, and on behalf of your dad.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. You know, I was trying to wait my time, but as I sit here and I look in the audience, I just see people, Governor Mapp, that they are beaming with happiness because they know and they hear the testimony today and they can attest. And, you know, I'm here reflecting from the time I was a little girl, I have known you. Right, Anita? And I've had you as a role model. I've seen you in many positions and capacities. And I am just happy to be in this seat today, to be a Rules and Judiciary chairperson, to be honored to have this bill come through my committee. So
thank you.
I sign on because I know and I lived it. And I'm going to tell my story as to one day, the governor called me. I was applying for that Medicaid job, and he said to me, K-Pot, you don't want a job no more? I'm like, no, Governor, I just waiting for the call. And I followed through doing what I had to do because he believed in me to take that position as a Medicaid administrator. I started in government in Medicaid quality control reviewer, and the income maintenance supervisor. So when I asked for the job in Medicaid, thank you for believing in me, because you recognize talent in many Virgin Islanders, and you have given us that opportunity to lead. And today is why I could fight from this position for Medicaid recipients, because I know the need. I understand the need. So, Governor, I am just so proud to be in this position, to put my name on that legislation. Colleagues, Senator Javon James, you may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I stand in full support of Bill number 35-0229. And I just want to say thank you to former Governor Kenneth E. Mapp for his 40 years of public service. Thank you for your leadership, and most definitely thank you for your public service during the challenging times of Hurricanes Irma, Maria. Really want to say thank you. And I have to remind my good senator over here from Frederickstead, from November 2nd, 1955 to November 2nd, 1982, if I'm not mistaken, 27 years old, you won a seat to the Senate on your birthday. And that's historic. You are a member of this institution, and your name will never be forgotten. I also want to speak about some other stuff. I might get in trouble today, tell Frankie. I got some backlash in August 2018 for posting a picture with Governor Mapp. Several days before the primary election, it was right down there at the Department of Agriculture Fairgrounds. And I got some backlash. But I don't regret it, because the advice he gave me that day helped me to where I'm at today. And not just advice, but he pointed to someone and he told the person, you see this young man? We are going to support him, and the rest is history. I'm saying too much. But anyway, in all seriousness, Celestino White was once quoted by the Virgin Islands Daily News when we had the naming of the Celestino White Senior Facility. And Celestino White said, it shows that if you continue to do what is right, to work hard and work honestly, somebody may be watching. And the 30th legislature was watching. But the 35th legislature is watching, and we want to say to Governor Mapp, keep your head up. I really wish certain things would have not been said on the record here today, but it is what it is. Keep your head up. My first picture ever taken, I should say, my first picture that I took with a governor was with Governor Kenneth E. Mapp. And I will forever cherish that picture. You understand? Because when I first ran, there was a lot of negativity. And like I said, I will never forget the advice that he gave me. And I got more backlash because I used to go to the headquarters. You remember, I used to go to the headquarters and say, what are you doing in here? I get all kind of text from my phone. But I was just so happy to have a sitting governor. Mine is the first governor I ever had a relationship with, sitting governor. And he's saying that we support young people. And it's unfortunate, like I said earlier, when we have members of this institution who want to ruin a very good day. Today should be a joyous day, you know? Because when other people legislation come forward, I hope they have the same energy. But it is what it is. We will continue to do our part as the 35th legislature of the Virgin Islands. We will continue to honor our heroes and our sheroes. And earlier we had the good senator say the man of the hour, but we are making the man of the day. You're the man of the day. Because in these challenging times, we need more people dedicated to public service. And the good testifier said he was self-made. But I have another word I would like to use. Governor Mapp is a walking dictionary. Walking dictionary. And I remember many times during Hurricanes Irma Maria, no paper from the top of his head, and reciting all that information and serving the people of the Virgin Islands. You know what I mean? It was not scripted, it was from the heart. So thank you, Governor Mapp, for all that you have done from your heart. God bless the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you may... Yeah? You are... Oh, I'm sorry. You are number 7. Hold there. Forgive me, Senator. I didn't put you down. You are number 8. You may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Honorable Governor Kenneth Mapp, colleagues of the 35th Legislature, family, friends, colleagues, former employees of Governor Mapp. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to Ayo.
Good afternoon.
The ultimate measure of a man. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands. I want to carefully remind you that when we took office, of course, in the 31st legislature in 2015, and the governor at the time also was inaugurated in 2015, we're facing difficult days.
You must have been late.
We spent many of time discussing how we're going to keep this government afloat. The ultimate measure of a man. We're talking about payless paydays, furloughing employees, how we're going to pay our bills, vendors' payments. We had a lot of conversation.
And that's all it took.
But we had the right man for the right time. Before I continue, I want to say, when I looked at the bill draft, first of all, I'm in full support of the bill draft, but I'm holding out. And I've told this to the bill sponsor as well, is because I believe that, again, Kenneth Mapp, being the blunt and honest individual that he is that I believe that I was seeking for something a lot more significant than a road to be named after Kenneth Mapp. I believe that he deserved more, and that's my only reason for the holdout. I'm totally in support of the Medal of Honor, and obviously, politics is a team sport, a contact sport, and consensus driven. So if this is what we decide to name the road, then fine, I'll go along with it. But I truly believe with his contribution, his 40+ years of service, that we needed to find something a lot more significant to name after him. Guilty. Boy Scout, check. Police officer, check. Commissioner, check. Senator, check. Lieutenant Governor, check. Governor, all that one is unchecked so far. That one is unchecked for me. I've been a Boy Scout. I've been a police officer. I've been a commissioner. I've been a senator. I'm acting Lieutenant Governor.
1 minute.
Up to today. There is still hope for me. I want to say that I want to thank Governor Mapp for teaching me to have a thick skin. You know, when you look at the contribution that has been made by the governor, there's no arguing that he's very much deserving of this recognition and commendation. Again, Governor Mapp is someone that you could call. I wasn't one of his everyday friends. I wasn't part of the No Bones Cafe hangout. But you better believe that every time there was a need for me to text, call, or have a conversation with Governor Mapp, in all his capacities, he was always there to lend that ear and lend that support.
Time.
So I am not a member of this committee, but you rest assured that at the perfect time, at the opportune time, I will be voting in the affirmative, and I'm still holding out hope that we could find something that we could really name that's significant in his honor. Some of Governor Mapp's words as I close off, Madam Chair. I give you a job, it's your responsibility to keep it. Mm-hmm. I have had the honor of admiring this gentleman from afar. And I must say, again, he is a mentor. He's someone that I continue to admire up to this day. Thank you very much for the time and opportunity. God bless.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I had a name for you, Governor Mapp. You were my hurricane governor. Listen, as we sit here, I'm sure all of us would have time to reflect on our experiences with you, and you are deserving of this honor. And Senator, if you want to bring another piece of legislation, you know you're going to get support on that too. So bring it. Senator Gittins, you may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Only, to God be the glory. And only God knows why I stepped out the room a few minutes ago. I had to say a prayer and ask God to maintain my composure and my credibility here today. To every one of you seated here and those of you listening, I apologize for what took place a few minutes ago. You know, one thing I always say is we have to know when to unite as one people. And during our discourse here in this body, we must always be respectful. If they want to talk about conflict of interest, the topic is coming next. Let's see what they have to say then. Okay? Because all eyes are on this. Governor Mapp, I truly apologize because this is supposed to be a good time. A good time when we are giving the rose while you can smell it, feel it, touch it. Ain't got no time for funkiness right about now. Today is a deserving day for the Honorable Kenneth Mapp. And not just because he named Kenneth, but I am trying to walk in your walk with the exception of one thing. I made it to 2. I was a police officer, I'm a sitting senator, and I don't want to be governor. But, you know, I had my eyes on going to the Kennedy School as well. But I don't know if I'm able. Governor Mapp, you have took these islands to a next level. And I know, somebody say you're a walking dictionary, you're a teacher, everything. One thing I know that people are going to do is they're going to be mindful that when the slogans come about, they're going to be conscious of it, because when we say change course, we got to know where we're going. It could go either way.
1 minute.
And I am saying that there's a lot that we can learn from you. I haven't been bothering you to pluck your brain because 2 governors I really used to count on. One is gone, rest his soul, Governor Turnbull and Governor Mapp. When you want to bunk something off because you might think you're doing the right thing, but these were some wise people. And now I got your number again. I'm going to start calling on you again. But as we know, the governor have worn many hats. I concur with the Senate President that just naming a road after him ain't enough. That's not sufficient for me either. So I'm happy that we're able to do the what you call it, the Medal of Honor. It is well-deserving. I encourage all my colleagues, not only those of you and this committee, but of the full body, to support this resolution wholeheartedly. I'm totally upset with my colleague, Senator Johnson. He beat me to the punch. But this is how we tag team together and work together when it's time for us to recognize our people while they're alive. Again, I apologize for any disrespect that took place here earlier. Some may say it was part of the debate, but you don't mess with people's character like that. If it was anything that was unethical or criminal, I am pretty sure it would have been investigated and handled. Again, I implore all of you to pay attention to the next bill that's coming up on ethics and conflict of interest. Let's see where everybody sits. Mama said every tub must sit on its own bottom. All right? Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Franklin Johnson, you are the prime sponsor that we save you for last. So take it home with your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, on my way to work today, I was listening to the radio, and there was a song playing by Hezekiah Walker, God Favor Me.
Yeah.
And Governor Mapp, God favor you. They whisper, they conspire, they told lies. Your character, your integrity they can't change that. God have favored you, Governor Mapp, in all your endeavor and all that you have done for the people of this territory. I must say this, that without any doubt, there isn't no governor could chomp on this bit. Under Governor Mapp tenure and folks and people who've been around him and worked with him, there are, and was, I should say, 5 senators that was elected on the first go-round after working with Governor Mapp. Senator Janelle Sarro, Senator Blyden was on the team, Senator Carrion, Senator Potter, and myself. That's an accomplishment, a significant, that he didn't go up and pull the ladder up. He brought folks up with him. I want to recognize 2 commissioners here, former Commissioner of Fire Department, Clifford Joseph, Director. Thank you very much. If I always clap like that. And former Commissioner Devin Carrington, I thank you guys for being here to support. I definitely want to thank the President of the Legislature for his due diligence in taking this measure out of the Committee of Government Operation, which was stalemating this measure and bringing it to rules. And I want to thank the chair for allowing this measure to come here and move forward. I can say to you that the experience that I had with Kenneth Mapp was one that I will never, ever forget. But I want to tell a little story because I want to show you where this gentleman could touch the smallest person to the biggest person. And a lady came Government House and she said she campaigned for Governor Mapp and she wants a job in the kitchen and she's a custodian worker and she wants to speak to the governor. I ushered her into him and we got into the office and Governor Mapp sat down, spoke to the young lady. Well, she's a little older than me, but I still call her a young lady. And she said, Governor, I campaigned for you. I want to walk in the kitchen to the school and they're telling me I have to get my GED. He said, well, miss, I could get you this job, you know, but you're going to have to get your GED. That is the law. It was a lady from either Dominica or St. Lucia. She had a very Caribbean high accent. And she said, but I can't do this. He said, you could read? She said, yes. He said, you know math? She said, you can write? She said, yeah. Governor Mapp left the young lady to his desk and he went over to his laptop and he started typing and he asked her her address. What's your address? That's your mailing address? Spell your name for me, I want to get it right. Took her name down and everything like that. And he just pressed send and he come over. He said, I just purchased the GED book for you to study to get your GED. It's going to be mailed to you. I want you to go ahead, prepare yourself, get your GED, and come back and ask for Mr. Johnson. Lo and behold, a couple months went by, and this young lady called. She says to me, Mr. Johnson, Governor Mapp tell me to call you because I need to come back to see him. I said, so much of people either said to call me, but hint me with something. What is it related to? She said, well, I was the person that he said that if I go and get my GED, he gonna get me this job. I said, yeah, and? She said, I got my GED. I right away called the commissioner and said, look, the governor promised, Madam Chair, may I proceed with this?
Yes, you may conclude.
Called the commissioner at the time. I said, you know, the governor promised this lady a job. She works in education. She went and got her GED, and she wants this job. And there was a position there. And the commissioner said, send me her name, send me her information. I did all of that. I walked over to the office. I said, Governor, remember the lady that you buy the book for? He said, yeah. I said, she get her GED. He said, you need to call the commissioner. I said, I don't call her already, Governor. The commissioner calling this lady for an interview. That's the process. She was interviewed. The lady called me again, crying, saying, I had to do an interview, I know. I said, miss, the governor promised you this job, and if you did good in your interview, you worry about nothing. That lady got that job, and she is still working in the kitchen. So I say this to say the smallest a person that comes to Governor Mapp, he would do his best for them. I must also talk about one day, and I definitely need this time. You know, I was never involved in politics. And when Governor Mapp decided to run, I said, man, let me stop by this headquarters, this campaign rally. And it was a rally at Go Through that he was doing. I passed, go through, going down the road, going to his. I said, not me, too much of people laying there. I turned around and I went back. And the rest is actually history. I thank you, Governor Mapp, for all that you have taught me. I've really learned a lot. Remember the story about leave the politics to me? One day there was a senator, former senator, I mean, just beating Governor Mapp down with any and everything he could have beat him. On the weekend, Saturday. And Monday morning, I'm there in my office and they say, Senator such and such there downstairs to say Governor, and me now, we want to see the governor for, he tear up the governor this weekend on the radio. I walked over to the governor's office. I said, Governor, you know who there downstairs to see you? He said, oh, I said, Senator such and he said, and what? I said, you hear how he handled you on the radio? He said, Frankie, bring the senator up. I went downstairs, got the senator, took him to the office. My office is so close to the governor's office at that time. The next thing I know, the two of them they're laughing. So when he left, I said, Governor, what is it about? He said, Frankie, that's just politics. Don't worry about it. So sometimes when you hear some of my colleagues get there and they start ranting and raving, it's politics, that's the highest. But there's no doubt that the people of the Virgin Islands know the accomplishments and the work of this great man. There's no doubt. Some people will always have plugs in their ears and their eyes closed, but it's there. When you look at the bridge to nowhere that is now called Faxman Adams Bridge, that was the name of that bridge, the bridge to nowhere. Been there for so many years. When you talk about the waterfront project, one of the most beautiful things right now in St. Thomas. And I could stay here and talk for the rest of the day. But my former boss has done his job. When we talk about the economic revitalization of Frederiksted, the town that I come from, it's still in the work of art. What I would like to do, I would like to ask media, and I'll close on this, to flip the camera to the audience so Governor Mapp could see all his loved ones and friends and family that are here in full support. So I'll ask media to do that. And again, Madam Chair and colleagues, I thank each and every one of you for your overwhelming support and those of you that have signed on. Throughout this day, been a little touching for me because I walk with this man and I know what his heart was. I know where he wanted to carry these islands. And it happened that that didn't happen, but he did his job. I thank you for your support. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh, and I was about to say, I know the other day we were here on the floor and we were offering each other tissue, but I didn't know we need to bring them to the too. Yes, I feel it. I feel it. I feel the love today for somebody who's made a difference in the Virgin Islands and loved the Virgin Islands. So, Governor Mapp, you know, I used to say it's about policy and not personality. And that's what a lot of us in these positions, when we have to make tough decisions and some are not favorable to some. But when you have the love for the Virgin Islands, especially St. Croix, because these are the St. Croix senators, and I'm not doing any division here, but when you make decisions that is not favorable, you don't always get a good recommendation. But when you vote and you work on things that make sense for the people, it goes a long way. Governor Mapp, I'm going to do something different before we go to the vote. Based on some of the comments, if you wanted to make a response at this time, and then colleagues will go into the vote if no one have any further positive comments. because this is a happy time. And I've been in the position where I've supported legislation, resolutions that other senators say, hey, I think this person deserves this recognition, and we don't ever beat down those individuals. They may have contributed less, more, we don't measure. But if you come as a bill sponsor and you said, this person did A, B, and C, and I think they deserve this recognition, recognition is due. So, Governor Mapp, this is your time to make a comment, and some of my colleagues and myself that we gave our feeling and our experience about you today. I'm allowing you to have a few words. Are you still with us?
Well, Senator, yes,
okay.
Senator and Madam Chair, I just want to say again, thank you, and again, commend you for the work that we did on the Medicaid program. You know, Mrs. Malloy Joel Malloy is a very, very good friend, and when we made a decision to load the Medicaid rolls up and give people access to health care who didn't have health insurance while you were there, it was thousands of Virgin Islanders that registered. And, you know, ultimately the federal government in our issues on the 2 hurricanes took over 100% of the cost of the Virgin Islands Medicaid program for 24 months. And many Virgin Islanders people have met me or text me and call me to let me know, you know, you could take your Medicaid benefits and go up on the mainland and use them. And people got significant care. Folks, you know, people, young people got heart transplants that were 100% paid for with no contribution from the Treasury of the Virgin Islands. The whole point I guess I want to make here is that I don't worry about criticism and noise that isn't even all vested in fact. I just simply say that I dedicated my life to public service. My family supported me in my efforts for public service. Many folks in the community, when I began to run, it was just a small handful of us, Freddie McFarlane, Donald Ross, as I said, Randall James, the Davilas, Anita, Leola Graham, you know, and others. In point of fact, Governor Albert Bryan's parents in my first campaign worked the Sign Farm precinct on my behalf. Sonny and Charlie Capehart was part of that campaign. And so I just look back in reflection, and I am grateful to have had the honor to serve and thank the wonderful people of the Virgin Islands for giving me the life that I now so richly enjoy. And I pray that God shower the people of the Virgin Islands with his richest blessings and continue to take care and protect the territory. And Madam Chair and Senator Johnson and the sponsors of the bill, I thank you, I thank you, I thank you. And those that testified today, Mona Barnes and Pedro Cruz and Val Collins and Peter Hebert and Margaret Garino, listening made me a little bit emotional. I felt like I was having sort of an out-of-body experience because I'm not one that run after honors, but I'm happy and humbled by this honor that the legislature is working to bestow upon me. I just want to give a good shout out for I have adopted every year, whether in or out of office, I'm a major, I support and I always promote the Queen Louise Home for the Children and all those that are within my earshot. I encourage them to continue as I do annually to support them and ask you to support them. I'm a big fan of Relay for Life. Even while I'm here on the mainland, I continue to send my support back to the Virgin Islands and other notable work that goes on in this community. We were raised to do, but you don't have to shout and boast about what you do when you're volunteering and giving benefit and helping others. You just do, because your work will speak louder than any words that you can utter. So thank you so much. And again, thank you to the legislature and all of the sponsors and co-sponsors of the bill. I'm sincerely humbled by it.
Thank you. So before I entertain the motion, I get passionate when I talk about Medicaid, because this governor here gave me the opportunity when there were 14,000 people that were on Medicaid, and that number went to about 35,000 people under the Affordable Care Act of the Virgin Islands, under his leadership. Here I telling you, organ transplant program, individuals who need organs, they went to Auxilio Mutuo for expansion of services. You had the Medicaid fraud unit, the Mafuku. You had the eligibility outstation workers. Everything was under him, because when people came to him and they said there was a need, run with it. So now I'm in this position again, and my heart is broken, where Monday I'm putting in an amendment for Medicaid, because when I see individuals cannot go to the States because their child's sick, their husband's sick, because there's no money. Colleagues, I'm gonna tell that story on Monday, but I'm telling you, when you have leadership and it's time to recognize them, let's do so. I'm ready for that motion. Motion, Senator Johnson.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 350229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Kenneth Ezra Mapp, for his years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, and naming Route 75 on the island of St. Croix from Bazen Triangle intersection at Route 70 Estate Richmond and ending at Croix Lagoon, the Governor Kenneth E. Mapp Highway, appropriating $45,000 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Public Works to implement the mandate of this act, to bestow the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor on Kenneth Ezra Mapp, and for all other related purposes, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Franklin D. Johnson and seconded by Senator Maurice James, Senator Kenneth Gittins, Senator Potter on St. Thomas. May I have roll call on Bill number 35-0229?
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr. absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Not voting.
Senator Joseph, not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Okay, Bill number 35-0229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Kenneth Ezra Mapp, for his years of service of the people of the Virgin Islands, and naming Route 75 on the island of St. Croix from Basin Triangle intersection at Route 70, Estate Richmond, and ending at Croix Lagoon, the Governor Kenneth E. Mapp Highway, appropriating $45,000 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Public Works to implement the mandates of this act, to bestow the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor on Kenneth Ezra Mapp and for other related purposes, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Point of personal privilege, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I definitely want to thank all my colleagues again for your support and your outpouring just reflection on Governor Kenneth E. Mapp for all the work that he have done for the people. I want to thank the testifiers, Mona Barnes. You had me here in tears, and that's why I can't stop. But I really appreciate you too, Brother Cruz, and all the other testifiers, and all who are in the well here. The Rattan clan. If I'm up in Rattan, I see the whole bunch there. And then I see all the other folks, Beatrice, everybody, Ford, everybody. I mean, just thank you guys. Tesselda, Shang, that's part of the clan there too. I thank each and every one of you for coming out here and support this. You had a lot of things you could do with your day today, but you know this was important to be here and support this honorable governor that did his job and did it well. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson, and thank you, testifiers. Yeah, we don't clap in the legislature. This is what I've taught everyone. This is the silent clap. This is silent clap, but today is a major exception. The Senate President ain't slapped me on the wrist, so you know. But people of the Virgin Islands, we have just passed this very honorable bill to the committee to full session, which would be on Monday. And I asked my colleagues, I'm not the prime sponsor, but I'm a sponsor. I'm asking for the support on session. Testifiers, Governor Mapp, thank you. And the Committee of Rules and Judiciary is hereby in recess. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Colleagues, we are now in Block 4. The agenda was read into record, but there are individuals that sent emails saying that they will not be in attendance. Invited testifiers. Madam Clerk, if you can please read that into the record.
Good afternoon from Marjorie Whalen. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. I am not able to attend today. Marjorie Whalen, President of the VI Bar Association.
That concludes it. To work with my colleague, who is the prime sponsor of Bill number 35-0227, please read the correspondence that was read earlier.
The Honorable Diane T. Capehart, Chairperson, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Number 1 Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00840. Request for testimony on Bills 35-0227 and 35-0228. Thank you for the invitation to testify on behalf of the Judicial Branch on a proposed Bill number 35-0227 and Bill number 35-0228, which would both amend Title III, Chapter 37 of the Virgin Islands Code relating to conflicts of interest. After review and consultation with our General Counsel, it would be inappropriate for any representative of the judicial branch to offer any substantive opinion on the contents of either bill, which have far-reaching implications for all three branches of the government of the Virgin Islands, including concerns related to the separation of powers. The judicial branch acknowledges that a robust and efficient scheme regulating conflicts of interest and the enforcement of the relevant laws within the branches of the government is an important and integral part of maintaining public trust and efficient public services. However, as issues concerning one or both bills may be subject of litigation before our courts for resolution, to avoid the appearance of any bias or impropriety, we will offer no substantive comment on Bill number 35-0227 nor Bill number 35-0228. Sincerely, Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the reading of those correspondence. Colleagues, in this block, we have three bills, which is Block 35-0227, Bill number 35-0228, and Bill number 35-0269. So who speaks to Bill number 35-0227? Senator Gittins, you may proceed.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all colleagues. On behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands, enough is enough, certainly. This is a prime opportunity for all of us seated in this 35th legislature body to collectively address the abuse, bribery, corruption, dishonesty, exploitation, and fraudulence in our government. Acknowledging the seriousness and the importance of upholding and preserving the highest standards of integrity and accountability in public service, I'm proposing to establish the Virgin Islands Ethics and Conflicts of Interest Commission through this legislation being offered today, which is long overdue, I must say. I also wish to acknowledge and thank Senators Franklin D. Johnson, Diane T. Capehart, Novalee Francis Jr., and Marvin Blyden for seeing the importance of this piece of proposed legislation and signing on as sponsors. This bill is a companion bill, meaning it's twin bills, 35-0227 and 228. 0227 establishes the VI Commission of Ethics and Conflict of Interest and provides for the appointment, eligibility, term of office, and compensation for members of the commission. The bill also addresses the hiring of professional and support staff. 0228, Section 1 divests the Attorney General of the jurisdiction to administer ethics and conflicts of interest laws and allows the AG to enforce them in conjunction with the Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest when there is a criminal nexus. Section 2 establishes procedures for investigation, enforcing and appealing from ethical and conflict of interest violations of public officers and employees. This section also establishes the Ethics Commission Fund, and Section 3 makes an appropriation of $500,000 to the Commission for operating expenses, which is obviously insufficient, and we will need to find an additional $500,000 in order to make this work properly. Principally, the Virgin Islands Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commission objectives will be to address the complexities surrounding ethical problems and potential conflicts of interest that our public officials may encounter. By providing a strong framework for guidance, investigation, and enforcement, the Commission will see to it that public officials and employees follow or hold the highest ethical standards in not only their direct actions, but also in their decision-making. This proposal or initiative will be a proactive step in the right direction of improving the integrity of our governance structures, and through this means protecting and upholding the public interest and encouraging a culture of accountability and or culpability. Through combined efforts with stakeholders, professionals in ethics, and the wider community, our goal and objective is to simply create an effective and impartial commission that will serve as a model for ethical governance practices in the territory. Testifiers and those of you watching and or listening to this hearing but cannot be here, as we set off on this legislative voyage, I welcome constructive engagement and comments from all stakeholders so that we can improve and strengthen the proposed framework before us here today. I understand the position of the courts not to offer any substantive testimony. However, I also note their acknowledgement that, oh boy, and I had it here, their acknowledgement of the bill that's before us, and I apologize that I don't see their testimony in front of us. Oh, yes. Where they acknowledge that a robust and efficient scheme regulating conflicts of interest and the enforcement of the relevant laws within the branches of government is an important and integral part of maintaining public trust and efficient public service. I ask at the appropriate time for your support, colleagues. The bill, again, is aimed at establishing the commission. It wouldn't solve all the government's problems. However, it will provide a crucial mechanism for addressing these lapses, offering whistleblowers and everyday citizens a dedicated platform to report concerns of grievances. That's on bills number 0227 and 228. Thank you.
So who speaks to bill number 35-0228? Okay. Who speaks to bill number 35-0269? You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have too many things on my desk at the same time, but this bill makes it unlawful for individuals to provide false. This is bill number 35-0269. It makes it unlawful for individuals to come before the legislature and provide false testimony while under oath, and therefore obstructing the legislative process. Currently, our code does not have any penalty towards individuals that come before the legislature that are sworn in, providing testimony or responses to the legislative process, and there's no repercussion if they were to be lying before the body. This bill simply puts that in place within our code, that we can take action similarly to that of what is done in Congress. And these fines that will be levied would be personally be borne on the individuals who are or who have perjured themselves before the legislature. I'm looking forward to your support on these, hence why a number of our constituents ask us, why don't you all swear in people anymore? I know for sure that as a chairman, I don't usually swear in people because currently there's no repercussion if they were to lie before the body. So I'm asking for your support at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I will go to just the non-committee member. I'd like to acknowledge Senator Alma Francis Heiliger from the island of St. Thomas. Welcome to Committee of Rules and Judiciary. St. Thomas testifiers, I would begin with you, starting with Mr. Ian Clement. If you can please state your name and title on the record, and then the person sitting next to you, who I believe is Dr. Gwen Molinar. You may proceed. You can.
Gwen Marie Molinar.
Good afternoon, Ian Clement, Deputy Attorney General, Department of Justice.
St. Croix.
Chief Territorial Public Defender for the Office of the Territorial Public Defender.
And good afternoon. I'm Patricia Lynn Pryor. I'm the Director of the White Collar Crime and Public Corruption Unit for the Office of the Attorney General.
Okay, thank you. Now we will begin with hearing testimony. I will begin with Ms. Dr. Gwen Molinar from League of Women Voters. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good day. I am Dr. Gwen Marie Molinar, President of the League of Women Voters of the Virgin Islands. I bring greetings to the Chair and Vice Chair of the Rules and Judiciary Committee of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart and the Honorable Senator Milton B. Potter, and all members of the committee. We also extend greetings to other senators present and to testifiers and the viewing and listening audience. The Board of Directors of the League of Women Voters thanks Senator Capehart and the members of the committee for the invitation to speak on 3 bills that seek to create a commission on ethics and conflicts of interest. This is a much-needed action for the U.S. Virgin Islands that began in 1961 with a code of ethics for the VI government by executive order by the then Governor Ralph Paiwanski. The next important effort was a bill by the former Senator Sean Malone in 2017 that was held in committee and essentially stifled over the years until this effort by Senator Kenneth Gittins and co-sponsors Senator Franklin Johnson, and Senator Marvin Blyden. While there are some relatively minor issues that do need to be addressed in these bills, the League is of the opinion that the bills have significant merit and therefore a relatively good chance for moving forward to the final realization of a code of ethics and a framework for its oversight and enforcement. We commend the bill's sponsors and co-sponsors for their work in developing them and moving them forward to this point. The League looks forward to sharing a few concerns and related recommendations during the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Please correct me. Your name is Gwen Marie?
Yes, Gwen Marie Molinar.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Acting Attorney General Ian Clement, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Capehart, Committee on Rules and Judiciary members, legislative staff, and the viewing and listening audience. My name is Ian S.A. Clement. I am the Deputy Attorney General for the St. Thomas and St. John District, and presently Acting Attorney General of the Virgin Islands. I'm honored to be invited to provide a few remarks regarding Bill number 35-0227 on behalf of Attorney General nominee Gordon C. Ray, as proposed by Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Franklin D. Johnson, and Marvin A. Blyden. Bill number 35-0227 is a crucial legislative proposal. It seeks to establish the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest. This bill provides for the appointment, eligibility, term of office, compensation for commission members, and hiring professional and support staff. The bill proposes that the present text of 3 Virgin Islands Code Section 1108 be repealed and be replaced with the language of the bill. Our review of the proposed bill shows that it satisfies Virgin Islands law about commissioner eligibility, filling vacancies on boards, the terms of commissioners, and the composition of the board. The proposed bill permits the board to hire staff, much like other provisions under the Virgin Islands law, such as the Board of Education, the Board of Dental Examiners, the Board of Medical Examiners, and the Territorial Public Defenders Administration Board. Nationally, the establishment of ethics commissions or committees is a growing trend. As of March 22, 2024, 392 ethics bills were introduced in the United States in 2023, including at least one in all 50 states. Of these, 72 measures were enacted across 31 states. The proposed bill number 35-0227 aligns with this trend, reassuring that it aligns with the principles of good governance embraced nationwide. That said, the Department of Justice has some reservations about the bill's composition. Bill 35-0227 requires the Attorney General to make available to the Commission such personnel, facilities, and other assistance as the Commission may request to assist in the performance of its duties, end quote. That is a quote from the proposed subsection J. The bill states in proposed subsection I that the Commission shall employ an executive director, a chief legal counsel, and other professional staff as necessary to carry out its duties pursuant to this chapter. Bill 35-0227 specifies in proposed subsection J that the Commission shall also cause at least 2 investigators, 1 legal secretary, and 2 support staff to be hired by the executive director. I grant that the staffing detailed in the proposed subsection J represents minimums. The Commission must employ sufficient staff to carry out its duties. But when viewed in comparison to the rights and duties of the Commission as detailed in proposed Bill 35-0228 and its proposed funding, I am concerned that any shortages in the Commission staffing and funding will be visited upon the Department of Justice, since it serves as the only backstop for the Commission. The Department of Justice is understaffed. For example, the Solicitor General Division tasked with advising the territory's boards and commissions is down to 5 staff members, including the Solicitor General and Assistant Attorney General and 3 support staff from its peak of 12 people years ago. Based on the open-ended language of the bill, it appears that the Department of Justice would be required to make up for any shortfalls of the Commission if the Executive Director so requested. In addition, the Department of Justice would have to provide office space and other office supplies and equipment if requested by the executive director. The bill does not specify if the commission's investigators are to be peace officers and who will be responsible for training the investigators and support staff. Bill 35-227 permits the commission to obtain the services of experts and consultants as necessary to carry out its duties. But if the commission lacks the funding to hire a forensic accountant, for example, may the executive director demand the Attorney General provide a forensic accountant. Thus, I suggest that some limiting language be placed on the Attorney General's assistance to this commission. I would also suggest including the Office of the Inspector General in providing aid. Many ethics violations do not only include conflicts of interest from a legal perspective, but also from a financial component may be involved. The Inspector General's office already employs a staff and has the expertise to make financial examinations. Other states employ the aid of their Inspector General. For example, Indiana requires its Inspector General to provide assistance that Bill 35227 asks of the Attorney General. Also, Maine's ethics regime permits its commission to request the aid of the Attorney General, Secretary of State, and Office of the State Auditor. Illinois law splits the ethics function of the executive branch among 5 independent Office of Inspector General. 1 each for the governor, the Attorney General, the Secretary of State, the Comptroller, and the Treasurer. Illinois also has a separate Office of Legislative Inspector General to examine ethics violations. I do not suggest that Illinois' complicated ethics scheme is right for the Virgin Islands, but a multi-agency, multi-discipline approach would be more cost-efficient and effective in creating synergies between the agencies to combat ethics violations in the Virgin Islands. This bill is an important step in the right direction towards good governance for the Virgin Islands, and its implementation could lead to significant improvements. The Department of Justice welcomes the legislation with the above caveats. I thank the committee for its invitation to testify on Bill number 35227. I greatly appreciate your considerations of my remarks. This concludes my formal remarks, and I remain available for any members' questions. Also, I'd like to point out that the director of our White Collar Division, Patricia Lynn Pryor, is also present to answer questions in St. Croix. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. At this time, we'll come to St. Croix, and we would hear from Ms. Julie Smith Todman, Esquire. You may proceed with your testimony.
My name is Julie Smith Todman, and I am the Chief Territorial Public Defender for the Office of the Territorial Public Defender. I would like to begin by thanking Senator Capehart, Chairperson, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and Senator Kenneth Gittens, bill sponsor, for this invitation to testify concerning these matters. I would further extend that gratitude to each of you, the members and staff of the 35th Legislature. The Office of the Territorial Public Defender is established by Title V, Section 3521 of the Virgin Islands Code to represent the indigent charged with crimes in court. Today, I am testifying on behalf of the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, which we call the OTPD. I was invited to provide my testimony concerning 3 proposed bills. Bill number 35-0227, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 37, to enact the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest. Bill number 35-0228, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapters 8 and 37, to enumerate the duties and function of the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, appropriating $500,000 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest and for other related purposes. The first 2 bills create the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, provide authority for the Commission by amending authority now vested in the Attorney General, designate funds for the operation of the Commission, establish its rules, and provide for penalties for perjury and false statements to the Commission. As for the third bill, Bill number 35-0269, an act amending Title II, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, by adding a Section 10, providing a penalty of not less than $250 or a sentence of imprisonment for not more than 30 days for the commission of sworn falsehood, perjury, related to proceedings before the legislature of the Virgin Islands. I am pleased to provide this input from the OTPD concerning these proposed pieces of legislation. My thoughts on these bills are mostly focused on the criminal penalties. The OTPD is the agency tasked with representing indigent persons accused with crimes, and our interaction with the courts regarding these bills would be in handling cases related to criminal charges arising from ethics-related violations and the punishments the courts mete out related to those criminal charges. Bill number 35-0227. Taking each of the bills in numerical order, the OTPD has no significant comment as to Bill number 35-0227, the enacting legislation. As attorneys, we are bound by an ethical code. The practice of regularly considering and applying those ethical mandates is benefit and makes lawyers better at their job. The OTPD wholeheartedly supports a new emphasis on ethics and governance and new tools to guide that practice. Bill number 35-0228. As for the second of the bills, OTPD believes Bill number 35-0228 must be given careful consideration before passage because some portions or a portion may run afoul of the Constitution as interpreted by the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. The concerning section is Section 1110, subsection K. Section 1110, subsection K states in part that no person may disclose or acknowledge to any other person information relating to a complaint, preliminary inquiry, investigation, hearing, or petition for reconsideration that is before the Commission. This well-meaning provision probably runs afoul of free speech rights, at least as interpreted by the Third Circuit. The importance of the Third Circuit is that a constitutional challenge to this legislation may be brought in our local U.S. District Court. Any decision from that court falls under the purview of the Third Circuit. There are many similarities between Bill 35-0228 and the Pennsylvania Public Official and Employee Ethics Act, which I will refer to here as the Pennsylvania Act. The Pennsylvania Act was a 1978 law which sought to prevent financial conflicts of interest between a public official's duties and his or her private financial affairs. Section 1110, subsection K of Bill 35-0228 closely tracks the language of Section 1108, subsection K of the Pennsylvania Act, making it illegal to disclose information about the operation of the Commission. In a case known as Stilp versus Contino, the Third Circuit found that language in the Pennsylvania Act runs afoul of the First Amendment. Bill 35-0228 utilizes the same provision that the Third Circuit ruled against when applying the Pennsylvania provision. The Third Circuit specifically found that it was improper to silence complainants as to their ethics complaints. In the words of the Third Circuit, it is not narrowly tailored and imposes a blanket prohibition on disclosure regardless of the timing of the disclosure. In Stilp, the plaintiff challenged a state statute that barred disclosure of the filing of a complaint before the State Ethics Commission and mandated that complaint filers be bound to confidentiality in proceedings. Mr. Stilp publicized his filings of an ethics complaint, which violated a rule prohibiting disclosure of ethics complaint filings. Importantly, Mr. Stilp sought to challenge the confidentiality provision and intentionally violated the non-disclosure section, which is identical in effect to section 1110 subsection K of Bill 35-0228. After publicizing his intended complaint, but before Mr. Stilp was criminally charged, Mr. Stilp sought injunctive relief to prevent his prosecution, arguing that the statute was unconstitutional because it violated his First Amendment rights. The Federal District Court issued an injunction prohibiting enforcement of the provision. The Attorney General appealed to the Third Circuit. The Third Circuit agreed with Mr. Stilp and noted that we hold that section 1108 subsection K as construed by defendants to prohibit public disclosure of the fact that an Ethics Act complaint was filed does not survive strict scrutiny and cannot be enforced. A blanket prohibition on disclosure of a filed complaint stifles political speech near the core of the First Amendment and impairs the public's ability to evaluate whether the Ethics Commission is properly fulfilling its statutory mission to investigate alleged violations of the Ethics Act. Because the language of Bill 35-0228 criminalizes constitutionally protected conduct consistent with the Third Circuit's ruling in Stilp versus Contino, the OTPD opposes section 1112 subsection K of Bill 35-0228. Finally, Bill 35-0269 seeks to establish penalties for commission of perjury in proceedings before the legislature of the Virgin Islands. The OTPD does not take a position on the necessity of Bill 35-0269 as this creates another criminal offense. I appreciate the opportunity to provide you with the position of my office as to these bills. We also appreciate the difficulty of crafting these provisions and provide these comments to strengthen our collective effort to improve the operation of this territory's government for all of its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie Smith-Todman, Chief of Public Defender's Office. I am just being notified by my Vice Chair on St. Thomas that there was not a completion of the reading of the testimonies from the Deputy Attorney General on the additional bills in this block, and also from Dr. Gwen Marie Molinar on St. Thomas for League of Women Voters. So, Dr. Gwen Marie Molinar, I will allow you to proceed with the reading.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. It was my impression that we were just giving an introduction, and so I'd like to give our testimony on Bill number 35-0227, which is a bill to amend Title 3, Chapter 37, to enact the VI Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest. We have a concern on Section 1108A regarding the membership. The League of Women Voters finds the composition to be heavily influenced by the governor and the Chief Judge of the Supreme Court, in that of the five members of the commission, both the governor and judge are authorized to identify 4 members and the legislature 1 member. We believe that the membership should be more broadly selected to avoid undue influence by any of the public officials at the highest level of government. We recommend that the membership be expanded to 7 members as follows: that the governor, the chief judge of the Supreme Court, and the legislature each appoint 1 person. The governor and chief judge each nominate 1 private citizen. The Bar Association nominates 1 person from the bar, and that there should be a human resources administrator, as the matters indeed often involve matters related to HR. Under item B of that same section, where it indicates that 2 members who are jointly appointed by the governor and chief justice, and we insert instead, other 4 members shall serve a full term of 5 years, and this is in keeping with the recommendation above regarding the number being expanded to 7. Under item G of that same section, after advance written notice must be distributed by mail, we have inserted that advance notice of meetings must be distributed by post mail and electronic mail to each member, and in keeping with the Sunshine Act, must be done at least 7 days in advance, except in the case of a verifiable emergency. We find that simply leaving it as mail could suggest post mail, which today is almost obsolete. Under item H of that same section, the League of Women Voters is concerned that there are no guidelines for what constitutes meaningful time spent that qualifies for the reimbursement of $200 for the day. We recommend that you insert after must be compensated at the rate of $200 a day. We insert the following statement: for meetings of the commission, its committees and subcommittees, and for related work of no less than 2 hours per day that is approved or verified by the executive director. Under item J of that same section, we suggest eliminating the last sentence so that the commission remains independent of the AG. Regarding bill number 350228 on the enumeration of the duties and functions of the Commission on Ethics and the appropriation of $500,000 from the general fund for its operations. The League is concerned about the description in which it states that appropriating funds for the commission and for other related purposes. We thought that this descriptive use was a cryptic description for the use of the funds was cause for concern, and we suggested deleting for other related purposes if the use cannot be more specifically stated. Under section 2209 regarding powers and duties, we believe that item B, which is that a draft of a code of ethic of official conduct be done, that this should be one of the first responsibilities of the commission. The current item B, as is written in the bill, requires public officials to undertake a training course on the requirements of the chapter. However, if the code of conduct is to be written, we say that a code of conduct must be written before a course is conducted. So this should be really one of the first responsibilities of the commission. The same is true for the files that are to be developed, and that's way down as one of the responsibilities of the commission. We believe that these files should be moved up as part of the development of the code of conduct for the training. We had another concern regarding item B, which states that there must be a training course on the chapter of not less than 2 hours. The League of Women Voters rejects the 2-hour stipulation. Our rationale is this: with today's technology, this time requirement is not necessary. Further, it can be viewed as a loss of more useful employee time. Instead, a digitally recorded training course could be prepared such that officials can access and complete it asynchronously. There are apps that provide for monitoring a student's participation in a virtual course and administering and correcting tests to monitor compliance. The commission should allow for a 10-day window within which an official could successfully complete the course asynchronously. Continuing on our concerns on this bill, item J fails to require a follow-up response from an official once he is told of his failure to file. So essentially, the bill suggests that the commission notify an individual that he has failed to file, but no indication is given as to what the penalty is for failing to follow up on that notice. So we think that a sentence should be made included in that section in which the official is referred to the section on penalties. So they need to be informed that there is indeed a penalty for not filing their conflict of interest statement forms. Under section 1111, which is in regard to penalties, item D, which is the last sentence, suggests a penalty of $25 a day and a maximum penalty of $250. We suggest that this needs to be reviewed and a maximum be included. With a penalty of $250 as a maximum, a public official can determine never to file and be immune from further penalties and simply pay the $250 and continue not to file. Instead, the fines should persist until the documents are filed. Finally, we had a question as to where the penalty funds go once they're collected. On section 1113, the bill states that private grants and donation, that the fund of $500,000 should not be exceeded by the commission. And any time the fund goes higher than $500,000, the excess must be turned over to the general fund. We disagree with that. And here's our rationale. Private grants, gifts, donation, and requests, which this bill allows for the commission to receive, these contributions are often restricted funds, most of which do not contribute to the day-to-day operations of the grantee. If the commission were to return funds above the $500,000, it might be at the expense of operating costs. Instead, the wording should be modified to indicate that the upper limit refers only to unrestricted funds. So those end our comments on 228 and 227. Do you want us to read comments in 269 at this time, or should
Yes.
we wait until?
No, please proceed.
Okay, so we're ready for 269? Okay. This is the bill that amends Title II by adding a Section 10 regarding perjury in legislative proceedings. We have a concern because we did check the code, and the code already has a Section 10 that is related to fingerprinting. And we suggest that this new addition that is being recommended by 269 be placed elsewhere rather than under the current Section 10. It could be placed in Section 11. We noted in the code that 11 and 12 had been deleted earlier. So we're not aware, well, let me put this away. We're not knowledgeable with respect to whether a section that has been deleted could be now circumscribed for something else. So if it is not possible to include this new section 10 in 11 or 12, then create a new one, 13, be created for this amendment. It is noted that both 11 and 12 have already been deleted in the code, but it does not belong in section 10. Item 10 also levies a fine of not more than $250 or imprisonment or not more than 30 days. We suggest adding both, we said, or both, after not more than 30 days. In other words, that they be fined $250 as well as being imprisoned for 30 days as an alternative. So it shouldn't be just either or, it could be either or both. The League of Women Voters believes that perjury in legislative proceedings is a serious offense, and therefore the full impact of this serious offense should be made clear by adding or both. It would serve as an appropriate deterrence. And the same comment as above applies here as well in the bill summary. And that concludes our testimony on 269, 227, and 228. We would be very happy to explain our comments.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony you provided. Now we would proceed with Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Ian Clement. You need to conclude your testimony also.
Yes, I apologize for
That's okay. You may proceed.
Fusion. I'll just continue with without the introductions and just go through 35228 and then 35269. Bill 35-228, which divides the Attorney General of the jurisdiction to administer ethics and conflicts of interest law, allows the Attorney General to enforce them alongside the proposed Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest when there is a criminal nexus. The bill also establishes procedures for investigating, enforcing, and appealing public officers and employees' ethics and conflicts of interest violations. Section 2 of the bill also establishes the Ethics Commission's Fund. Section 3 of the bill appropriates $500,000 to the Ethics and Conflicts of Interest Commission Fund for operating expenses. As stated in my testimony for Bill 35-0227, the Department of Justice favors the establishment of the Commission. The proposed bill number 35-227 aligns with the trends of good governance embraced nationwide. That said, I cannot support Bill 35-0228 as written and assert that this bill requires major revision. Title 3 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 114, subsection A, 2, and 3, grants the Attorney General and the Attorney General alone the duty to prosecute all offenses against the laws of the Virgin Islands in the inferior courts of the Virgin Islands. The Attorney General achieves this through their staff of Assistant Attorney General under Title 3 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 113B. Under Section 114A6, duties assigned to the United States Attorney solely under the laws of the Virgin Islands were transferred to the Attorney General. The Section 1 of the bill will replace subparagraph 17, which states that the Attorney General shall administer and enforce laws about the ethics and conflicts of interest, and place it with language stating that the Attorney General shall enforce laws about ethics and conflict of interest in conjunction with the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflict of Interest. The change mentioned above conflicts with the internal language of Section 114 and the plain language of 113 and creates confusion with the proposed language of Bill 35227. Bill 35227 requires the Commission to employ a chief legal counsel, but it does not require the chief legal counsel or any attorneys under the chief legal counsel to be assistant attorneys general, violating or conflicting with Section 113. Even though Bill 35228 strips the Attorney General of the sole responsibility to enforce the ethics and conflict of interest laws and invested jointly with the Commission, neither of the proposed bills requires the Attorney General to appoint the chief legal counsel or any of the Commission's attorneys as special attorneys general And if they did require such a designation, how long would it be before this commission is melded into the Attorney General's office? This bill also abrogates the duties of the white collar and public corruption section of the Department of Justice, which has been specifically established by Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 118, and states, there is hereby established within the Department of Justice a white collar crime and public corruption section to institute aggressive prosecution of white collar crime and corruption, which crimes fall within the jurisdiction of the Attorney General under Virgin Island statutes, or which the Attorney General is authorized to prosecute with the consent of the United States Attorney. Almost all of the criminal violations of the ethics provisions will be considered white-collar crimes or crimes of public corruption and fall under the jurisdiction of the white-collar and public corruption unit or not. This bill creates confusion where there should be none. I repeat my reservation for my analysis of Bill 35-227, which requires the Attorney General to make available to the Commission such personnel, facilities, and other assistance as the Commission may request to assist in the performance of its duties. That quote is from the proposed subsection J. I'm concerned that any shortages of the Commission's staffing and funding will be visited upon the Department of Justice, since it serves as not only as the only backstop of the Commission, but based upon the language has ceded some of its responsibility to the Commission. I cannot object strongly enough to this change in the law. Rather than changing the Attorney General's duties and responsibilities, I suggest that the bill be amended to allow the Commission to refer cases to the Attorney General for criminal prosecution. Maine allows for referrals to its Attorney General, so does Massachusetts, Mississippi, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Washington State. There is precedent for referrals to the Attorney General within the Virgin Islands law. Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 1203F states, in carrying out the powers, duties, and authority of this chapter, the Office of the Virgin Island Inspector General shall report especially to the Attorney General whether the Virgin Islands Inspector General has reasonable grounds to believe there's been a violation of the law. Subsection G of the same statute instructs that the Attorney General cannot limit the Inspector General's investigative authority. Yet this body proposes to limit or divest the Attorney General, specifically the white-collar public corruption unit, of its ability to investigate. Instead, these bills should seek the cooperation of the Commission, the Attorney General, and the Inspector General to investigate criminal ethics violations. If this body is concerned with any possible lack of cooperation by the Attorney General, this body drafted a check on that in Section 1203, which requires the Inspector General to, and I quote, notify the Governor, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, or the President of the Legislature as appropriate within 30 business days after the Attorney General declines orally or in writing to prosecute a matter referred to or otherwise brought to the attention of the Attorney General pursuant to subsection F of this section. I recommend that this committee include a similar provision in Bill 35-228. In sum, I suggest that Section 1 of the bill be deleted and that this body consider having criminal cases referred to the Attorney General and, where appropriate, notice to the Inspector General. Financial interest disclosure forms are already required to be maintained by the Attorney General's office under Section 1105, subsection A4. The White Collar and Public Corruption Unit would maintain these forms. The bill suggests that two instances of the word committee be struck from that section and be replaced with Attorney General. I suggest that instead the Commission and the staff maintain the files required under Section 1105 and that the files be referred only to the Attorney General and Inspector General as necessary for criminal prosecutions and financial analysis. Bill 35-228 proposes that Section 1106 be amended by striking the words Attorney General and inserting the words Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest. This revised language would state, this chapter shall be administered by the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, who shall conduct investigations, issue rules and regulations, and file actions in the appropriate courts when and as necessary to enforce its provision. Consistent with my prior recommendation, I suggest that the reference to the Attorney General not be changed. Instead, the words on referral to the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflict of Interest should be inserted after the word who and the words issues, rules, and regulations being struck. The new language would thus be the chapter shall be administered by the Attorney General who, on referrals from the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflict of Interest, shall conduct investigations, and file actions in the appropriate courts when and as necessary to enforce this provision. I also suggest moving the definition of public official proposed in subsection 1109A1 to the definition section of 1101 for consistency, with a cross section to sections 1109B through M. I'm sorry, sections 1109B through M align with the duties of the ethics commissions in other states. Proposed section 1109M requires the commission to preserve statements and reports for 5 years. These proposed preservation requirements reflect the preservation requirements of other states, which range from 4 to 6 years. Subsection 1109O requires the commission to issue advisory opinions within 14 days or state when an opinion may be issued. From my personal experience, this requirement may be overly optimistic. I am also concerned that if the commission cannot meet this requirement with its own staff, the burden will be placed on the Department of Justice. Proposed section 1109O also creates a absolute defense to anyone who acts in good faith on opinion issued by commission. Similarly, proposed section 1109P states it is a complete defense in any enforcement proceeding initiated by the commission and evidence of good faith conduct in any civil or criminal proceeding if the requester at least 21 working days before the alleged violations requested written advice from the commission in good faith. Disclose truthfully all material facts and committed the acts complained of either in reliance on the advice or because of the failure of the commission to provide advice within 21 days after the request of such later time. The person requesting the advice may, however, require that the advice contain deletions and changes as necessary to protect the identity of the person involved. The provision of an absolute defense may be abused as a loophole and hamstring the Department of Justice in any criminal or civil proceeding. The word complete defense may also serve as a trap for the unwary. In proposed section 1109O, I would replace the words "a person who acts in good faith on an opinion issued by the commission is not subject to criminal or civil penalties for so acting if the material facts are as stated in the opinion requested with a quote, a person who acts per opinion issued by the commission if the material facts as stated in the opinion request is presumed to have acted in good faith. That presumption may be rebutted by the Attorney General by the standard of proof as is required by the rules of criminal or civil court respectively. Providing language that forcefully promotes circumspection will let public employees know that obtaining an advisory opinion from the commission is not the end of their duties. They may still be subject to the civil or criminal proceedings if they do not adhere to the letter of those opinions. In proposed section 1109P, I suggest removing the words complete defense and adding the words rebuttable presumption of good faith conduct after the word a, and removing the words evidence of good faith conduct after the word and. The new language in referring to footnote 10 would read, it is a rebuttable presumption of good faith in any enforcement proceeding initiated by the commission and any other civil or criminal proceeding, etc. Proposed section 1110C states that a finding report may not be issued after 360 days after the initiation of an investigation. But proposed section 1110C does not state the investigation status if a report is not issued on time. The bill should clarify this. Proposed section 1110E states matters not specifically denied in response are deemed admitted. So fundamental is this provision to due process that it should have a separate subsection so that it is not lost in the paragraph. Similarly, the provision in proposed 1110G, which states any person who appears before the commission has all due process rights, privileges, and responsibilities of a party or witness should be singled out in a separate subsection. Equally, the clear and convincing burden of proof in proposed subsection 1110G should be highlighted. Finally, the proposed section 1112 about frivolous complaints is strong and follows the frivolous complaint provisions in other states.
Thank you. Thank you for... Are you finished, sir?
Madam Chair, I just have to read the testimony for 35269.
Okay, you may proceed. I'm sorry. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Bill number 35269, as proposed by Senator Giddens, seeks to amend Title 2 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, by adding a new section to provide a penalty for the commission of perjury in proceedings before the legislature of the Virgin Islands. The Department of Justice has completed a preliminary review of Bill number 3520269 and offers the following comment. If approved, Bill number 35-0269 would make a person personally liable for a fine of not less than $250 or imprisonment for not more than 30 days if during or in connection with any proceeding, hearing, or inquiry before the legislature of the Virgin Islands they commit perjury. Commit perjury, a person must, 1, swear or affirm that they will testify truthfully before, 2, willingly and knowingly testifying falsely. This law would apply whether statements are spoken or written. Both elements must be met for persons to commit perjury before the legislature. Similarly, provisions can be found elsewhere in the federal and state law. For example, federal law, Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 1621, generally covers perjury, including the official federal proceedings such as
Pardon me, Miss. Can you please bring the mic a little closer to you? We're not hearing you too clear over here. That should be better.
Okay. For example, federal law in Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 1621, generally covers perjury, including the official federal proceedings such as congressional hearings. A violation of 18 U.S.C. 1621 is a crime punishable by a fine of up to 5 years in prison or both. And federal law does not specifically include perjury committed during a legislative proceeding. Instead, it is applied in any case in which a law of the United States authorizes an oath to be administered. Many states take a similar approach and do not include a special carve-out for perjury that occurs before the legislature. Some states do, Idaho, Mississippi, and Maine specifically include legislative hearings in their perjury statutes. Idaho Code Section 67-411A states whenever conducting a legislative business, a committee may require that testimony be given under oath. Any person who takes an oath pursuant to this section who states as true any material matter which he knows to be false is guilty of perjury and shall be punished pursuant to Chapter 54, Title 18 of the Idaho Code. In Mississippi, every witness shall be liable to prosecution and punishment for perjury committed by him in any examination. Moreover, if the perjury is manifest, such a witness may be guilty thereby of contempt of the Senate or House, as case may be, and shall be punished accordingly. Maine's perjury statute is more comprehensive. It includes the offense at least one, affirmative defense and definitions. In Maine, a person is guilty of perjury if he makes in any official proceedings, a false material statement under oath or affirmation, swears or affirms the truth of material statement previously made, and he doesn't believe the statement to be true, or B, an inconsistent material statement in the same official proceeding under oath or affirmation, both within the period of limitation, one of which statement is false and not believed by him to be true. The Maine revised statute defines official proceedings as any proceeding before the legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental body or official authorized by law to take evidence under oath or affirmation, including a notary or other persons taking evidence in connection with any proceeding. Perjury is a Class C felony in Maine. Other states do not include a separate criminal offense or penalty for committing perjury before the legislature. Instead, many states incorporate perjury committed during legislative hearings into statutes covering perjury as a criminal offense. In South Carolina, it is unlawful for a person to willfully give false, misleading, or incomplete testimony under oath in any court of record, judicial, administrative, or regulatory proceeding in the state. The South Carolina statute does not expressly apply to legislative hearings, but legislative hearings are covered as administrative or regulatory proceedings. The language in Bill number 35-269 is similar to that as found in 14 Virgin Islands Code section 1541, which defines perjury as a criminal offense. Perjury as defined by the Virgin Islands Code occurs when someone in or in connection with any action, proceeding, hearing, or inquiry, or any occasion when an oath may be lawfully administered, swears or affirms that he will testify, declare, depose, or certify, or that the testimony, declaration, deposition, certificate, affidavit, or other writing subscribed by him is true and willfully and knowingly testifies, declares, deposes, or certifies falsely, or states in his testimony, deposition, affidavit, or certificate any matter to be true which he knows to be false, and shall be imprisoned no more than 10 years. As the laws exist, the commission of perjury in proceedings before the legislature of the Virgin Islands is covered by 14 Virgin Islands Code 1541 if an oath was lawfully administered during the hearing or proceeding. Thus, this body might consider simply swearing in witnesses in some or all legislative proceedings. And prosecuting a violation of Bill 35-0269 could be difficult, as it must be proved that a person willingly and knowingly made false statements. To do so, the prosecutors must present evidence that a defendant acted deliberately and with knowledge that the statements were false. A person accused of committing perjury before the legislature could assert that they did not know the statement was false when it was made. It may be hard to hold someone accountable for actions of perjury before the legislature without contradictory evidence to refute the assertion that the person did not act deliberately. The bill is also unclear whether separate untruths in a single paragraph constitute separate offenses. The following should be considered as you review Bill number 35-0269. First, I would consider defining willfully. How is willfully being used in this context? Consider referencing the definition of willfulness in Title I of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 41, which defines willful or willfully as when applied to the intent which an act is done or admitted implies simply a purpose or willingness to commit the act or makes the omission referred to. Second, imposing stiff fines and penalties may discourage citizens from testifying. Here, Bill 350269 suggests a fine of no less than $250 and imprisonment for not more than 30 days as a penalty for perjury. Finally, Title II of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 1, already includes Section 10. Further, Title II of the Virgin Islands Code, Sections 11 and 12 have been repealed. Should this new section be renumbered and included as Sections 11, 12, or 13? I thank the committee for allowing the Department of Justice to testify on bills number 35-227, 35-228, and now 35-269. This concludes my formal remarks on all three bills. I stand ready to respond to any questions this body may have.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Attorney General, Acting Attorney General Ian Clement, for your testimony that you provided on Bill number 35-0227 and 35-0228 and 35-0269. Colleagues, at this time, we've...
Point of inquiry.
Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Point of inquiry.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, I will entertain your point of inquiry after Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to first say thank you to the testifiers for their testimony. I wanted to ask the acting AG, at what point did he receive a copy of this bill, asking for their comments on whether or not he shared these recommended changes with my office or with the office of the chairperson.
The Attorney General nominee received the invitation, I believe, on July 1, and he is out of the territory. We did not, we provided the testimony to legislature basically a couple of days ago, so maybe Tuesday, the 16th, maybe the 17th. We did not submit the proposed changes as proposed change.
Thank you. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, point of inquiry, you may proceed.
Thank you. To the chair, to legal counsel, I need to get analysis in regards to Bill 35.0269. If I recall, 2 years ago, I was successful in getting a piece of legislation passed, which is now Act number 8587. It was Bill 34.0207, which literally encompasses everything that is in 35.069 to include not only the legislature, but the entire government. When I did the research on that, we included information not only from local statutes, but also from federal government, which have definitions for perjury and as well as giving false statements to the government. Just to give a quick excerpt from this particular act, amended Title 14, Chapter 41, Section 843, it was repealed and replaced with fraudulent claims upon the government. And it speaks to whoever knowingly and willingly makes or presents false statements, fictitious fraudulent claims upon or against the government of the Virgin Islands. It moves on to concealing and giving false information. It speaks to makes or use any false bill, receipts, vouchers, rolls, accounts, affidavits, definitions, certificates knowingly of the same to contain fraudulent or fictitious statements, as well as making any material of false statements or representations. But the important part as well, it continues on to Section 5 that says, or submit or invite to lines on any forged, altered, or fictitious writings, documents, samples, specimens, maps, boundaries, and it jumps down to speak to under the jurisdiction of the executive, legislative, and judicial branch. When I drafted this piece of legislation, I did not limit it to just the legislature. I covered the entire government. And as it relates to penalties, the penalties shall be fined not more than $2,500 or imprisonment for not more than 5 years or both. As we heard the representative from the AG's office just shared, in some of the other states, some are up to 10 years and 5 years. When I drafted this piece of legislation, I saw the importance in it because we have to understand if somebody comes in front of this legislature and lies to us, and we take that data and information, and if they provide us with fake or false documentation, and we pass laws, we affect the entire territory. And then when we happen to maybe find out later on and we have to undo the damage that was done by this fake and false testimony, what ends up happening is a level of trust is reduced, as well as, I don't think $250 for the damage that potentially could be done is sufficient. So I'm just simply asking for legal counsel to look at Act number 8587, which was passed on June the 30th, 2022, which was my piece of legislation, and tell me what the difference is. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. So through the chair to legal counsel Sekou, who's on the floor, in St. Thomas, if you can please respond to that.
Through the chair, let me first state I am here at the request of Senator Giddens to discuss bills 350227 and 350228. But anyway, to answer the question, because this bill was not in that block and I was not assigned to this meeting. In regards to the question that Senator Francis Heiliger poses, Section 843 in particular deals with fraudulent claims upon the government. However, the section that is being proposed has to do with testimony before the legislature. So it's two different things. So even though it may appear that that legislation covers everything, it basically talks about making any type of false or fictitious fraudulent claims upon the government. So that could be presenting any type of false bill, receipt, voucher, what have you. But that section does not deal with testimony before the legislature. So that is different.
Legal counsel, Madam Chair, could I just quickly share something? In Section 4 of that same act, it speaks to make any materially false or fraudulent statements or representations. That is giving testimony. If you come before the body and make a statement, that's giving a testimony. That's when we went through legal counsel and covered all of this. And it speaks to, when it moves down to Section 5, it specifically says in the jurisdictions of the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. So it covers not only just making false claims, it covers a variety of things to include making false statements, which is testimony before this body.
Through the chair, legal counsel, do you have any other response? Okay.
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, we will begin our round of questioning to our testifiers who are here before us today. You would be granted 4 minutes for your line of questions, beginning with Senator Potter.
Very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to testifiers who have graced us with their presence and their testimony today. I got to say kudos to the bill sponsor, Senator Kenneth Giddens, for having the wisdom and foresight to understand the need for us to have some set entity that deals with conflict of interest and rules governing conflict of interest in the public sector. I mean, overall, having a commission on ethics and conflict of interest is critical for promoting good governance, maintaining public trust, and upholding ethical standards within the government of the Virgin Islands. It helps us to ensure that government officials and employees act in the best interests of the public and adhere to high standards of integrity and ethical conduct. I've signed on as a co-sponsor of this bill. Having said that, hearing the acting AG Clements' testimony, his suggestions for ways to improve the bill, my initial question was whether or not, AG, you had an opportunity initially to sit with the bill sponsor to work on crafting this bill initially.
No. All right. I will say that we had not had a dialogue with Senator Gittens about crafting the bill. I mean, we received an invitation to testify on these three bills. It went to the nominee. He's out of the territory, so he asked me to step in for him. But we provided the testimony. I reviewed the bills, figured out how it needed to be changed, but we didn't have maybe we should have sent that to him to have a dialogue, and I apologize for that because I'm learning, I guess. But yeah, so submitted the changes as testimony. It could have been done as a letter or something to Senator Gittens as far as we work this.
Understood. Fair enough. I mean, I find your comments to be constructive, and certainly I think they would improve, the quality and caliber of the bill. So hopefully we'll have an opportunity to do so. I just wanted to get an understanding right now. Currently, if there are violations of ethical conduct that rise to a level of criminal conduct, right now, is the AG's office equipped to handle those types of matters? How does that work right now?
1 minute.
Before this law, I'm going to defer to my director of white collar to answer that question.
Thank you. Currently, and I'm sure you all are aware that the Department of Justice, just like all other government agencies, including the
I'm sorry, can you please state your name for the record? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Patricia Lynn Pryor, Director of White Collar Crime and Public Corruption Unit for the Department of Justice. And initially, I was just stating that our department, the entire Department of Justice, and more specifically the White Collar Crime Unit, is suffering from staff and funding shortages, just like most other government agencies are currently. As of today, the White Collar Crime Unit consists of myself, the director, and one attorney who works part-time for me in St. Thomas. We both additionally carry full criminal caseloads that are not white collar related. So our unit is not particularly well positioned at this point to do the investigations. Now, I will say when investigations are done by either our Special Investigations Division or by the Virgin Islands Police Department or whatever law enforcement agency does conduct an investigation, if there are cases involving conflicts of interest, they are brought to us and they are prosecuted by our division just as if it were any other white-collar crime or public corruption crime. In fact, we recently resolved a case involving a charge of conflict of interest. And I would just like to mention, earlier there was some discussion about a need to revise the entire code. And what I would like to suggest in that note, in that respect, is that the conflict of interest charges, the current provision, I think that was just mentioned about false statements to the legislature, they're all over the place in the code. So I think just getting them all together under Title 14 would be tremendously helpful, but we certainly do take these conflicts of interest cases very seriously. We just don't get them referred to us very often. And Senator Gittens is not present, but I would like to, as he enters the room, I would like to agree completely with Senator Gittens' opening statement that enough is enough. And it is time for us to take these issues on and to address them more seriously. And our unit is committed to doing that, but we're going to need the help of everyone else.
Thank you very much for that. I know my time was called, but I just wanted to have an opportunity to ask Madam Chair, with your permission, to ask Dr. Molinar about her comments regarding Bill 35-0227. I think the first comment that she made regarding the League of Women Voters finds the composition to be heavily influenced by the governor and the chief judge of the VI Supreme Court, in that 5 of the members of the commission, both governor and judge, are authorized to identify 4 members and the legislature 1. So, I think those comments make sense to me. I wanted to give you an opportunity to just elaborate on the importance of having a more level of balance when it comes to the composition of this team. And you also made a recommendation to expand it to 7 instead.
Yes, we made the recommendation to expand it to 7. And given some of the comments that were made by Mr. Clement, I would ask them, the Department of the AG office, to review the compositions that we suggested to see if indeed this is the better way to go. And we would indeed like to hear their comments. But we think that it really needs to be expanded and broadened.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, thank you very much for your flexibility. Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Now I'm going to have to give everybody 5 minutes. Senator Johnson, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I still want to go back to what my colleague was just asking about 7 to League of Women Voters, because we struggle many times to fill boards. And I was just wondering if that number will be a little pushing the envelope too much, because we struggle in many areas to fill board, and kind of understand the balance that you're talking about. And I think that the numbers could remain, but assign different amount maybe from the legislature, giving us a little more bite in the game versus giving the governor all of that bite. So would you think if we were supposed to adjust it, giving the legislature 2 bites versus giving the governor all of those bites, it would be better?
Is that the question, Senator Johnson?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Yeah, you're suggesting that that with a committee of 7, that we have, I think we need to have even. This is for the whole government, and we don't want to have any undue influence by anyone. So if we have the executive, the judicial, and the legislative branch each offering 1, they're on equal steps right there.
Asking for 2 for the legislature.
Why? I don't understand why. If we want to be fair, sir.
Well, if you look at what's happening around us right now, a lot of folks are very questioning the executive branch and how they're managing and doing things. So at the end of the day, all we do is pass laws and hope that the executive execute them and do the right thing with our budget and the funding that we appropriate and approve. So the bucks really drop mostly from the executive part, with a lot of conflicts that are happening, and most of the times it's not the legislature. Would you agree?
I would defer to the AG. Mr. Clement has done a lot of research on this issue and looked at what is happening in various states. I think that we don't have any unique white-collar crimes in the Virgin Islands, and I think that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I think that talks sitting down, I think the framers of these bills, again, I commend them really for moving this, but if they could have some good exchange with the AG office on this and really put forward a beautiful set of bills that can move forward. I regret that they didn't have that opportunity before, because I really commend Senator Gittins and Senator Johnson and Blyden for this effort. I think we all agree that we cannot proceed any longer without something like this. And so I encourage the framers of the bill to meet with the AG office and come back with some of the recommendations that they're making here. I think they're excellent recommendations.
Thank you, Attorney General, Acting Attorney General Clements. Can you weigh in on that?
I would concur. I think that it would be productive to sit down with the framers and iron out some of the differences that we have and come up with a set of bills that will work. The Attorney General's office wholeheartedly believes that we should have a robust ethics commission that's in line with the other states. And I would just echo the sentiments of the Director of White Collar and Public Corruption is that the rest of the government, the Attorney General's office is understaffed, especially that white collar unit, and it's going to take some help to get this done as far as being able to fund the commission and also fund the white collar unit when they do make referrals to the Attorney General's office for prosecution. We also would like, of course, the cooperation and assistance. I know that they will from the Inspector General's office.
Thank you. And Public Defender Smith, I think when you were speaking with your testimony, you were talking about comparing this bill and some other states, and how much of a difference do you see in our measure versus other states in comparison to their ethics measures?
Not much, Senator. Thank you.
Try again.
Julie Smith-Todman. Not much. We were just concerned with this one provision in the Pennsylvania Act. And of course, with us, our role is at the OTPD is to defend anybody who may come through the government legislature or through the Ethics Commission who are charged with any violations. So that's our role here, is to defend, not to decide whether this bill is appropriate or if it is sound.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Madam Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I want to make so many comments, but I'm going to hold it. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your, how much did she say? 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I'm going to need 5 minutes, quite frankly, because when I initially looked at it, there were a lot of things that jumped out at me when I conducted a legal analysis. And so as I heard the testimony, it further confirmed for me that as well-intentioned as the bill is, and it really is, because I want to commend the sponsor for addressing a problem and an issue that we have, and it's an attempt to restore trust, which is needed in the Virgin Islands. People need to know that they can trust their public officials, whether it's the executive branch, the judicial branch, or the legislative branch. And however, I began to, quite frankly, as the acting AG was reading through his testimony, I started to get a headache, quite frankly, because I started to think, okay, I need to look at this, at that, at all the different points that you raise. So sitting here, especially as an attorney, I, for one, definitely support the idea of and what the sponsors want to accomplish, but I cannot, I will say that we need, and I say we too, because I think as this is so well intentioned that we all need to work on getting it to where it will be implemented as soon as possible. But not all, I think the attorneys sitting in here know, there are times when well-intentioned bills don't do what we want them to do because of the language and the words that matter. But again, I want to commend my colleagues because you're doing the right thing. This is what needs to be done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed with 5 minutes. Sorry about that, Senator, I stepped away.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and you are forgiven for bypassing me. You see how easy that is? I really want to say a pleasant good day to everyone, and I really also wish to commend the prime sponsor of the bill, Senator Kenneth Gittins, for taking really the bull by the horn to address this very critical issue. We have seen over the years, it's not just this governor, the previous governors, even the legislature, as well as, other portions of our nation and other nations are really struggling and fighting with issues relative to ethical conduct. In the 34th legislature, I had the honor of being appointed to our committee on ethical conduct here. And so it is a struggle for us to be able to do one key thing, and that is the discipline. To discipline individuals who are acting out of character, who are not demonstrating that level of self-control that we should practice. You always have to have someone to, bounce things off of so you could test, and the persons who are working with you cannot feel intimidated that they are going to lose their job if you go against them or curtail them from doing what they want to do. They are supposed to have that level of professional integrity, especially when it comes to attorneys, also accountants, to tell you that that is not permissible by this law. This law states exactly this, and you shouldn't do that. And because it's such a small community that we have, we face a lot of social and economic backlash for individuals who want to stand up and say, no, this is not right. I can't allow you to do. You're ostracized. And a lot of our people fear that. They are it's a real thing that they fear it because they could be blackballed, and they love our islands. And because of that, I suspect sometimes we're not getting the individuals to come forward to be members of the Attorney General's office. Also, that may be a factor. People say pay. We are not getting the individuals to become members of the boards and commission because we have to be able to rise to the higher ground, and not continue to be where we are. You are to hold people foot to the fire. So I took a very close look at Ms. Julie Smith-Todman, the chief for the Territorial Public Defender's Office. And I really want to commend you on your work you did. I wanted to ask, have you had a discussion with the proponent of this measure before rendering your testimony? Did you have a discussion? Was there any discussion with the proponent of this measure with you prior to this day or submitting your testimony?
No, I have not. And as you can see, we concentrated on the one section that we were concerned with, but the rest of this bill, we are mainly concerned with defending anyone who would be charged with crimes. We're not here to help draft any bills, but we will offer our opinion on the bills. We believe, as I said before, that we wholeheartedly support the emphasis on ethics in governance. We have no comment on the perjury section of Bill 35-0269 because it becomes a new criminal offense that we will have to defend. And we were only concerned with one section of Bill 35-0228, which we believe may be unconstitutional. And that's why Deputy AG Clement is here to offer his testimony on areas that the bill may need assistance with draft purposes.
Okay, and thank you so much for that. I also think it would be prudent, and I know they were not in attendance, to have the Virgin Islands Bar Association feed in, and they weren't here. And I don't know if it was the timing and the like, but I really believe this bill has the ability to be further refined and to come as a very strong piece of legislation, because it does speak to that. And I know the proponent is typically, I've worked with him on that same committee I mentioned, the Committee on Ethical Conduct, as well as the gentleman to my right. And they are typically persons who can really work on legislation, take information, and be able to build it into something very strong and viable. I also wanted to ask you, Ms.
Senator, your time
Molinar, Dr. Molinar. Has my time been called, Madam Chair? I'm not sure.
Yes, your time was called, Senator.
Oh, can I just wrap up?
You
I
could
heard
please,
something, but I
yes,
wasn't
please
sure.
wrap up.
Thank you kindly. Now, Dr. Molinar, I wanted to ask, do you and the league, does the league has the ability to also work with us as legislators to help perfect our proposals?
Depends on what the proposal is. We
With this specific proposal.
with this specific proposal, yeah, we do have attorneys who are members of the league, and depending on their time, they may be able to join.
Okay, and I think that would be fruitful. I want to just thank you all for being here, and I really want to also, again, commend the bill sponsor and putting forward this piece of legislation, which is a framework, and we need to just do a little bit more work. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Gittins, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is like the second time I think I heard my good Chief Public Defender spoke to unconstitutionality. I want to ask through the chair to legal counsel if anything in 0227 or 0228 run afoul of constitutionality, and specifically the section 1110K run afoul of the U.S. Constitution in bill number 35-0228.
Through the chair to Senator Gittins, the act that the Chief Public Defender referenced was the Pennsylvania Ethics Act of 1978. However, that act has been amended several times. It has been repealed and reenacted. And yes, in fact, some of the language was taken from that act because we are in the same circuit, the same Third Circuit as the state of Pennsylvania. Their Ethics Act has been around for a long time, so it has been tried and tested, and there has been a lot of litigation that came out of that act initially. So there has been revisions to the act even beyond the case of Still. And so the major concern there was that they had this blanket prohibition against persons disclosing any knowledge or any information relating to ethics complaint. However, in your legislation, specifically 35-0228, you do have listed specific exceptions to that. And so I would read that section. It says that no person may disclose or acknowledge to any other person any information relating to a complaint, preliminary inquiry, investigation, hearing, or petition for reconsideration that is before the commission. The identity of the person that is the subject of the advisory opinion must not be revealed. Before an advisory opinion may be made public, The advisory body shall delete the name of the person that is the subject of the opinion and to the fullest extent possible, any other information that may identify the person. However, a person may disclose or acknowledge to another person matters held confidential in accordance with this subsection when the matters pertain to any of the following. One, final orders of the commission as prescribed in subsection H. So that means that, they can reveal that information once there's a final order. And I might add that in that case, they not only talked about the blanket prohibition, but they talked about the fact that there were no timelines in terms of when information can actually be revealed. Two, if a hearing is conducted in public under subsection G, and in that subsection, basically anyone who is a subject of an investigation can ask for a public hearing. For the purposes of seeking legal counsel, filing an appeal from a commission order. 5, communicating with a commission or its staff in the course of a preliminary inquiry, investigation, hearing, or petition for reconsideration by the commission. 6, consulting with law enforcement official or agency for the purpose of initiating, participating in, or responding to an investigation or prosecution by the law enforcement official or agency. Number 7, testifying under oath before a governmental body or a similar body of the United States of America. And number 8, any information, records, or proceedings relating to a complaint, preliminary inquiry, investigation, hearing, or petition for reconsideration which the person is the subject of. Or 9, such other exceptions as a commission by regulation may direct. So this is not a blanket prohibition. So in your legislation, Senator Gittins, the legislation prescribe penalties for anyone who violates the confidentiality provision. Unlike the first Pennsylvania Ethics Act, their penalty was a fine of up to $5,000 or 5 years of imprisonment or both. Your legislation has here in section 111 that anyone who violates the confidentiality provision, it may be a misdemeanor, which is less than the felony that was initially in the Pennsylvania Ethics Act of 1978. This legislation will make that a misdemeanor, so it will be imprisonment up to a year or less, and a fine of up to $1,000. Additionally, when I shepherdize a case, meaning look at the following cases just to see the history of this case, there is a negative connotation in terms of the fact that standing was never addressed. The district courts are Third Circuit courts here, and so standing is a very important issue. It was never addressed in this case. It never became an issue. So the essence of the Still case basically had to do with just the broad blanket prohibition, and the court in that case stated that unless the state had some compelling reason to limit free speech under the First Amendment, they could not do so broadly. I think with the specific provisions that you have in this bill, that would satisfy the requirements or would not run afoul of the Constitution.
Thank you, Madam Counsel and Madam Chair. I continue to listen to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. At this time, Senator Johnson, you went already, correct? No. Oh, you did? Senator Joseph, Senator Potter, Senator Gittins. I am.
Senator,
You're number 8 on the list. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Senator Francis, then Senator Gittins, and then Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and then Senator Gittins.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you so much for your testimony, and I certainly want to commend the primary bill sponsor, Senator Kenneth Gittins, on this legislation, which speaks to ethical standards, conflict of interest, and of course, breach of confidentiality. And I would dare to say that there has been a lot of discussion in respect to this, and there is a notion that this piece of legislation has just arrived as a result of recent headlines regarding federal investigation, but this matter has been in the work for quite some time, perhaps for years. I know going back to the 31st legislature, Senator Gittins has been at this work to be able to address the issue of corruption that may be amongst our government officials in the territory, and to ensure that there is an ethical standards in all areas of government. Certainly, I think that there are some good suggestions that have been made here today. I wish it happened before, because that would have helped to craft a better piece of legislation, but no perfect bill, right? We certainly do have a mechanism by which we're able to now revisit and hopefully provide for the think tank to go back and look at this measure and be able to fit it, so that it could be to the benefit of all individuals. We do have a framework. I want to say that sometimes we have to save individuals from themselves. And I think a measure like this does just that. Save individuals from themselves. And where there's certainly standards of ethics as well as a conflict of interest, I believe that we will be working in the right directions in that regards. I want to say that it's important that we're able to create those standards of conduct for public officials, standards for lobbyists, standards for legislators and staff, standards for executive and judicial branches of government, and all across and up and down the spectrum. So I'm very much interested in that. I want to say to the Attorney General's office and certainly the white-collar crime is that while there may be some concerns about staffing, I believe that even if we have one individuals within the shop, that we'll start to make some inroads. I believe that if we're making some impact, prosecuting some individuals, that will help to set the standards by which we perhaps wouldn't need as many moving forward, because everybody will walk in line with this. But of course, we know that there's always good and evil. Some time back, I know that former Attorney General Denise George had really worked feverishly to ask the legislature to support the stand-up and of the white-collar crime unit. Where are we with that? That's just one and a half individuals at this point?
Again, Patricia Lynn Pryor, Director of the White Collar Unit. Yes, we are at 1.5, and actually maybe 2 halves.
Yeah.
But when I was hired as the director in like 2021, I was the only person. And so since that time, we have really stepped up our efforts. We work very closely with the Economic Crimes Unit detectives at the Virgin Islands Police Department and any other investigators. And certainly this is kind of the situation where we have a public corruption unit standing ready, even if it's just me, standing ready to prosecute these people who are breaking the law or ethics violations. It's still a matter of getting people to report. So I do appreciate the fact that there are protections in there for people who do report. I wonder if it goes far enough, and I really don't know how we go much farther, but just like every other crime in the territory and in the states, that's the biggest challenge we have, is having people that are willing to come forward to put their name on it and to, be willing to put their neck out and risk, their name, their safety, their family, and to actually testify about it. So if we can do more in the way of educating people about their reporting protections and requirements, then I think that would go a long way as well.
So is your unit also working with, or do you have the opportunity to work with the federal agencies in order to investigate alleged crimes of white collar?
Yes, we are working on that as we speak. We, of course, we have a new Attorney General nominee. He and I have met and discussed that. He has met with the U.S. Attorney, and we do plan to work together on most of these types of cases as they go forward.
Well, what is the biggest hindrance are you seeing right now in respect to that, being able to move forward, your path forward?
I don't know that there's really anything that's a hindrance at this point. It's just a matter of, how do we get started working together? Because it has been a kind of a disconnect in the past between the two offices. So now we are, trying to come up with creative solutions. I've agreed to be deputized as a special assistant U.S. attorney to assist them in the cases that we've already got that have that federal nexus, so that we can prosecute them in federal court and perhaps get better outcomes there.
Okay, and Mr. Acting AG Clement, in respect to the priority within the scheme of things at the Attorney General's office, because I know that you have a lot working on. Certainly the criminal cases, you have other civil cases as well. How does white collar cases as well as corruption cases fall in line in terms of priority within the scope of the Attorney General's office?
Ian Clement, Deputy Attorney General, Department of Justice. I hasten to say that there's that different crimes are treated differently, other than to say that we concentrate on the violent offenders and the violent crime. I think they, get the crux or the meat of our efforts. But aside from that, the white collar unit is authorized by a separate section of the Virgin Islands Code, and it's certainly entitled to its own, or supposed to have its own funding and appropriation.
Time.
And we endeavor to staff the criminal section in a way that all of the crimes are getting addressed, but certainly most of our efforts, or our primary efforts, are towards violent crimes and safety. And but we do need more funding so that we can address these very complicated and complex, crimes.
Madam Chair, may I just conclude with one final follow-up to that? So recently in reportings, public reporting from the governor during press conference, he spoke about a commitment of $1 million that was going towards fighting white-collar crimes, public corruption. Have that money materialized, or is there some effort to ensure that, in fact, that this money will be going towards this unit to help to stamp out, organize, and set up this office so that we could see some reduction in what has been perceived as white-collar crime or public corruption?
As to that statement, I think discussions with the governor's office is preliminary, and I can't really comment on hard efforts. I'm sure that the nominee has had personal conversations with the governor and his staff that I might not have been privy to, but as we go forward with that commitment and our budget, we will endeavor to get that unit staffed up and to fight these types of crimes.
Well, thank you very much. I'm hoping that this discussion will remind everyone of that commitment, and in fact, we could see that money going towards that unit. Sorry, Ms. Molina, I didn't get to ask you any questions or have a discussion with you, but you know, we'll definitely talk along the line, because I believe that this bill will require some additional work. Thank you for your contribution as well.
Mr. President, I would allow you to ask Dr. Molinar any further questions. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your kindness. Dr. Molinar, real quickly, how do you see the path forward in this whole discussion? Obviously, you know, I believe that we have a good conglomerate of individuals speaking to the bill today. There has been some suggestions or recommendations how the bill could be tightened. What would you recommend in terms of a path forward in us being able to ensure that we're passing a meaningful legislation that could be accountable on the behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands?
Well, thank you for the question, sir. As I indicated earlier, listening to the testimony here, I strongly recommend that indeed the individuals in the AG office, the public defenders, and white collar crime all sit down and speak with the proposer, the sponsors of this bill, and the originator of this bill. I think we all agree this is something that is so desperately needed for the Virgin Islands. I know our good friend, Attorney Clement, has indicated that they're focusing on violent crime, but really, white-collar crime is a violent crime. We suffer a lot from the consequences of white-collar. Sometimes it's not that very visible, but the impact is there. And so it's an urgent need, and I would encourage the AG office to move it up high in their priority list. It's something, and I extend again commendations to Senator Gittin, Senator Johnson, and Senator Blyden for this. We have to move it forward. We have to.
You're welcome, Senator Francis. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me thank the President for pointing out that $1 million to the white collar crime unit. And to date, we haven't seen anything. You know, action speaks louder than words. But I heard the good director of the corruption unit spoke about having this corruption unit within the AG's office. Where is this advertised to the people of the Virgin Islands through PSAs or whatever? And what's the number of cases that your office have either investigated and or prosecuted in the last 5 years?
Again, Patricia Lynn Pryor, the director of the White Collar Crime Unit. I did not come prepared with my list of numbers for the White Collar Crime Unit today, but I can get those to you
So off the
shortly
top of
after.
your head, have you had any prosecution within the last 5 years from this unit?
Absolutely. I have actually only been the director of this unit since late 2021. To my knowledge, it was defunct prior to that for a few years. So since 2021, I would venture to say we are in the area of, I'd say at least 50 cases.
So what are 2 cases, at least from 2021 to present, that you can say that you prosecuted successfully with regards to public officials?
With regard to public officials, that is difficult. Most of our white-collar crime has been private citizens.
Exactly. It's difficult because it's zero. It's zero, and that's my point. And, you know, quite frankly, I know our Attorney General's office doesn't have the capacity. While we're talking about the agency being short-staffed, many of our departments and agencies are short-staffed, but we can't continue to let this go through the door over and over. That's why the federal government has to come in here and keep a watchful eye over us, because we're not doing a good job at policing ourselves. And if we don't have the capacity, we need to say that. You as the attorney is supposed to be the one prosecuting the cases. You can't go out there and investigate the case on your own, or you shouldn't be the one going out there and investigating the case on your own.
Thank you for making that point. That's actually what I was going to say is if a case against a public official was brought to me, I would have no qualms in prosecuting that case and doing so as aggressively as possible. Unfortunately, it takes someone to report a violation and then an investigation to be completed.
Right, and stop
and
right there. And that's where I'm talking about. And your office doesn't have that capacity to do that proper investigation, to get it to you, to be able to investigate. And I need people to understand this.
Yes.
This is part of my frustration. Thank you,
Mine too.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins.
May I add one thing? The $1 million pledge would go a long way to hiring some investigators to help us along that way.
Thank you. At this time, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you may proceed. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I'm going to start off with 350269. I really can't speak to that because I don't feel I got a definitive or extensive enough answer from legal counsel. As it relates to that piece of legislation, I do agree that something like that needed to be done. That's why it was done 2 years ago. The reason why that piece of legislation even came to fruition, there was a day on the Senate floor when we were asking about the 911 system, and a testifier told us that there were multilingual individuals that were assisting our residents. One of my colleagues got up and called into the system, the 911 system. That was, I believe, Senator Johnson. And we found out at that time there was absolutely no multilingual situation going on. And I came back to the Senate floor very upset and angry that I felt we were lied to. And at the end of the day, it created a situation in my head that was very dangerous for the people of this territory. And that is what prompted that piece of legislation I spoke about to even be created in the first place. And when it was created, I did not want to limit it to the legislature, so we covered the entire government. So I hope they go and do some research, because I don't want us to create a situation where we're mirroring laws that are completely competing with each other, when I was assured by legal counsel testimony from the legislature would technically be included in this when you speak to false statements and representations before the different branches of government to include the legislature. As it relates to Bill 350227 and Bill number 350228, I am in full support of these pieces of legislation. I think as a people and as a territory, we do a ridiculous job. And I say ridiculous at making sure to hold individuals accountable when it comes to white-collar crime, when it comes to things public officials do, and it's eroding the trust of the people of this territory. And you wonder why nobody's coming forward to make any reports. Because why would I make a report if somebody I see in high positions getting away with stuff? Things as a government we need to be altering. Any person, in my opinion, that is found to have utilized their office to commit crimes, why are they still getting pensions? I don't understand these things. And we as a people have to do a better job. We cannot sit back and be constantly relying on the federal government to do the job for us, because it seems like I don't think we understand the economic and psychological impact of some of these crimes on our people when it comes to white collar or even crimes committed by representatives of the people. And when we're sitting back as a people, constantly seeing people, what the public perceives as individuals getting away with things, that constant eroding of trust does not get us anywhere. Now, I listened to the testimony very attentively, and there are some areas we need to clean up. And I am willing to work with the sponsor. I'm going to sign on this. I am willing to work with the sponsors so we can make sure that we do what we have to do to shore it up, make the adjustments. I am in support of what Ms. Dr. Mulliner said in regards to maybe bumping up to 7. I am very cautious about, listen, I'm going to be honest with you, the majority of the bulk of situations we've heard about over the few years, a lot of it came out of one particular branch of government. But then we turn around and give that same particular branch of government so many options and bite of the apple. I don't want a situation where we're setting up an ethical committee and then the public is questioning, okay, you're policing yourselves, but then they're questioning how you're planting specific people. I think it needs to be done a little bit differently, and I'm going to share some of that with my colleagues. But at the end of the day, hearing that attorney talk about there's 1.5 person in white collar, you know, when we had this federal investigation that came down the other day, I was very disappointed because if you look at the elements of some of those things that were being discussed, some of those things are done on a local level. And there could have been situations that people could have looked into from the local side of it. But it seems like we ignore a lot of things in this territory. Oh, is my time up?
Yes.
I want to make sure. Okay, I'm just going to wrap up. I am of the opinion that this piece of legislation is a long time coming. I 100% support it. I think we need to make the necessary amendments, but I think it has to be done so that people could start looking and feeling a sense of security and trust in the very people that represent them across the board. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time, and I hope we get some clarity as well on Bill 35-0269. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. I will just weigh in a bit. Senator Gittins, I must say, and I totally understand the intent of the three bills that are before us today. Conflict of interests are a very widespread ethical problem, and this is why this deserves special attention for organizations, government, whoever are violators. So, Senator, as you know, no bill is perfect, and all of the comments that we received today would strengthen the legislation to provide this infrastructure that we would have in the territory to say no more. So I would allow you to have your 5 minutes. You are the last senator in this block to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I start, I must remind everyone that on or about June 17th, the governor of the Virgin Islands stood up in a press conference and made reference to this same bill and said it was a good bill, but it needed a little teeth. Well, from June 17th to now, crickets, because not even the AG's office reached out and gave any of their concerns. But at the same time, I am willing to meet with all parties to get this done. Colleagues and testifiers, thank you for today's discussion, truly. Madam Chair, I commend you for recognizing the urgency on putting this matter on today's agenda, though it was lengthy. We cannot afford to continue kicking the can down the road, and I for sure will not be part of the continuance of kicking the can down the road. The people of the Virgin Islands is counting on us and deserves better. As the first branch of government to address the malfeasance of this government that hinders quality performance and service to our people. Our people are suffering. Some still have blue tarps on their roof since 2017. Our people continue to pay ridiculous power utility bills because of lucrative contracts and kickbacks. St. Thomas was without power last night for over 8 hours. We have a community here on St. Croix that's been without power for the last 3 weeks. Taxpayers' monies continue to pay exorbitant rent and leases for government office spaces while our government-owned buildings sit abandoned and dilapidated or derelict. Our nursing homes and schools are still in a state of disrepair or needs to be replaced overall. And we continue to see and hear about all the waste, fraud, and abuse taking place. Do not let me start on the approximately 100 police cars that are sitting on St. Thomas up on the hill and the multi-million-dollar temporary morgue that's sitting on the St. Croix container port for approximately 1 year, while we, the taxpayers, are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to transport bodies to St. Thomas for an autopsy. Total waste. But we'll address this in a separate committee hearing. May I remind you that the commission will address several things, such as to develop and occasionally update a comprehensive code of conduct. They will implement mandatory training programs for public officials and employees to increase awareness about ethical standards, conflict of interest regulations, and reporting mechanisms. They'll require public officials and employees to regularly disclose potential conflict of interest, financial interests, and relationships that may influence their decision-making. They will also offer confidential advisory service to the public officials seeking their guidance on ethical dilemmas and potential conflicts of interest.
1 minute.
The Commission will also establish a process for investigating allegations of unethical conduct or conflicts of interest with authority to issue recommendations, sanctions, or referrals for legal action when there's a criminal nexus. They will also be required to annually publish reports on its activities to include investigations and their outcomes to enhance transparency and accountability to the public. We wouldn't have to ask, what case have you investigated and what's the status? They will be able to implement mechanisms to protect whistleblowers who report unethical behavior or conflict of interest matters while ensuring confidentiality and non-retaliation. Currently, people don't want to talk because they realize that even if you make a complaint, who are you making a complaint to and what will happen? We just heard of the gap. Yes, the Attorney General Office, if I may conclude, Madam.
Yes, you may conclude.
Chair, the Attorney General Office has the white-collar crime unit, but it only has attorneys. Where are the investigators? As she stated, somebody has to make a report. It must be investigated and turned over to them for the prosecution. So we're missing a crucial piece. Colleagues, I beg your support on behalf of the people of this territory that we serve. This commission will serve as a cornerstone or as the foundation in our commitment to upholding ethical conduct, transparency, and public trust within our governmental organizations. All of them, the legislative branch, the executive branch, the judicial branch, and even the semi-autonomous and autonomous agencies such as our hospitals, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, the GRS, Port Authority, WICO, the PFA, and yes, the infamous WAPA. Together we can establish this commission that not only meets but exceeds the expectations of our citizens, safeguarding the public service, safeguarding that the public service remains a privilege upheld with the utmost responsibility and ethical fortitude. Colleagues, I have an ask of all of you on behalf of the people that we swore to serve. Let's come together and do the right thing. If you think the legislation needs more ingredients, offer an amendment and let's push forward. Enough is enough. I am willing to work alongside all stakeholders and bring them to the table, and I hope that you all are ready to do this sooner rather than later so that we can offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Corrective and preventive action is necessary as the U.S. Virgin Islands has had its share of ethics and conflict of interest cases involving government officials such as governors, former senators, and former commissioners and directors. Some have even served jail time because of their actions. But what about those who may not have rise to the level of criminality and walked away collecting a salary and smiling amongst us? Even on the national scene, we're seeing now where there are serious allegations of corruption, unethical behavior, and conflict of interest within the Congress of the United States and within the judicial system. We must find a way to properly evaluate and improve government service. And with regards to Bill number 35-0269, I ask you to let's put the teeth in place that we need if someone comes before the legislature and perjure themselves. We need to hold all accountable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. At this time, the Committee of Rules and Judiciary will take a 2-minute recess. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. At this time, I will give the testifiers the opportunity to give some closing remarks, 30 seconds, and then we will dismiss you, and then we will go into the motion. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair Julie Todman. Again, the OTPD wholeheartedly supports the legislation because we believe that it enhances governance and government services. So thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask on St. Thomas, Mr. Ian Clement, Deputy Attorney, Acting Attorney General. You may have 30 seconds for your closing.
Thank you. On behalf of Attorney General nominee Gordon Ray, I would just like to say that the Department of Justice welcomes this legislation. We believe that it can work with some corrections and some revisions, and we're willing to work with the legislature and sit down and work with the stakeholders to revise the legislation into something that will be meaningful and fruitful for the people of the Virgin Islands. And just to remember that our efforts here at the Department of Justice with our white collar unit, needs support, and that with respect to this commission, with regards to this funding, you also need to fund and help the white collar unit once it receives the recommendations from this commission for prosecution. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Sergeant of Arms, if you can please escort our testifiers off the floor. In the meantime, I will take this opportunity. As this morning in my opening, I acknowledged my summer students, the interns, Haley Goodins, who was here. You could stand. She is, she's a Virgin Islander. Who comes here for the summer, her mother and father from here, and they gave her the opportunity to come home and have her experience. So thank you, and I'm sure this was a first for you today. And then next, we have Sevra Dowdy. She's been here whole day with us, and they're ready to go home. So I want to say thank you. I hope this experience today was a great experience for you, and then you get to understand the legislative process of Rules and Judiciary today. So you two are dismissed. So see you tomorrow, Sevra, and Miss Goodings, safe travels home. All right, her name is Haley, and she belonged to Aquila. Do I hear a motion, Senator Gittins? Yes, a motion on bill number 35-0227.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, in the spirit of cooperation, I move to hold companion bills 35-0227 to enact the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, and 35-0228 enact amending Title III Virgin Islands Code to enumerate the duties and functions of the VI Commission on Ethics and Conflicts of Interest, appropriating $500,000 to the from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Commission on Ethics and Conflict of Interest, and for other related purposes. Again, I move to hold these companion bills in committee until further amendments, so we could do an amendment in the nature of a substitute. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins and seconded by Senator Maurice James and Senator Johnson. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Do I hear a motion?
Amendment.
Amendment, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and colleagues. I offer
Okay, it's
I withdraw my motion until after your comments.
the committee of the, wait, hold on. The bill number 35-0227 and bill number 35-028, 228 will be held in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. These are companion-based bills for further consideration in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Do I hear a motion?
Amendment.
Amendment, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 35-01, I offer amendment number 35-173, an amendment to bill number 35-0269, which was circulated. Bill number 35-0269 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads section blank. Title 2, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1 is amended by adding Section 10. Technical amendment by adding Section 11 that reads as follows. Section 11, technical amendment. A person is personally liable for a fine of not less than $500 or in prison for not more than 30 days who in or in connection with any proceeding, hearing, or inquiry before the legislature of the Virgin Islands, 1, swears or affirms, A, that he will truly testify, declare, depose, or certify, or B, that any testimony, declaration, deposition, certificate, affidavit, or other writing subscribed by him is true, and 2, willfully and knowingly testifies, declares, deposes, or certifies falsely or states in his testimony, deposition, affidavit, or certificate any matter to be true which he knows to be false. B, for any subsequent convictions, a person is personally liable for a fine of not less than $1,000, but not more than $5,000. Or in prison for not more than 60 days.
Point of order.
I so move.
Point of order.
What?
Point of order. I'm
what
sorry.
Violation?
But we don't have the amendment that.
I'm in the middle
made.
of a motion, Madam Chair. But this amendment, again, I stated I so move, but if I have to restate it, I'll do it. This amendment was emailed to every senator, but if you don't have it, we will try to circulate it again, but it was emailed. Please check your emails.
We didn't. No.
The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes.
I don't see that.
The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Do I hear an amendment?
Amendment.
Amendment, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I offer amendment number 35-173, an amendment to bill number 35-0269, offered by yours truly, Kenneth Gittins. Bill number 35-0269 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads, Section blank, Title 2, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1 is amended by adding Section Technical Amendment 11 that reads as follows. Section Technical Amendment, Section 11A, a person is personally liable for a fine of not less than $500 or imprisoned for not more than 30 days, who in or in connection with any proceeding, hearing, or inquiry before the legislature of the Virgin Islands, 1, swears or affirms, A, that he will truly testify, declare, depose, or certify, or B, that any testimony, declaration, deposition, certificate, affidavit, or other writing subscribed by him is true, and 2, willfully and knowingly testifies, declares, deposes, or certifies falsely, or states in his testimony, deposition, affidavit, or certificate any matter to be true, which he knows to be false. B, for any subsequent convictions, a person is personally liable for a fine of not less than $1,000, but not more than $5,000, or imprisoned for not more than 60 days. I so move.
Amendment properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Maurice James and Senator Franklin Johnson. Hearing no objections, do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Gittins.
Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0269 as amended, enact amendment Title 2, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1 by adding a technical amendment, Section 11, providing a penalty for the commission of perjury in proceedings before the legislature of the Virgin Islands be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins and seconded by Senator Johnson and Senator Maurice James. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0269 as amended?
Senator Angel L. Boques Jr., Senator Boques Jr. absent. Senator Diane T. Capehart?
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James? Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0269 as amended, an act amending Title 2 Virgin Islands Code Chapter 1 by adding a Section 10 providing a penalty for the commission of perjury in proceedings before the legislature of the Virgin Islands has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Prime sponsor, I will allow you to have some closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I just want to say thank you for the discussion today. This ethics and conflict of interest measure is one that's a pain in our behinds in the Virgin Islands and elsewhere, again, as we've seen now even on a national scene where it's prevalent within the U.S. Congress and even the judicial system. It is time that we are able to police ourselves and be able to investigate and take the corrective measures on our own. We don't need people to come in and tell us what we're doing wrong. absent of having like the federal government who have like an inspector general's office for just about every agency. We don't have that. So we don't have the eyes to look over us to make sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's. This is a good safeguard to put in place for the U.S. Virgin Islands to not only go after persons with corruption, but actually for prevention. We need to prevent these things from happening. And with regards to the perjury bill, I did understand the concerns of the non-committee member with a measure that she passed before that speaks generally to the government of the Virgin Islands. But this matter today speaks directly regarding perjury before the legislature and having the penalties assigned to those who perjure themselves before the legislature. And just for the public's knowledge, the technical amendment was that there was a typo in the bill, which it speaks to adding a section 10, but it should have actually been, it was just a drafter's error where they typed 10 rather than 11. So the technical amendment was made there. Thank you all again. Thank you, colleagues, for your support, and looking forward for us having the stakeholders meeting on the ethics bills 227 and 228. My office will definitely be reaching out to all committee members and extending the invitation to even non-committee members and all the stakeholders who were here today. And this will be an in-person meeting. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Who speaks to? Points of personal privilege, Senator Gittins.
I apologize. I know it's been a long day, but I wanted to say a public thank you to 0227 and 228 was really a ticklish bill. We met with not only the Office of Legal Counsel, but also with the Code Reviser. So I wanted to say publicly thank you to the Code Reviser and even the private sector that weighed in on this measure. Again, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Gittins. Who speaks to bill number 35-024? Colleagues, we're moving on to bill block number 5. Yeah, just, yes. Bill number 35-0240, and then we will go to bill number 35-0262.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. Of course, I'm not a member of this committee, but I rise in support of bill number 35-0240, as well as bill number 35-0262. Bill number 35-0240 is an act transferring the administration of the government's insurance fund from the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance to the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and amending various sections of Title 24 Virgin Islands Code Chapter 11 to facilitate better recovery for injury or disease that arises out of and in the course of employment in the Virgin Islands under the Workers' Compensation Administration, and to ensure that workers entitled to workers' compensation benefits receive medical coverage, rehabilitation services, and disability compensation without undue delay by merging the benefits and payment components of the Workers' Compensation Insurance Program. Bill number 35-0240 is offered by the request of Governor Albert Bryan Jr. When this bill was heard in the Committee of Education and Workforce Development on June 17th, Department of Labor Commissioner Malloy discussed at length the tweaks made to the bill, which have resulted in the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which will be offered at the appropriate time. These reforms proposed by Governor Bryan remove bureaucratic barriers and better support the needs of persons who have been injured in the line of duty, line of work, to include temporary and contract workers. It creates a more streamlined and effective program by transferring the administration of workers' compensation from the Department of Finance to the Department of Labor. It eliminates the Workers' Compensation Board and fully vests the authority of the board with the Commission of Labor. Most importantly, it addresses a long-standing concern of local physician community by mandating that its fee schedule be recognized by the local medical community established. Bill number 35-0262 is an act appropriating $1,434,950 in fiscal year 2024 from the Communities Facilities Trust Fund for the pre-construction soft costs for funding to prepare the Charlotte-Amalie Harbor for dredging. This bill corrects an oversight of Act 8787, which was passed by the 35th legislature and enacted by the Governor Albert Bryan Jr. that appropriated $70 million for the dredging work associated with the project, but does not allow for the use of these funds for soft costs, such as field investigation, permit obligations, or engineering services associated with the total project costs. This lack of funding has contributed to the delay of the project and also to financial stress and Port Authority. Dredging the Charlotte-Amalie Harbor is a key to our ability to remain competitive in the tourism market. I ask for my colleagues' support on these two measures as we continue to do the work on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity in presenting these two bills.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Colleagues, this is block 5. We have 2 bills in this block. These 2 bills have already passed the Committee of Jurisdiction. If you would like, you can take 1 minute, 2 minutes, but 2 minutes is the most that we're getting because we have 2 more blocks. So, starting with, starting with Senator Potter on the island of St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in support of both items in block number 5, bill number 35-0240, as well as bill number 35-0262. Both bills were thoroughly vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, and both of them are in the best interest of the United States Virgin Islands. Bill 35-0240 basically tweaks the law to have a more efficiently run workers' compensation program. Ultimately, the people of the territory benefits in that it establishes a more appropriate mechanism to expeditiously assist employees who are injured on the job or rendered disabled on the job. So it assists with the more expeditious processing of paperwork so that these individuals can be properly served. It also provides the mandating of the fee schedule to be recognized by physicians.
1 minute.
Community. Obviously, bill number 35-0262 basically focuses on providing the appropriation of $1.4 million from the Community Facilities Trust Fund for the pre-construction and soft cost funding for the dredging, highly anticipated dredging of the Charlotte-Amalie Harbor. We know that this is key, this is essential to the economic viability of our territory in this very competitive regional tourism industry in the Caribbean. So both items, I think, are pretty much no-brainers, and I stand in full support of them both. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Carla Joseph. I didn't forget you, Senator, this time. Please
Thank you so
proceed.
much for being so kind, Madam Chair. I stand in support of both measures, as I actually am a member of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development when this piece of legislation came through the committee, and this legislation, what it does, it just really combines where the government insurance fund and the payment. And so some of the employees who work in the Department of Finance will now be working in the Department of Labor to definitely make sure that this funding and the dispensing of these funds are properly accounted for and the like. So it makes perfect sense to have this fund specifically be transferred to the Department of Labor and under Labor's jurisdiction, because the employment, because the Workers' Compensation Administration is function of the Department of Labor. Next, Bill number 35.0262 will help maintain the U.S. Virgin Islands as the lead in the Lesser Antilles for cruise ship destination. We will continue to have our competitive edge over other jurisdiction, over other islands as a destination, because we will now be able to accept these major mega ships, cruise ships that's coming through the Virgin Islands. It is a wave of the future. I've been to a number of sea trade conferences, and that is where it is. So we're staying ahead of the curve to ensure that our lead is still maintained. So I rise in support of both measures. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. You're welcome, Carla Joseph. Now we'll go to Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I will be voting for both measures. I understand the nature of these bills, been a part of them, and will definitely be supporting at the appropriate time. Thank you.
I would like to say this again. These bills were already vetted in this committee of jurisdiction. So I won't feel any way if you don't really have anything and you're ready to vote. Senator Maurice James, you may proceed with 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you stated, I heard this bill number 35.0240 in my committee, and I voted for it. Bill number 35.0262. It's required, it's necessary to move forward, and so I understand the reason for it. Thank you. I will be voting in affirmative for both. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Senator Gittins, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am in support of both the measures before us. We heard from the Department of Labor with regards to this Workers' Compensation Administration and the Department of Finance to transfer the responsibility. So I am in support of this measure. I think it will work much better in the transfer. With regards to bill number 0262, they always say, you know, if you that you got to be at the table if you want to be in the game with tourism, and that's one of the reasons why we attend the Sea Trade Conference, and we know that this is important and crucial for us to remain part of the competitive world when it comes to tourism. So I will support this these funding as a request from the governor to utilize the Community Facilities Trust Fund for the pre-construction soft costs for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor. But at the same time, colleagues, I want to say and ask the governor's office, remember that I wrote to you on June 21st after our meeting with regards to the construction of the new police station on St. Croix. And I did follow through and sent written correspondence requesting your support to utilize $500,000 from the Community Trust Fund for the new police station at number 51 Hannah's Rest to be used for the pre-construction expenses. So I will be supporting 0262, but that was just a reminder with this major project on the island of St. Croix. Thank you so much, and at the appropriate time, I'll be supporting both measures.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I am in support of both measures, and I'm happy to say that the bill sponsor was able to help me with some clarification on bill number 350262 for the importance of the dredging of the Charlotte-Amalie Harbor. So at this moment, I think you would have the final say. Bill sponsor Francis, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And again, I appreciate the support of these two measures that endeavor to continue to do the work. Certainly Bill 35-0240 and right fit in that ship that would allow for Department of Labor to assume the full responsibility of the workers' compensation via the Government Insurance Fund, as well as the Bill 35-0262, which appropriates $1,434,950 to address the pre-construction soft costs for the dredging of the Charlotte-Amalie Harbor. Thank you very much for your support. It's truly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. At this time, do I hear an amendment?
Amendment.
Amendment, Senator Maurice James.
Madam Chair, I offer amendment number 35-782, an amendment in the nature of a substitute to bill number 35-0240, offered by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Bill number 35-0240 is amended as follows. A, the preamble is stricken and new preamble is inserted to read, whereas the Virgin Islands Department of Labor administers the Workers' Compensation Administration. Whereas the
Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move to waive the reading of amendment number 35-782. I so move.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. So move.
So moved.
Properly made by Senator Maurice James, seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson. So ordered. Motion, Senator Maurice James.
Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0240 as amended, an act transferring the administration of the Government Insurance Fund from the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance to the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and amending various sections of Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, to facilitate better recovery for injury or disease that arises out of and in the course of employment in the Virgin Islands under the Workers' Compensation Administration, and to ensure that workers entitled to workers' compensation benefits receive medical coverage, rehabilitation services, and disability compensation without undue delay by merging the benefits and payment components of the workers' compensation insurance program as amended, be approved by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson. May I have a roll call on bill number 350240 as amended?
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr. absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins,
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yea, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yea, Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea,
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0240 as amended, an act transferring the administration of the Government Insurance Fund from the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance to the Commissioner of Virgin Islands Department of Labor and amending various sections of Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11 to facilitate better recovery for injury or disease that arises out of and in the course of employment in the Virgin Islands under the Workmen's Compensation Administration, and to ensure that the workers entitled to workers' compensation benefit receive medical coverage, rehabilitation services, and disability compensation without undue delay by merging the benefits and payment components of the Workers' Compensation Insurance Program has been voted upon favorably by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee for further consideration. Motion, Senator Maurice James.
Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0262, an act appropriating $1,434,950 in fiscal year 2024 from the Community Facilities Trust Fund for the pre-construction soft cost funding to prepare the Charlotte Amalie Harbor for dredging, be approved by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call on bill number 35-0262?
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr. absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins,
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yea, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yea, Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea, Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0262, an act appropriating $1,434,950 in fiscal year 2024 from the Community Facilities Trust Fund for the pre-construction soft cost funding to prepare the Charlotte Amalie Harbor for dredging has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion? Okay, colleagues, so if you would like to go straight into block 6, and then we go into the leases, or you want to do the motion for the leases? Yes, so that's why I was asking, do I hear a motion, or do you want to go into the resolutions? Do I hear a motion? So colleagues, on the agenda, okay. Motion, Senator Maurice James.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0284 and Bill number 35-0294 be added to block number 6 of the agenda. I so move.
Properly made by Senator Maurice James, seconded by Senator Johnson. Amendment to the motion to add to the agenda. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. Amendment to the motion to waive the debate time and these bills being added to the agenda 0284 and 0294. I so move.
Second.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. And seconded, properly moved by Senator Maurice James, seconded, properly moved by Senator Gittins, and seconded by Maurice James. Hearing no objections, so ordered. So, colleagues, we will go into the resolutions. No, you want to go straight into voting on the leases? Okay, so I know the leases were distributed. May I have the roll call then on bill number 35-0284.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr. absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yeah.
Senator Joseph.
Yay.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Bill number, hold on. Colleagues, these were just added to the agenda and I have papers everywhere. So 02884. Okay. So the bill number 35-0294, an act approving the lease agreement between the government and the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Roll Enterprises, Inc., DBA, Best Car Rental, parcel number 294, estate content, Enahai, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, for the continued operation of a car and Jeep rental business and for other related purposes has been voted upon the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Bill number motion, Senator. Do I hear a motion on bill number 35-0294?
Madam Chair, the roll call.
May I have the roll call and bill number 35-0294? Act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Banco Popular de Puerto Rico for a portion of lot number 48B, Norengata, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Roll call and bill number 35-0294.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr. absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart,
yes.
Senator Capehart, yea, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yea, Senator Maurice C. James,
Yes.
Senator James, yea, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yea, Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yay.
Senator Joseph, yea, Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0294, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Banco Popular de Puerto Rico for a portion of lot number 48B, Norengata, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and has been forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion on bill number, no, may I have roll call on bill number 35-0195?
Angel L. Borges
A
Jr.
resolution honoring and commending Mr. Willard John for his many contributions to the youth and culture of the Virgin Islands. Roll call.
Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr. absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yea, Senator Maurice C. James,
Yes.
Senator James, yea, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yea, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Can you hear me? I've been saying yes for a while. Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0195, a resolution and honoring, commending Mr. Willard John for his many contributions to the youth and culture of the Virgin Islands, has been voted upon favorably in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and would be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. May I have roll call on bill number 35-0239, an act honoring and commending Mrs. Claire Lorraine Brown Roker for her dedicated service to the Virgin Islands community by naming the Visitor Center at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, the Claire L. Roker Visitor Center. Roll call.
Angel L. Borges, Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr. absent. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins,
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James,
Yes.
Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0239, an act honoring and commending Mrs. Claire Lorraine Brown Roker for her dedicated service to the Virgin Islands community by naming the Visitor Center at Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. The Claire L. Roker Visitors Center has been voted upon favorably by by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. May I have roll call on Bill number 35, that's 0242, a resolution honoring and commending Miguel Santos Jr., aka DJ Poppy Pops, for his contributions in the field of music and in radio broadcasting of musical events and local social musical events, and specially contributing to the art of DJing and teaching of DJing. Roll call.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr. absent, Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Senator Joseph.
Yea. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0239, an act and honoring and commending Mrs. Claire Lorraine Brown Roker for her dedicated service to the Virgin Islands community. What am I doing? Bill number 35-0242, a resolution honoring and commending Miguel Santos Jr., aka DJ Poppy Pops, for his contributions in the field of music and in radio broadcasting of musical events and local social musical events, and specifically contributing to the art of DJing and teaching of DJ, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Colleagues.
Madam Chair, before you conclude the meeting, I just had a point of order because we voted on a series of bills, but we didn't have a motion that attached to the bill. I just want to make sure we're doing it correctly, that we moved the bills, we went straight to roll call.
So, Senator, it seems like we were having some technical issues where you didn't hear that, but Senator Gittins made a motion, amendment to the motion to waive the reading to end the debate, and also to add the 2 leases that was added to the agenda. So all was done in one block.
Right, but I'm also, just a point of order, Madam Chair, that each of the bills should have been moved. That's a motion should have been made to move the bills to the full body for further consideration and action, and that motion wasn't made for the leases and the bills in that section. I could be wrong, and I just want to make sure we're doing it with the correct.
I did go through that, Senator. I did. And colleagues, I followed
Madam Chair,
through.
we went straight to the vote. We didn't do a motion for each bill. That's my point.
Senator, we waived the readings, and as I said, you were having technical difficulties hearing as the roll call was being called, and you did not hear, we didn't hear you. So obviously there were some technical issues where you may not have heard. The procedure has been completed, and the Committee of Rules and Judiciary would like to conclude by saying thank you very much, colleagues. Colleagues, it has been a long day. I am going to try and ask for additional days so we don't have to cram all of these things in one committee meeting. And then we all start to crash by a certain time of the evening. I would like to say at this time to the legislative staff, to the testifiers, my committee members, non-committee members, Senator Francis, thank you for sticking out with us for this committee meeting today. You are the only non-committee member that stuck with us. Sergeant of Arms, legal counsel, central staff, and my staff, committee members, thank you. And may God bless the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is hereby adjourned.